papers. It's Are you there, Mr. Chairman? Whether he is or he isn't.
I think Evan has.
Now we can hear you.
Vince, I am here.
Does someone have this playing on their phone?
I'm here. We'll start in a minute or three.
Take a minute or three.
Sounds the wrong number then.
Well, I'll meet you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get mine.
Now.
Now it's on.
Go to print me on it.
Testing. It works.
Could be tough. Why?
Get a lawyer and all that stuff. So God is good. Yeah.
All is now live.
Come in. Oh, I guess they're
I
on.
want to ask Gable if they're ready.
Cable, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Oh, that sounds like Vanessa.
Yes, sir, it is. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. I'm hanging in there at the end of the table.
Wonderful.
You're not alone.
Thank you. All right, let's get started. I'm making this more formal than it should be. This is an informal work session, although this is being publicly broadcast, so for members of the public who are watching, this is a work session of council members to go over the markups and recommendations by the different committees with regard to the fiscal year 2023 budget, and I believe some of the committees may have made some recommendations with regard to the current year budget, the supplemental that we'll be voting on. The office sent out an order for the presentation. We'll be following that order. The committee of the whole first, followed by the committee on health, then the committee on housing, human services, government operations, recreation, business and economic development, judiciary, labor and workforce development, ending with the committee on transportation. Go through our discussion will initially be dominated by the budget office and the council chair. presenting the budget's recommendations for each committee, and then discussion from, I'm going to try to be mindful of time and push us along so that we don't spend too much time on one committee and therefore have no time for the committees at the end. I do want to note this at the beginning. The committees have each done their markups, and most of the committees have made changes to the budgets as proposed by the mayor. Some of those changes have involved cutting some dollars and then either, I'll say, sending those dollars to other committees or sending them to other priorities that the committee identified within the agencies under that committee. That's our process every year. I have begun to get some feedback with regard to some of the cuts that were taken. I don't want to make this sound like it's most of the cuts, or actually, maybe I'm getting feedback, at least from the mayor, with regard to most of the cuts, but some of the feedback I'm getting, if correct, completely correct, would suggest that there might be some cuts that should not have been taken by committees. That puts me in a predicament. I don't really want to be overruling any of the recommendations by committees, but if there is a cut that was taken by a committee and it really can't be supported, but then the first place I will look in order to restore that cut is some of the dollars that were redirected by that committee to another priority within the committee or another committee, a different committee. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I'll just give an example that, let's just say that I had cut $100 million from DCPS. I hope that example sounds outrageous enough to realize it's hypothetical, and that can't be sustained, or it's clear that members don't support it, then I would have to reverse that. And that money went somewhere, and I'll have to reverse where that money went. I'm just saying that there will be some instances where that. I will try to discuss that with the committee chair. But I just want to make that clear at the outset. Also, I will be challenging many of the committee chairs during the discussion today with regard to proposed additional subtitles to the Budget Support Act, why those subtitles really need to be in the BSA as opposed to moving separately as legislation with a complete legislative record. So just be prepared that I'll be challenging on that. The fact that I'm challenging doesn't necessarily mean that it will be excluded from the Budget Support Act, but I think it's important that if there are some proposed subtitles that don't have a clear nexus, that the chair has to explain why it should be in the Budget Support Act. With that, let me turn to the budget director.
All right, great. Thank you. So I am going to share the screen. Since we are starting a little bit late, I'm going to go through this quickly. Let's see. And of course, now, all right. Okay. So I will be running the PowerPoint. I'll have the slides up when you are talking, and then I'll pull them down for the conversation portion. All right, great. Okay, so the agenda, just a couple of quick things to go over. At first, we're going to review the committee budget actions. Every committee has been every draft committee report has been certified by my office. So at least as far as the council goes, we believe that all of the cuts that were taken by the committees can be sustained in the budget and financial plan. And then at the end of the day, if anybody has any steam left, we'll talk about council-wide priorities and funding. The budget timeline, We're here, we're at the member work session. The first vote's on May 10th, second vote is on May 24th. This is the slide I just want to take a minute and talk about. The, where the ARPA was budgeted in the budget this year. It was budgeted in a program called DCRP, DC Recovery Plan, in every agency. So, so instead of budgeting the ARPA in each agency's individual program, activity, service, CSG, the ARPA funds were lumped into a common program called DCRP this year. Now, lumping all of this money in this one program doesn't really give us or the public any kind of transparency or knowledge on how it's going to be used or how these funds, what the purpose is. As you also know that there's a subtitle in the BSA that was called Reprogramming of American Rescue Plan Act Funds Act. And that exempts all of these ARPA funds from the council approval requirements for reprogramming. So basically what we have is all the ARPA funds in pots of money in each agency, and then a subtitle that would allow the executive to spend those funds without any council approval of the reprogramming. In the CAL committee report, they recommended striking the subtitle. And what the council budget office is doing right now is we are identifying all of the correct attributes for all of the ARPA funds throughout the district government to be able to put them in the proper agency, program, activity, service, CSG. We're also creating project numbers, and we'll be working with the OCFO and the executive to make sure those are correct. And those will all be a part of what we're voting for on May 10th. So that the council and the public will have the granularity that we need to be able to know, understand, and follow where all of these funds are being spent. This is just a slide to show how much our actual budget has grown during the public health emergency. Now, I know that revenues initially went down. For the most part, our revenues have recovered. So revenues are down, but our budget is going up. Why? That's because of all the federal funds that the district has received and that we are spending in the budget. So what could have been, a much more dire situation hasn't been because of this influx of federal funds and because of really large double-digit increases in our local funds and general funds and even gross funds budget over the pandemic. Just a little advertisement to go to our website, dccouncilbudget.com, has everything you need to know on the budget. We have a page for all FY23 budget documents. You don't need to search everywhere across the district government interwebs. You can just go to our website, find all of it. We have a lookup tool where you can look up anything in the 23 budget. Please use this as a resource. We created it for all of members and staff. And with that, we go to committee of the whole. And that's you.
Okay. So I'm looking at page 7 of the handout from the budget office. We reduced $1.7 million from the office of planning. It was related to a one-time initiative. We reallocated that to some other needs. We also reallocated within the new department buildings roughly $471,000. What we did was we looked at some vacant positions in the department buildings and administration, and we cut those and increased the number of housing code inspectors. What I would like to do for the May 10th markup is to see if we can find additional dollars to increase further the number of inspectors. at the new department building. My goal, which I may not get to, is to have roughly the same proportion of housing inspectors as Baltimore has per 100,000 units. We took 244,001 vacant FTE from the deputy mayor for education and 182,001 vacant FTE from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. That's one of the new agencies. Carried forward 120,000 of local operating funds from the current fiscal year into next year. And then what we did with this, in addition to the new housing code inspectors at the Department of Building, is 2 new positions at the State Board of Education. One actually with the State Board, focused on curriculum standards, and one which would be with the Office of the Student Advocate, which is within the State Board of Education. We earmarked a DC history grant program, which we did in the current year. I think that was at the mayor's initiative last year. We increased the match at UDC by $500,000. We've done this every year. We've had a match where we put this in non-departmental. If UDC raises X number of dollars, they will get Y number of dollars from the match. So what we're proposing for next year is $2 million would be put in non-departmental. If dollar for dollar, if UDC raises $2 million in the private sector and fundraising, then they will get the full $2 million. And we added money to the Deputy Mayor for Education to support implementation of the Master Facilities Plan. When we adopted the comprehensive plan last year, we included in it a section requiring the executive to try again to come up with a Master Facilities Plan that actually is a plan for school facilities. The plan that they'd given us before, the council rejected, and that plan was good on data and short on planning. The new requirement required funding, and the $800,000 is to fund that. We accepted a number of transfers from other committees. They're listed on page 8 of the handout. 80,000 from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to implement portions of DCRA Omnibus Act from 2017. 121,000. Actually, it looks like it's more like 228,000 from the 328,000 from the Committee on Transportation and Environment for a siting and feasibility study for a central food processing facility. Also to the Office of Planning for 2 new Food Policy Council FTEs and a small amount, it was like $40,000 to COG for their farm program. $35,000. Farmers Food and Agriculture Regional Member for the dues. $150,000 we accepted from the Committee on Business and Economic Development to help with the Council's Office on Racial Equity. $500,000 from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development to UDC for a study on career pathways, developing the career pathway at UDC for violence interrupters. The thinking here is that violence interrupters who are doing work in the community may want to actually develop this into a career, and let's look to our local university whether they could develop a career pathway. I did talk to the president of the university about this a week ago. I said, why $500,000? And he said, because the work to do this is complicated. He defended the amount. And then 4.4 million from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development, which is in non-departmental, gone to non-departmental, which is under the Committee of the Whole for a DC government program. The Committee of the Whole, I feel like I'm talking to us, because we're all part of the Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole made recommendations regarding 3 subtitles in the Budget Support Act that the mayor proposed. to strike the private detective regulation and licensure amendment because that may be worthwhile, but it really should have its own legislative record. And by that, let's have a hearing, understand what's involved. Let's have a hearing to find out if there's any concerns or ways that the legislative language can be improved. And then we'll have a committee report around it. So we have no objection to it, but I believe the committee report said that the mayor should introduce it as permanent legislation. We also recommended striking the Seasonal Business License Fee Amendment Act. I believe that's the one that allows for 6 month licenses as opposed to 2-year licenses. I actually talked to the director after we circulated the markup, and he made an argument that the 6 month has some advantages because for a new business, it's less expensive. And I'm only mentioning that because we'll take another look at it, but our recommendation was to strike it. And then we also struck subtitle 7B, reprogramming of American Rescue Plan Act funds. And my recollection is that we were working on this. What we want is, we do want to have, what the mayor had submitted was written broadly and could be construed as basically exempting financial actions on her part from council review. That's not something that the council should abide by. But to the extent that there is ARPA funds that, let's say, have been designated at this point for, I'm just going to make this up, MPD, and the mayor at a point in the future wants to transfer the money from this fund into MPD, exactly as we are expecting today. I don't know that we need to have add on to the process by requiring another council review. So that's a long way of explaining that the committee of the whole recommended pulling it out, but to work on it, refine it, and see if we can come up with language that is efficient but still allow council review. The committee of the whole recommended 5 new BSA subtitles. The first is I believe is entitled Agency Budget Request Freedom of Information Clarification Amendment Act. It simply clarifies the law with regard to information that we get regarding the budget. The second is Master Facilities Plan Implementation Amendment Act. Lengthy and complex subtitle. I'm looking at Ann Phelps because I believe it changes from 2022 to 2023. The one word change. University of the District of Columbia fundraising match, similar to what we've done in past BSAs, which is the language that governs the match I spoke of earlier. $2 million, UDC can match it. The next is Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund Amendment Act. This is more complicated. What we put in the report for the committee of the whole last week is it really understood to be a good draft, but not necessarily the final language with regard to ECE, that's Early Childhood Educator Pay Equity. I was pretty clear with the executives that we wanted to have the language in the BSA and not, oh, we'll do it sometime later, which could be in the fall. We want it ready for the fiscal year since this does speak to how the money will be paid to early childhood educators. And then the last subtitle is Central Food Processing Facility Siting and Feasibility Study Act. And I believe this language is identical to a subtitle that was recommended by the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Since the language affects or implicates the Office of Planning, it's a committee of the whole matter, but we worked with the Committee on Transportation, which has oversight on food policy. So they have food policy, we have Office of Planning, food policies in the Office of Planning. So it's like joint jurisdiction. And this subtitle isn't particularly complicated, nor is it controversial, and it is related to the siting and feasibility study that we are requiring in this budget. I believe that's all the actions of the committee of the whole. I've explained the cuts, I've explained the subtitles. I believe I met my own rules with regard to subtitles had to have a clear nexus to what we're doing with the budget. Question? Mr. Allen.
I had one question that's maybe, hopefully just a clarification. And I'm not sure actually if I should ask here or Alyssa when we get to labor, but it was trying to make sure I understand and I applaud it, the 500,000 for the funding for workforce development to UDC to study on violent interrupted career pathways. Because in our conversation with Linda Harley Harper, they're working on developing curriculum at UDC. What I wasn't sure of was this funding complementary of that effort with Linda and Building Blocks DC to kind of create that, or was this something separate that was around the study or evaluation? I just wasn't sure what so if you could just help provide a little more clarity about what that is, it'd be helpful. I think it's a great investment and appreciate the focus.
Great. Well, I believe it is complementary. So the idea behind this is that the Labor Committee has been building out career pathways in making investments in the budget in some of our key industries. So that has been healthcare, IT. This year we're doing CDL, and we think we should take a similar approach in terms of violence interruption if it is going to become a permanent part of our public safety approach. So we worked with UDC. We have been working with UDC on building career pathways in these other areas as well. To answer your question, I believe it is complementary. Our understanding from UDC, the chairman touched upon this. I think Building Blocks and Director Harley Harper were in development of some kind of 4-week program, I think. This would complement that, and I think would build out both a sort of behavioral health pipeline as well as a human services pipeline. I'll just explain, Charles. This stems both from meeting with Moms Demand Action, as well as personal visits that I have made with both the ONE's office when Director McFadden was there, as well as with the Attorney General, Secure the Streets teams. And what we heard on the ground from a lot of the violence interrupters is that, a lot of what they do is very similar to therapy, their mediation and behavioral health issues, but they don't have a lot of formal training. And that not a lot, but the ones who I spoke to said, we would love to pursue this as a career. And the idea behind this is to enable that to happen. Is that answering your question?
I think so. And again, I appreciate it. I know I've talked with Moms in Action, Peace for DC and others, so I can kind of see where it's coming from. We may not be able to answer everything right here. I think and I guess this kind of bubbles into Councilor Bonds as well, since Building Blocks DC is actually under her committee. But just want to make sure those efforts are complementary. Sounds like that's the intention to make that happen. So I appreciate it.
It certainly is, but because this has attracted a lot of attention, let me spell out and the chairman mentioned his concern about the cost. Let me spell out the specific proposal that we're working with UBC on. So $50,000 of that funding would be used to actually do a survey of the violence interrupters, talk to them exactly what kind of careers they're interested in. As I said, my interactions with some of our violence interrupters is that they are interested in behavioral health work, human services work, and restorative justice work. $250,000 would be spent for consultants, which would include building the career pathways with multiple on and off ramps, but that's a bunch of jargon. So what that means is they would Why did my office put jargon in here for me? Just kidding, everybody.
Not really.
So we would be, we would hire experts who have had experience with this. There's not a ton of experience, honestly. And I think, this is an area where we can be, again, on the forefront, right? Because many other cities are investing in violence interruption, but they don't have career paths for these folks who do incredibly hard work. $50,000 will pay for a market analysis of potential job placements across the region. So we would be doing an economic analysis of where these jobs are. And then $150,000 would be for career and curriculum development, setting up potential apprenticeships and specific curriculum related to the various violence interruption pathways. So that's what it's for.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Have you shared that detail with the committee of the whole?
Would that be you? We all are in the committee of the whole. I'm happy to share this with all my colleagues. Yes, my office can put the document together for everyone.
Okay. Anything further on committee of the whole? Janice?
Yes, thank you. I was looking, I see that the Early Childhood Education Pay Equity subtitle allows OSSI to issue grants to educators directly for both fiscal year 22 and 23. And I thought the recommendation from the task force would be the grants to educators would be for fiscal year 22 only, but that we should transition to the full program in fiscal year 23. What are you hearing from OSSI about their timing and ability to actually sort of, I guess, stand up the full pay equity program for fiscal year 23 to issue the funds through, I guess, the early childhood educators facilities? Or is the plan to just do it from now on, just do it straight to educators versus going to facilities? I'm looking at line 210. Oh yeah, this is weird. I don't know which way to look when I'm talking.
Yeah, this is confusing. I feel like
I'm not sure I completely understand the question. I don't believe the committee of the whole is directing with regard to the payment, of which I heard as part of your question. With regard to what our expectation is, our expectation is that through the subtitle, we want OSSI to be ready by October 1st to be able to distribute the payments or grants. Anybody watching, please don't hold that as a commitment that I'm making that the payments will be, the checks will be written on October 1st. I've never seen any government agency write a check on October 1st. But our goal is that it would be at the beginning of the year. That's what we're expecting. So I've had conversations with OSSI, and my staff has had more conversations with OSSI over the last couple of months. OSSI's been very collaborative and very receptive, but they did need to be pushed with regard to legislative language. And my expectation is that with the legislative language, that things will be in a better place to get those dollars out at the start of the year, fiscal year.
Okay. So that answer, I really, I guess the easier way to put it was, whether you were hearing from OSSI on their ability to meet the October 1 deadline, if they were, is OSSI behind? Is OSSI behind?
Yeah, it's too soon to say.
Okay.
It's too soon to say that OSSI is behind with regard to fiscal year 23.
Okay.
Christina
Henderson is saying something about this.
I have a monitor in front of me and it shows no hands raised, but I got a note saying that
We can see.
Councilmember Nadeau has her hand raised. Why don't you speak?
And Councilmember White and Councilmember Henderson.
I don't know.
Dan Pinto.
I wasn't done my questions.
it's not possible for us to have all of our colleagues still.
You're looking at the wrong person.
And yeah, can you put up?
For streaming purposes, it's better this way, but I can make more colleagues here.
Yeah, that's better.
Councilman Nadeau, if you could hold off, because apparently council members.
Just left me, that's good, just left me.
Yes, okay, thank
Don't
you.
let Charles.
Chairman, I wanted to thank you for the funding, 800,000 for the new, I think, better master facilities plan. Just wanting to know, are we changing any of the language around requirements
There you go.
for the plan so that this time it includes, I think, recommendations
Could you do
or
it at the bottom,
specifics
Evan?
that weren't there last time?
Have it go across the
I'm thinking, for example, sort of, last time the master facility plan was rightly criticized for sort of failing to identify where we need new schools. And I talked about this
Perfect.
previously, that the situation at Roosevelt is sort of a direct outgrowth of the issues, and we like desperately overcrowded school and no plan to address it. So I guess I'm just asking, are we, with the master facility plan, which I think the funding and the direction we're moving in is great, are we planning on doing some of those details and specifics within the language?
I'm going to refer you to Bill 24-1, that's the comprehensive plan.
Right,
The enrolled version, I believe it's at the end of the act, has a section dealing with the master facilities plan. We attempted to address exactly what you're getting at there. So
Okay.
your question would be there.
okay,
I think it needs to be strengthened further. Please come back to me,
okay,
and I'm more than happy to work with you if we need to strengthen that language.
okay,
It's been a challenge, the master facilities plan. If you read the law that's been in place for years, to me, it's pretty clear. We want the executive to prepare a master facilities plan. It deals with a range of issues involving the schools, give it to the council for us to approve. They gave us a plan, I indicated before, was good on data and short on everything else. And so we disapproved it. The executive took the position that they met the law. The law required them to submit a document. So we tried to fix that.
I appreciate it.
And it should cover, between the law and our changes, it should cover what we want to see in a plan.
Okay, thank you, I agree. And I'd just like to work with you to make sure the next master facility plan is actually like a detailed plan, but I'm gonna look in the language and if there's any ways to strengthen it, I'll get back to you. Thanks.
You got another question?
Nope, I only had two. I think my colleagues are up.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few education questions and then one question about the Office of Planning. First, do you have any plans to fund an adequacy study?
It's on our list to see, it's on our list for the big committee of the whole. That's not a
Right.
commitment. We're still getting input with regard to it. The executive says it's not necessary.
Right, I heard that from DME.
Many of the advocates, well, others in the executive have said it, and many of the advocates have argued that in 10 years, various factors that would have gone into the weights 10 years ago may have changed, and that's why it's worth looking at, taking another look at it.
I agree. So consider this me weighing in on that, and I hope that we'll have a chance to do it at the full committee of the whole. Also wanted to ask if you are looking into increasing the charter facilities allotment any further. I believe the goal is to get to 3.1.
At the moment, the committee of the whole has no money to play with. So to increase the facilities allotment, we don't have the money for it, but it is on my list to see if we can do that.
That'd be great. I think it's about 8 million to get it up to 3.1. And I know that we're doing a really good job of making enhancements to DCPS outside the funding formula this year. And I thank you for all of that effort. So it'd be great if we could all work together on that one. Two, I saw that you, in your report, you did seem to want to try also to fund food prints, but you weren't able to do that. That's also a goal for future food prints?
I believe what we did in the budget is we put funding in equal to what they have this year. We'd like to increase the funding so more schools would have it. We is me and my staff, we're still sort of working through this because, to be honest, all the conversation has been about continuing footprints, which is actually an individual nonprofit. And the executive has noted that there are other other nonprofits in this space, as they say. So if we find additional dollars, we may want them to be more competitive.
Okay, that makes sense.
There's also the issue that I'm hesitating whether I want to say DCPS or the executive. While they like the program, they don't want it in the budget. And we could fund it on a recurring basis and probably see the executive take the money out next year. Fund it on a one-time basis. We could fund it as a line item in DCPS, although it's cross-sector. So we're still working through those issues.
Okay, well, thank you for your attention to it. I know it's a beloved program, and especially in Ward 1. I know Marie Reed participates in it and they really love it. I also wanted to ask if you are looking at all at the $5 million request for experiential learning partners to bolster outdoor learning. Half would go to DCPS and half would go to public charter schools.
I'm thinking for a moment. I think with regard to the outdoor learning, to be honest with you, I think it's lower on the list. If we can find $100 or $200 million, then it would go up. But otherwise, I think there are other things like facilities, footprints, adequacy study that would be higher. We are looking at, some of the advocates are the same for this, the pilot for flexible hours. I could say a little bit more with regard to outdoor. A lot of equipment was just this year. So the need for outdoor facilities for schools would seem to be less next year. But some of the same advocates have been pushing some other ideas, and one of them is the flexible hours, and we are looking at that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Sorry to go back to footprints for 1 second, but could staff at some point let me know where in the report that's funded at current level? Because we're just having trouble finding it. It doesn't have to be, I know everybody's got questions, so we don't have to spend time on that right now, but I would love, just so we can find it and work with you on the rest of it. The final thing I have is restoring cuts to the Streets for People planning program. So it's a new program, so not everybody knows what it is or why it's important, but I'm going to tell you. This was ARPA funding in the mayor's proposed budget. It goes to not only, actually, it's not only that funding, it's the 1.65 million in cuts. Some of that was Streets for People, some of that was for small area plans and the PDR study. Streets for People is only a few months old, but it's really shaping up to be a transformative program and a big investment in communities across the district. As an example, in Adams Morgan, we've been trying to get a pedestrian zone on the weekends for more than a decade. And the thing that has been holding us up is funding for, believe it or not, retractable bollards on 18th Street, which HCMA insists we have to have. And until this program came along, we couldn't do it. And it's not just about this one-off, it's about how this money can be used in programs like that, where we have what seem like insurmountable security concerns that don't take into consideration how these types of activations really impact neighborhoods. And it's work that's going on right now and is planning to be expanded significantly in FY23. So just, I want to just take issue with one point in the committee report. I'm sorry, I know everybody works really hard on their committee reports, but it's not grant funding that will be locked away until the warm months. it sort of misses the point. It's to enable permanent infrastructure investment for consistent activations now and in the future. It's not one-off money for summer festivals. I do understand the money that was reprogrammed to, it was transferred to very important other things, but I would ask and plead that this $1.65 million be restored as we work together at the committee of the whole.
If you have additional information on the program, would you share that with my staff?
Absolutely. David Menny is probably writing the email as I speak. So thank you for your openness. And that is all I have. I will.
Okay, he
allow
should be
you-
listening while you're speaking, but
We multitask in Ward 1, sir.
that's what makes Ward 1 unique. Christina Henderson,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just three quick things. First, on the early educator payments, I wanted to say first, thank you for the collaboration that your staff has had on some of this language. I know we brought a provision to you all around for the first year, ensuring that the payments are not considered taxable income for the purposes of certain other benefit programs. And that includes Medicaid, Alliance, et cetera. But my reading of the way that it is currently drafted, it doesn't include all benefit programs that an educator might be enrolled in. And I was curious if that was intentional or if this is something that we can continue to work on. Because if someone can keep their TANF benefits but can't keep their health care, then what's the point?
I don't believe it's intentional.
Okay. Okay, we can continue to work on that.
Let me be clear. It's possible my staff will tell me that there was a reason for that, but I was not part of a conversation where I said, oh yeah, no, we're going to do certain benefits and not others. Our intent is to avoid that cliff.
Okay.
All benefits. So work with my staff, please.
Okay. The next, I wanted to follow up on the mention around the master facilities plan. In further conversations with folks, it almost seems as though, a master facilities plan should run in conjunction with also a school boundary conversation, which also needs to occur as well. And we had some language that we sent over to the CFO's office as it pertains to school boundary, and the funding estimate that the executive says, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, we're going to give them $800,000 to do a master facilities plan, and then they want basically another $1 million to do school boundaries. I'm curious if we can work on potentially melding these two together, because I don't see why they need to. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to ask, like, have you given any thought in terms of what to do about the school boundary piece in connection with the master facilities plan?
I'm open to what you're suggesting.
Okay.
I don't think that the cost of the master facilities plan would fully cover the cost of a school boundary study. I think there's enough difference between the two. I'm not saying they're not linked. I get your point there.
Okay.
The cost, it may be that it's additional to include school boundaries. I'd expect it would be additional to include school boundaries.
Okay. Okay. And then the final thing is high impact tutoring, that line. I noticed you guys didn't touch OSSI really. There just seems to be a lot of money just sitting. And I'm curious whether or not you all have gotten any explanations around where that money is going to in the future.
There we go.
I wouldn't say we were done with our scrub.
Okay.
And if you have some thoughts there, could you share them with us? 'Cause that would be, I can tell you, I think we touched OSSI a little bit, because I heard about it. Well, they explained anyway. I'm looking at it. They were very upset over apparently the cuts we didn't take, so they're a sensitive agency.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
And we appreciate sensitivity. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple things I want to raise that haven't come up. And at least this first one may be of interest to some other members as well, as we're still sort of rounding out and shaping. The first is all of us know that the Carter Barron used to be really a destination place for music and other festivals in DC. It was hit incredibly hard. It has been mostly out of use. But the Friends of Carter Barron have been working hard to try to get it back on track. And NPS seems to want to be moving in that direction. But I think, the Carter Barron is more of a priority for us in DC than it is for the federal government, which is, stuck between a lot of competing priorities. And the superintendent seems to care about its future. I know you care a lot about it, Chairman, as do other members. And so the Friends of Carter Barron have raised with me and possibly with other members the hope that they could get $500,000 in this budget that would help them raise the money for the schematic design of the improved amphitheater, so that we can get back to where we were. It seems like a sort of a reasonable cost for what is a pretty magnificent thing for the district. And so my I guess question is whether this is of interest to other members, and more specifically with you, Chairman. Is this something that you might be willing to work on as we continue to round out the budget?
Robert, I think you and I attended a couple of months ago over at Carter Barron.
Yeah.
I think Denise was there too.
Yep.
So we remember that.
Shakespeare.
No, it was not Shakespeare. It was much more grassroots than that. When you mentioned 500,000, although as I said before, the committee of the whole at the moment doesn't have any money, the extra money, that's not a lot of money. So I would be open to looking at if you had some legislative language, because I don't think we want to give money to the Park Service, but there may be a nonprofit that would be involved in this space, but then which agency would overlook this? So if you're willing to do the legwork on this, I'm open to looking at it.
I appreciate it. I am. And any colleague who wants to work with me on it, I'd be happy to. But we'll do the legwork, Chairman. Last thing is I've been talking to UDC, and actually do have a draft subtitle drafted already. But all of us have heard across the budget for the intense need for mental health practitioners. And so my staff has given a lot of thought to how we fill this need in a time where folks all across the country are trying to fill this gap as well. And we've been in conversation with UDC about creating a scholarship for people with bachelor's degrees to get master's degrees in social work and counseling to help us build a pipeline of licensed clinicians, which are desperately needed both inside of DC government, but also beyond, clearly. So the estimate from UDC on this is $1.2 million for the first year, recognizing and acknowledging what you said a moment ago, which is that the committee of the whole doesn't have any money at this point. I think we all know that this is one of the most acute needs in the city. And so my hope is that if there is interest, that I could work with you and other members if they're interested to try to get this in the budget, because we have to urgently sort of build this pipeline, as we all know.
I have to apologize that I was distracted by an urgent text at the beginning. This is $1.5 million for.
So we've been working with UDC to address the dire need for mental health clinicians in the city. And what we have developed, and I've drafted, my team has drafted subtitle language, is a pipeline whereby people in DC residents with bachelor's degrees would get a scholarship to get their master's degrees in social work and counseling to fill what is a pretty intense gap in mental health services, both inside of DC government and beyond. But we need to build a pipeline. Everybody, all the jurisdictions are suffering with this. And so we think we have a solution here, one that doesn't cost a ton of money, but it is one that we have to get going, and sort of doing this now would help inform whether or not we can expand this in the future. But I think the need is urgent. So that's what it is, Chairman.
So it would be a scholarship program
That's right.
administered by UDC
That's right.
for people to get masters related to mental health.
Yes, and social work and counseling.
I'm open to looking at it, so share it with me.
Okay. Well, I'll connect with you and your team on it and try to get it moving. And if any other members are interested in working with me on it, I'd be happy to work with them as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pinto.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad to hear what sounds like you're considering an additional expansion to food prints. Just want to echo Councilmember Nadeau's support for that program, and that they do a lot of great work at Francis Stevens as well. And so hope that program can be supported and expanded. And wanted to ask also about the $1.7 million reduction in the Office of Planning. I'm also very enthusiastic about the Streets for People program, and specifically F Street, which is closed off during the winter months for the holiday market. Programs like that have been really effective, and just was kind of curious your thinking about that reduction and if a possible restoration was being considered.
The thinking very quickly, I think it's discussed in the report, was looking at priorities as well as that this is a new initiative. I believe we left money in the program.
Okay, I think it was, if I'm reading it correctly, I think it was reduced from it was at $1.8 million total, and then was reduced by 1.6 or 7 million. So I think there's very little money left in there.
What, we left some money in there? Sorry, just had to say that. Yeah. I think
A tiny bit of money, but probably not sufficient to cover the cost of multiple
I think
street closures.
I think we left about $500,000 in there. And as I said, it's a new program, a new initiative. And, the budget's about priorities. And, I'm taking notes here, but I will say that one of the priorities that is very important and probably not that popular is trying to get more housing code inspectors. And I say not that popular. Nobody stops me on the street about housing inspectors, but nobody stops me on the street
At all.
They talk firefighter.
I actually, Chairman, am sometimes stopped on the street about housing code inspectors.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
That happened just last week, twice.
At any rate, if you want, we can talk about it further.
Okay, just wanted to add my voice in support of the Streets for People as you're considering possible changes. But thank you.
Did you have anything else, Councilmember?
Nope, that's it.
Councilmember Bond.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. I wanted to ask, as you were looking at the master facilities plan, is there within this plan some way where we can sort of limit the amount that is spent on a per school basis as it relates to, many of the designs are excellent, But I think that they go beyond the pale as to what is needed in order to refurbish and create schools in neighborhoods where they're needed. I just wondered if that's a part of it.
I think the correct answer is no. To be honest with you, I haven't looked at the language regarding the master facilities plan since our work on the comprehensive plan, because that's where we addressed the law. What the subtitle is about here is, if it even is a subtitle, it is just simply we're funding it and we're changing the deadline, the date. Instead of it being required in 6 months, it would be required next year.
Okay, and I do understand that from the committee report, but I guess in thinking about our schools and how we can improve facilities across the community, it just seems that we really need to begin to look at the runaway budgets that tend to happen. And whether or not they're necessary. And I suspect that as the population is moving around in the city from one neighborhood to the other, we may need schools and other smaller schools in other parts of the city. And I just wondered if we're going to, it seems to me that some of the resources that we have should be looking at this more closely. I've been here on this council since David Grasso, Councilmember Grasso, spent 2 years working on a facilities plan. And, you know, articulating the pecking order of when and what community gets the repairs sooner or later. And so I just wondered if we're going to tinker with this process, to me, it makes sense that we look at it more holistically. So just wondered, but yeah, thank you.
Well, Anita, I agree with a lot of what you said. And in fact, it reminds me that the auditor is doing an analysis of Roosevelt High School. That was modernized 4 years ago, and already the HVAC system is broken down and the roof is leaking. I think many council members would agree that we spend more money per square foot with school modernizations than, no, I'll put it differently. Many council members would question why we spend as much as we do per square foot. Charter schools spend less, private sector spends less. But the master facilities plan isn't the place, I think, to look at the contracting or what DGS's specifications are. So I agree with you on the one hand, but the master facilities plan, I don't think it's the right place to be looking at the costing of contracts.
All right, well, I appreciate that. And when I read that support the implementation of the plan, to me, it means that we really need to take a look at what we are supporting in the implementation. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Well, bring up the comment when we get to DGS.
All right, I will.
I do want to correct something I said earlier about food prints. Apparently, we did not put the money in the little committee. It is high on my list for the big committee. And that would be to restore the 1.5 million and to look if we can increase it beyond it. That one's high on the list. Councilmember Silverman?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few comments you already went over. The first is I want to thank you and your staff for working with us on the violence interrupter career pathways. Talked about that earlier. Second, I do want to make sure colleagues know you've mentioned it. our employees, DC government employees, do not have medical paid leave. We had a very robust hearing on this issue regarding a bill that all 13 members co-introduced that would have increased paid leave in DC government by going up to 12 and kind of combining the three different types of leave being parental, family, and as I said, right now, unlike the private sector program, district government doesn't have medical leave. We heard from many labor leaders within our government about the need for medical leave. And data also shows from the private sector program, as well as what we heard in testimony, this is a racial equity issue too. And that we see that a lot of the medical leave is being used by Black residents, I think particularly east of the river, if I'm thinking of the data set correctly. So I do want to see this money remain for establishing medical leave for BC government employees. It's not exactly what our bill was designed to do, but I think it's a step forward in terms of meeting the needs of our employees as well as being competitive in the marketplace for good workers. So you mentioned those two things. I missed, Mr. Chairman, if you talked about boosting what I call the adult per pupil funding formula. I think it's the adult weight or the uniform student per pupil funding formula. The Labor Committee contributed transferred $1 million to the Committee of the Whole to help boost the weight. I think we boosted it by 0.02. But we want to get it to 1. And I guess this is maybe a question for you is, do you think, what are your thoughts on further boosting of the adult weight?
I would like to increase the weight. I'd like to increase the at-risk weight as well. I didn't talk about those. I think $1 million from your committee came in late, so it wasn't formally accepted by the committee, or we didn't apply it, but I would like to increase the weight. And like I said, I'd like to address the at-risk weight. To what extent those actions occur, I'm not sure between now and
Okay, so my question is, what about our $1 million? Because I'd like that to be applied to boosting the adult weight.
I hear you.
Okay. Is that it will be used that way, or no, it won't be used that way?
I don't think anybody can ask me that question of any item in the budget right now.
Okay, well, I'm asking it.
Yeah, well, you got my answer.
So the answer is you might use it for something else.
The answer is between now and May 10th, I have to go over the committee recommendation. I said this at the beginning.
Oh.
I have to go over all the committee recommendations and all the additional asks and the different things that have been indicated as priorities and sort it out.
Okay, well, let me make a persuasive argument if we're going to talk about racial equity and we're going to talk about.
If you're going to, I'm a little bit concerned about time.
Okay, well, let me just make a quick argument, Mr.
I totally
Chairman.
understand the adult weight. I was in
Okay.
House Rosario yesterday. The weight ought to increase. It ought to increase by, I believe it's it should be up to 1.
Okay, I was going to make more of a general argument, which is we need to stabilize households. And there's an impact if we can stabilize the income and career paths for parents, it's going to help the kids. It's going to help us with the learning of the younger generation as well. So I really think this should be a priority, but I will move on. The final thing I want to ask about is something that I don't think has come up, but it is talked about a lot in our community, which is the additional high school on MacArthur Boulevard. So help me, Mr. Chairman, understand what is the thinking here? In terms of, I'll just address, I think the concern is about location in that I think you can, certainly we need to address the need of overcrowding at the new Jackson Reed High School, newly named Jackson Reed High School. I got it right, Jackson Reed. Certainly we need to address that. I think the concern is that if this is going to attract citywide students, it is a difficult location to access on MacArthur Boulevard. I think that only the D bus, D6. And in order to catch the D6, I think you have to, in the city, you have to either start in like what, DuPont or.
It comes the whole way down here and across.
Okay, oh, right, comes by the Wilson Building, actually.
Stadium Armory too.
Right, it goes from Stadium Armory across the city. But I think the point is just about, you know, is this gonna be a high school that is really just for the Wilson, to address the overcrowding at Jackson Reed? You know, and do we have a plan to address, I think, what are valid concerns about accessibility, transportation accessibility here?
The issue of the new high school on MacArthur Boulevard at the old Georgetown Day School site, GDF site, was not addressed in the budget actions by the Little Committee of the Whole.
Okay.
My own view of it is this. The council authorized 2 new facilities a couple of years ago. That's a new elementary school or middle school, but I think it's an elementary school on Foxhall Road, and the purchase be a new school of GDS. Subsequent to that, the city also purchased or took back the old Military Road School, Military Road. I'm saying all that as a context. I think that we don't need to be acquiring more facilities. Let's stick with the ones we've got, including these new acquisitions. We don't need more. The proposal for the GGS is a high school that would take roughly 500 students graduating from Hardy away from Jackson Reed, diverting them to the new school on at GDS. There's a lot of merit to that. Jackson Reed is over enrolled.
Right.
The capacity, as I understand it, is about 1,000 students. And the other 500 students, as far as I can tell, would only be drawn from other high schools, probably DCPS schools in the city, most of which are under enrolled. And I see that as a problem. We don't need more facilities that will be taking from under enrolled schools. Having said all that, I don't have an answer for you. At the moment, the Little Committee of the Whole left the capital budget alone with regard to GDS and the Foxhall School.
Okay, here's the point we can move on, which is, can we put in, I don't know if it's BSA language, but that we have to have, DCPS has to have a transportation plan for the GDS facility.
Probably not, because that probably has a fiscal impact.
Okay, how do we get a transportation plan? Because if we ask, we're not going to get it. Or if we just ask nicely, we're not going to get it. Because I think,
Well,
you know,
personally, I'm not sure I'm there yet.
not there in terms of a transportation plan.
I'm not there in terms of what exactly we should be doing with regard to the additional capacity. I don't know that we need to have a transportation plan if we're not drawing from other schools. And if we are drawing from other schools, well, then we need to have a plan for those other schools that are going to see 500 fewer kids.
Well, even Hardy probably isn't all in Boundary, is it? Is it pretty close?
Hardy is not drawing from other high schools.
Well, Hardy's a middle school.
Right. Its kids are not being drawn from other high schools. They're all going, probably all
talking now.
application schools are going to Jackson Reed.
Okay. I'll just make my point, which is, if I'm understanding your answer correctly, you're saying half the slots will be for Hardy as a feeder into the GDS school, and half, it has capacity up to 1,000. So half Could be from another school, could be application, could be somewhere else. And I'm just saying that given the site's the lack of public transportation options to that site, only one bus line, then I think we need a transportation plan from DCPS.
I'll repeat, I'm not sure I'm there yet. The
Okay.
school's not opening next fiscal year.
But we're allocating funding for it in this capital budget, aren't we?
It's still not opening next fiscal year.
Okay, maybe we can have a conversation one-on-one about this, Mr. Chairman.
I want to thank everyone for their comments on this. Oh, Councilmember Che, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And my question is something that really straddles your committee, but also DGS. I'm very much in support of the investment in expediting HVAC and boiler upgrades in schools across the district, but I want to be sure that the funds are used sustainably, because if we put these things in, they're going to last for like 15 years. So what I wanted to ask is about whether we've explored how much more in funding, if anything, it would cost for DGS to install all electric HVAC and boiler upgrades with the funds. And is there any consideration being given to that? And if it did involve more money, couldn't we please come up with the extra money so that we're not stuck for the next 15 years with these fossil fuel boilers and HVAC systems? Again, this is something, of course, that straddles your committee because of schools, but also find money. Could we ascertain whether these are going to be electric? And if it costs more to do that, could we find money to do that?
I can make a note of it, but that's really a DGS question.
Okay, so as I said, it does straddle both, but because you're the big committee, the whole too, it may fall to you if it does cost more money to help us find that money. Thanks.
Yeah, well, let me see a little bit more. I get that because schools is in the committee of the whole, and we're talking about schools, and folks look at the committee of the whole. I think in order to answer the question that you're putting forward, Councilmember Che, and it's quite legitimate, we're recognizing that fossil fuels in all of their manifestations present climate change problems. But to answer the question, I think we would need a schedule from DGS of boilers' useful life or HVAC systems' useful life, and a schedule for replacement of them and the cost for replacement of them. And then from that, figure out if we want to accelerate that schedule, we'll figure out the cost. And then if we want to accelerate the schedule, what that cost would be.
Forgive me, Mr. Chairman, but it's already in the DGS budget, I believe, and so you're right to refer to that. But to expedite the change of these pieces of equipment, and the only question I have is, was consideration given to having them be all electric? And we could get an estimate if it's more money, because it's right in there now. We don't need a big study in like years. Just find out. We could just ask what would it take for these same pieces of equipment to be electric instead of fossil fuels.
Councilmember White.
I think it's a great question, Mary. I think this may be I'll work with you, Mary, to find out and get an answer to the question. There's a lot I don't know here. I don't know the lifespan for the traditional HVAC versus electric, but I also do believe we need to be moving in this direction. So let us try to get some information and see how quickly we can move it along.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because I don't want us to get stuck with this other technology, so to speak, for 15 years.
Sure.
You get my point. So
we've done a couple buildings, Banneker and I think John Lewis.
John Lewis, yes.
that are zero emission. So they may have these types of HVAC systems there. So we actually may have relevant information on this. So that's where I'll check first.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
So Councilmember Che, are you okay working with Councilmember White on this?
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Raymond, that's it. Raymond in Ward 4 is the next one that will be, sorry, John Lewis and Raymond.
All right. We're going to move on. So the next committee is Committee on Health. I do want to note, we've been over an hour with Committee of the Whole, which is going to, if we maintain that pace, we'll get to Judiciary around 8 or 9 o'clock tonight.
I won't be here for that.
So, Councilmember Gray, if you could present Committee on Health.
Am I unmuted, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to do this, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask if I can have Michelle, who's now doing, the staff directing work on for the committee. She's with me here today, and I'm going to ask her if she will join in. She worked with me because Erica, of course, now has moved on to other things. So, but she's been working with me now to be able to address the committee issues for our committee. There are a couple of things I want to mention, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. The DGS has been mentioned, and I'll follow up with Councilmember Robert White on this issue because he chairs that. But I want to follow up on the question of the ice arena and what's going to happen with that, because the advocates, the parents, are adamant about being able to get an additional sheet of ice at the ice arena, and I happen to agree with them. So, Councilmember White, I'd like to work with you to see if there's another opportunity to be able to get an additional sheet of ice for the ice arena, which of course is right next to the baseball academy, as you know. And so I think this would be a wonderful addition to what we're doing with the ice arena at this stage. So I'd like to work with you on this if we can.
Certainly, Councilmember Gray. I think I don't want to speak for other members, but I certainly, the people I hear from in the community want to see 2 sheets of ice. That's what you've been pushing for. We made a very clear request of DGS in the hearing with your pushing that they would get us an estimate. So if there's a way to get that done, I stand ready to work with you on it.
I appreciate it, Councilmember White, and I look forward to working with you in the days ahead as we move forward to try and finalize our budget. So that would be a wonderful opportunity to talk with you about that, see if we can actually add another sheet of ice, which I know the parents and advocates want for people. So I'll get with you on this if you're amenable to that.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you very much. I want, and this is another request, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, but Councilmember Allen, I want to work with him about the parking situation at the 6th District. I've mentioned this to him before, and I'll be happy to follow up with him if I can do that, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can't hear you.
I said yes.
Oh.
Do you
I
want
think
to?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, they said yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn now, if I can, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to ask Michelle to join me. I want to have her briefly summarize the changes that the Committee on Health made to the operating budget. Some of this will be the Department of Behavioral Health. Some of it will be the Department of Health and the Department of Healthcare Finance also. So, Michelle, if you can step up with me here, I'd appreciate that. We have a number of changes that we made. I think they're all I think each of you has seen those already. So, and we'll work with you further in the budget office, Mr. Chairman, to further explicate exactly what we're doing. So, Michelle, why don't you step up at this stage, which is easy for me. Some of you all know that I've had a bit of a struggle the last 2 months to be able to deal with some of the issues that I normally just deal with routinely. So she's working with me now. She's actually worked directly with Eric during his time as the committee director. So Michelle, I'm going to ask if you will share some of the changes that we're proposing in the Department of Health budget and the agencies that are therefore associated. So go right ahead.
Sure. So the committee made several changes to the mayor's proposed budget, and for the Department of Health, there were cuts to 10 positions, which have been vacant since FY20, and to some cuts to residential drug treatment programs that showed that there was some significant underspending. For DC Health, we reallocated $3 million and $100,000 from DHCF. We did this largely to reallocate funds to school-based mental health programs, specifically because to address the request that advocates made to increase clinician funding from $70,000 to $80,000. And this also allowed us to put $1.4 million recurring into the school nurse program so that every school has a nurse. We heard from Children's Hospital that the funds, the $4 million that the mayor had allocated in one-time funding would not be sufficient to actually reach the goal of having a school nurse in every classroom. We also allocated $1 million to continue Birth to 3 investment in Healthy Futures, which is a DBH program that meant that $700,000 is going to expand programming there, and then $300,000 for Healthy Futures. One of the asks that the advocates made specifically regarding Healthy Steps is that there be a site in Ward 5, which is one of the recommendations that we made in the committee report. Also, for DC Health, we allocated $1 million to support 10 FTEs that would facilitate some of the professional licensures that the health department had. Again, this was an issue that was raised by many people in the healthcare community that, delays in licensure would really impact their ability to do services. We also increased the department by an additional FTE to do inspections of long-term care facilities and rehabilitation places. This is to make sure that residents are safe where they are and that licensed workers will have the protection to make sure that they are not overburdened so that we can prevent some of the situations that have happened in other places. We renewed funding, $150,000 in one-time funding for the First-Time Mothers Home Visiting Program, which is a subtitle by that name. The committee was also grateful to receive support from various members with funding from Councilmember White's committee. We were able, in government operations, the committee was able to allocate funding to community grants for HIV/AIDS prevention. This is to address the gap funding between federal grants. Also, for opioid prevention for community grants there as well. We received funding from Councilmember Allen's committee to create a pilot program within DBH's CRT division, which will respond and support residents in certain types of disasters, namely for floods and fires, for example. This is following to ensure that Councilmember Allen could speak on where there really wasn't support in place for the community, and the Red Cross was just overwhelmed. So we also accepted funding to enhance food programs, largely with support from Councilmember Che from Transportation, and again from Councilmember Robert White. Food and Friends received additional funding, Healthy Corners, as well as Produce Plus. This is to restore them to the level up until where we would think ARPA funds would take over. The Committee on Transportation also provided $100,000 to create a diaper bank program with the Department of Health. There is legislation pending in Council and the Committee on Human Services that would speak to this as well. But this funding is here just in place till we figure out exactly what's going on there. Because of funding from Councilman Allen's Committee on Judiciary, we also have funding to support the Maternal Mental Health Task Force at the request of Councilmember Henderson. That's $118,000 that would go to an FTE. This is one-time money. This may sound familiar because this is legislation that former Councilmember Brandon Todd passed a few years ago that had gone unfunded. There is also a subtitle to support that. The committee had 3 recommendations for subtitle. One was the Behavioral Health Awareness subtitle. This creates a special fund, which would go, a special fund that would go to holding funding for special license plates with the Department of Health, Department of Behavioral Health, excuse me. That funding piece was necessary to support something that the Committee on Transportation and Environment was doing. Second, again, the First Time Mothers Home Visiting Program, which I mentioned, it's a program that unfortunately began under very difficult circumstances, a home visiting program. They had some delays in receiving funding, and then delays, just because of the nature of the pandemic. The initial reports that we received from the current grantee was very optimistic, but we want to continue to fund it a little bit more just to see if this program is going to be good for district families. Finally, as I said earlier, the Maternal Mental Health Task Force, which has been funded in the committee recommendations, is the final piece. And that would conclude the actions done by the committee. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for stepping in to give voice to the work that we've done. I appreciate that. I appreciate my colleagues also working with me on this and the other issues that we raised. So thank you so much. I appreciate it, and we will work with the chairman to be able to get this all finalized. So, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your efforts, your work, and your support for helping us to get to where we are today. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask some questions of you that I'm going to ask similar questions of other committees. With regard to the new BSN subtitles, the First Time Mothers Home Visiting Program, is that permanent legislation that's already pending, or how does that connect to the budget?
Sure. So this is a subtitle. We've done a similar subtitle previously to fund a specific home visiting type program to create a grant to do that. There is permanent legislation, but we've always funded in this fashion.
So this is actually funding a grant?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay, the Maternal Mental Health Task Force establishment?
Yes, there is permanent legislation, but it was unfunded, so it went away. And this is our effort to bring that back. The subtitle is an exact
subtitle updates that repealed law.
So this is previously enacted legislation that expired sort of, and so we're just renewing it?
That's correct.
Yeah.
What about the Behavioral Health Awareness Fund Amendment Act?
Sure. So I believe that originally it was a subtitle that was with the Transportation and Environment Committee. They have a special license plate for behavioral health awareness, but they need a special fund to place it in, and that would belong with the Department of Behavioral
Okay,
Health.
so this is for a specialty license plate. Is that the only source of money with regard to this fund?
Yes, that's correct.
And the license plates, and maybe Councilmember Che could step in, the license plates will sell for what, $25?
You have to let me check. I think that's right.
Okay, and then DMV gets to keep $20 of that. Is that correct?
Again,
Okay,
check.
so we're gonna be generating $5 a license plate and setting up a special fund for this?
We don't recognize any revenue here as such, but it does raise money.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get a sense of how much, why we're setting up a special fund for $5 a plate.
Well, I mean, it's a source of money,
Okay,
and we just, instead of just it all going to the general revenue fund, I mean, if it has some purpose, the Department of Behavioral Health asked for the funds to be dedicated that way. So being an agreeable committee, that's what we did.
well, and it's important that you are agreeable. We appreciate,
Absolutely.
I appreciate that you're agreeable. But my sense here is that if we were to sell 10,000 plates at $5 a pop, how much do we get? $5,000 in the fund a year? No, $500 a year.
No, you get more than that. But you know what? I guess we're so used to dealing with mega dollars. This money counts, and the Department of Behavioral Health asked for the funds to support their program. So it might be, from a perspective of a $16 billion budget or whatever ours is, minuscule, but it's not a nothing either. It's something.
Absolutely.
You both go into the
I'm
fund.
muted.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Do we have, Councilor Che, do you have a financial estimate of how much money we're putting into the fund from this?
It depends on the number of the plates that are sold.
Well, yeah, but we have other specialty plates. We ought to be able to estimate that. Where I'm getting at is, why would we be setting up a special fund for a small amount of money? I mean, a very small amount of money. We set up special funds to fund major initiatives. I'm thinking of the litigation fund at the Attorney General, or the Anacostia bag fee for cleaning up the Anacostia River. But if we have a fund here that's generating only a few $1,000s a year, so if you could, I'm not sure who the you is, but it might be you, Councilmember Che, if you could give us what the estimates are so that we could see whether this is actually a fund we want to set up.
The wildlife, the wildlife plate was also, done in this way. I don't know what the niceties are here, Mr. Chairman, about, how we want it to look, but does a special purpose fund have to have a minimum amount of money to be so designated? I think, that they wanted the funds dedicated, the Department of Behavioral Health. I don't personally, or the committee as such, I don't think cares where it goes, but we said fine, and if they wanted it to go to a specific pot, then that would be okay. And what's the fastidiousness here of saying, no, it's just too little money to have a special purpose fund? We don't want to have the ink used, for putting it on a piece of paper. I don't get it.
Well, I didn't intend to incite a reaction, but I think we ought to be more mindful of how many special purpose funds we set up and where the dollars are going. So we're setting up a fund here for which there's no revenue recognized, therefore no money being budgeted. And I'm guessing that it's going to raise a couple of dollars a year, but that's because I haven't seen anything. And I'm not sure that that's the way the appropriators ought to be appropriating the budget, is setting up little funds, but I'm asking for information to see.
This
So
ensures that the plate money won't be spent on random things in the budget when there are behavioral health purposes that the department wants to direct them to.
Like what?
Well, Councilmember Gray, you can help me out here.
You said there was no money budgeted against, no spending budgeted against this.
There will be money.
Yeah.
It could go to any of their programs.
I'm muted.
This was a request, and I'm happy to accede to it. I think, in fact, the special purpose funds are perhaps more transparent than throwing everything in the general fund and then dishing it out in some way.
Councilmember Che, I feel like you're pushing back at me here.
I am. I definitely am.
I asked for some supporting evidence here. How many license plates are estimated? How much money will we generate per license plate?
We don't know until next year when people actually buy the plates. Maybe it will be zero, or the office, the revenue office said there are no revenue estimates. They typically, if this helps you, bring in about $50,000.
Councilmember Che, I'll be happy to work with you and the Department of Behavioral Health on the estimates associated with this. And we can get back to the chairman pretty quickly. I think. Okay.
Okay. Just trying to help you out, Mr. Gray.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions from other members, and if anybody has their hand raised, I cannot see it. Councilmember Lewis George?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gray, wanted to first say thank you for the investments in the school-based mental health and increase the salaries for the school-based mental health clinicians from 70,000 to 80,000. I think that'll make a huge difference and really does go into addressing some of the issues we have in that area. And also the work to make sure that we have school nurses in every school, and every DCPS and charter, both just things that are more than necessary, and glad you all took that step. I just wanted to ask about the section on the CRTs, the community response teams. I noticed the committee did include in the recommendation in the language about the increasing the number of community response teams to enhance engagement of residents with behavioral health needs and connecting them there. It seems that you all noted that having a CRT team in every ward in the city right now in the workforce is just not yet available for that type of robust expansion this year. So I just wanted to get a sense of sort of what have you heard from, I guess, from DBH, or can you all speak to the committee's thinking on how we grow this program in terms of funding needs to meaningfully grow the staff or the team members to be able to be on the ground for the community response teams? Just because the issue is we all are sort of pulling from the same team, and sometimes they may be an issue in Ward 4, 7, 8, and 5. And the CRT team is like, we're currently in Ward 7, and I'm sorry, I can't get to you over in Ward 4. So that was the reason for sort of trying to get some more CRT-based teams. Just trying to get a sense from you. I understand we couldn't, I guess, get them to increase the ward-based team because it sounds like there's a workforce issue, but is there anything we can do to support us from the council perspective or budget to at least make a robust expansion in the upcoming year?
Go ahead, Michelle.
Certainly, Councilmember George, this is something that the committee will be looking closely at. We echo your sentiments, but again, this is going to take some time. for us to figure out more on how they're used, what the capacity is to grow, and what barriers might be in place to that, so that when we're ready to roll it, it's a successful rollout.
Okay.
So I'm happy to work with you and your staff to this goal.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I think we're just gonna need more, we just need more people on the ground supporting some of the communities, especially with the gun violence and the trauma there. And I hate calling and being like, well, I know you're in this ward, but can you come to my ward? It just feels terrible. Doing that, and I don't like to do it. So I just want us to see if there's a way to expand that so we can do it. But I look forward to, I guess, working with you all further so we can kind of find a solution, or at least help that pipeline further and grow it. I think that was it that I had. Oh yes, and thank you for Healthy Futures. The funding, the $700K for Healthy Futures. Appreciate that as well. Thank you, Jim.
I think you know, Councilmember Lewis George, that I've been so invested now several years in early childhood education, and I appreciate your commitment to being able to do the same thing. And I look forward. Look forward to working with you and your staff to be able to expand what we're doing more widely than what we have now. We have an opportunity to do that, and I look forward to working with you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Che.
Oh, I didn't mean to leave my hand up. Sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember
I'm
Henderson.
taking it down. Goodbye. And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Gray, I just want to thank you for just being a very awesome collaborative partner in all of this, from the revival of the maternal mental health task force to, some of the other things that happened in this budget. I do just wanted to make a couple of things for everybody to know. First, in terms of the diaper bank grant, we had some back and forth because DC Health didn't really want it. Department of Human Services said, we'll take it, but we need an FTE, which we thought was ridiculous. I have recently had a conversation with Deputy Mayor Turnage, and I think we have a home for it, because I was like, Deputy Mayor, help us figure this out in terms of your cluster. And he just said that healthcare finance would take it as a recurring grant program. So I say this for everyone in the masses: if you have some additional money that you want to give to the diaper bank program, there's a home for it in the Department of Healthcare Finance. On the maternal mental health task force, we also asked for the deputy mayor to take a look at the language to make sure that, because it's been a couple of years, there are also some community collaborative organizations who wanted to take a look at this as well. So we may have some changes in terms of language that we can bring to you, Councilmember Gray, as well as I'll mark that for Ann Phelps from the perspective of the BSA.
We'll look forward to getting that. Look forward to getting that from you, Council Member, and I'm sure that you'll get it to us very quickly.
Yep. And then finally, on the school-based mental health, again, I want to thank you for ensuring that we're maintaining the 80,000 in terms of the payment piece. I tried to work on a subtitle to sort of allow for LEAs a little bit more flexibility in trying to hire folks here. I think DBH raised some valid concerns around that, but I do feel like we have to do more around this question of what happens after DBH grants CBOs money, but they are unable or they do not hire a person for a school. We have, I think 37% of our schools currently are not matched with someone, and yet the money is still there. So what are we doing with that additional money? And we haven't been able to get an answer in terms of what happens when you're unable to hire someone. And I just want to make sure that those funds are not being wasted, but they could be reinvested into the schools in other ways, or building out talent pipeline. I don't know, but I just wanted to put that out there on the record, but that's all I had.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we'll be happy to work with you, council member. We don't want money sitting around either. We want to use it for, especially for school-based mental health purposes. There can't be anything more worthy than that. So we'll be happy to work with you as part of the committee if you're willing to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I can't see if anybody else virtually has their hand up. Nobody else in this room has their hand up. We will move on to the next committee. Committee on Housing and Executive Administration, Councilmember Bond.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The Committee on Housing and Executive Administration, we met on April the 20th, and with all members present, unanimously approved the FY23 budget report and recommendations. All told, the mayor's total proposed FY23 budget for the agencies under the committee's purview is approximately $1.3 billion, up from $829 million in the FY22 budget. Included in these figures is $64.8 million for the Department on Aging and Community Living, $182.6 million for the Housing Authority subsidy, $50 million in capital funds for the Housing Authority, $99.8 million for the Department of Housing and Community Development, and the historic investment, of course, of the $500 million in FY23 in the Housing Production Trust Fund. The 5 executive agencies total $45 million, and they are the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Office of the City Administrator, Office of the Senior Advisor, Office of the Secretary, and the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. And their respective budgets are $20.5 million for the Executive Office of the Mayor, $12.2 million for the Office of the City Administrator, and $4.5 million for the Office of Senior Advisor, and $5.2 million for the Office of Secretary, which includes the archives, as we all know, and $1.7 million for the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. And so when you look at slide 1, it shows that we approved the budget with the changes outlined as follows. A transfer of $264,000 in one-time funds from the DHCD, Department of Housing and Community Development, to the Office of the Tenant Advocate for further support for the rent control clearinghouse database. The committee is encouraged by the progress that has been made, and note that this project, infrastructure project, will be transferred to the Department of Housing and Community Development. Additionally, $60,000 from the department to the Department of Aging and Community Living to enhance services for seniors living in isolation, with a focus on those who speak a foreign or non-English language, and $40,000 for a special project at DHCD to track federally and locally subsidized affordable housing. Also, $79,000 to fund the fiscal impact of Bill 24-579, the DC Habitat for Humanity Real Property Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2022. And that's all on slide 1. Slide 2, the committee accepted a total of $2.3 million from the Committee of Government Operations and Facilities to fund 80 new vouchers for LGBTQ and returning citizens and residents on the DC Housing Authority waitlist and residents exiting the rapid rehousing program. An additional $300,000 from the Government Operations Committee to increase legal services for seniors, and $100,000 from the Government Operations Committee for the Senior Community Ambassadors Program, which is housed at DACL, or Department on Aging and Community Living. An additional $15,000 in reoccurring funds from the Government Operations Committee to support one FTE in the Executive Office of the Mayor for the Clemency Board. $75,000 from the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs to fund 3 vouchers for returning citizens, and $60,000 in one-time funds from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission to fund the commission's role in providing notices to owners of blighted and vacant properties under the DCRA Omnibus Amendment Act of 2018. Slide 3, the committee accepts a transfer of $198,000 from the Committee on Business and Economic Development to the Department of Housing and Community Development to fund two-term FTEs for administering a grant for the essential home repairs under the HPAP program. And we have strengthened both the HPAP and the EAHP program in this year's budget. The committee accepted a transfer of $630,000 from the Committee on Transportation and the Environment to the Department on Aging and Community Living to support adults 60 years and older with memory loss and cognitive impairment for telemedicine, equity program in Wards 7 and 8, and to develop a social innovation accelerator for solutions to community health in Wards 7 and 8. The committee also accepted an additional $738,000 in one-time funds from the Transportation and Environment Committee to help individuals with dementia and Alzheimer's disease maintain bills and financial stability, and to provide comprehensive health and social services to seniors living in isolation, with a focus on those seniors who speak a language other than English. And then finally, slide 4, the committee accepted $500,000 in the capital FY23 budget from the from the Committee on Transportation and Environment to fund a feasibility study for a new senior wellness center serving wards 2 and 3. And $1.1 million in FY23 capital funds from the Government Operations Committee to enhance capital funding for repairs and maintenance at the DC Housing Authority properties, and $1 million in the FY23 capital funding from Government Operations to enhance support for the archives, which is located in or housed by the Office of Secretary. We are grateful to our sister committees and to their wonderful chairpersons and for these contributions. And then finally, also on slide 4, you'll find, I'll take a moment to address the BSA subtitles that are included in this report. The heirs property, the committee accepts the mayor proposed heirs property subtitle, which will empower the mayor to issue grants to support legal services for low-income individuals who are seeking to obtain clear title to property inherited from a relative. And I hope my colleagues will support this important bill, because it will enable low-income district residents, give them the ability to maintain the generational wealth generated by homeownership without incurring burdensome or unaffordable legal fees. And then also the Home Purchase Assistance Program subtitle. The committee accepts the mayor's proposal to raise the maximum amount of assistance in the HPAP program from $80,000 to $202,000 for the lowest income applicants. The maximum amount of assistance will continue to be addressed and adjusted based on the applicant's income. The committee also proposes 2 modifications to the subtitle. One, incorporating a grant for essential home repairs for HVAC participants, and another establishing a minimum amount of assistance. And then finally, the committee also proposes 2 new BSA subtitles. One includes the public schools and charter schools teachers in the district's employee assisted housing programs first responder grants. The grant, which is currently available to police officers, firefighters, paramedics, and emergency medical technicians and correctional officers, raises the size of the matching fund portion from $5,000 to $15,000 to be used in conjunction with the EAHP, or the Employer Assisted Housing Program. And then finally, the committee has included an additional subtitle to the BSA to clarify the disclosure requirements of the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development to report within 10 days of the Housing Production Trust Fund funding decision, the critical details of that decision. This is a carefully crafted bill designed to protect the process while giving the public the information necessary to question, ensure, and that the decision-making process was fair and appropriate. The $500 million investment in the trust fund is without question the cornerstone of the mayor's affordable housing production strategy, and as I must say, for our government in general. We must maintain the public's trust in the process without impairing the ability of the director to exercise his or her discretion, and without compromising the integrity of the process for any of the potential bidders or vendors that apply to the program. I believe this subtitle strikes the right balance. I know that there have been questions and chats about whether or not it goes far enough, but I am urging my colleagues to support it and put this provision in place, and so we can move forward. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my presentation on our budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Before I turn to council members, I just wanted to go over your cuts again. So you took, the only change in DHCD was $443,000 reduction in operating funds?
I'm sorry, it's kind of muffled. I didn't hear what you were saying.
The only change with regard to DHCD in terms of your cuts was to reduce $443,000 in operating funds?
Yes.
And where did you take the money?
We took the money from the, what the agency did was moved many of the FTEs in the agency into the Housing Production Trust Fund budget because of their overhead. And so we just, we asked and got approval from a number of locations throughout the agency, yeah. Well, I guess the lion's share, the lion's share came from the affordable, ADU program. Yeah, from the ADU program, where the funds had been sitting, sort of an example of what was discussed previously, where monies had been sort of sitting and not utilized.
So of the 443,000, a majority of it came from the ADU program.
Correct, yes.
And you made one cut in FY22, $179,000.
Yeah, let me get to I have to use my chart. Yes, that's correct.
And what was that cutting? I guess it's
this was where we did the Habitat Real Property, right? And also we did the support to.
No, I'm not asking where the money's going.
I know, I'm looking now. Do you have that where it came from?
I'm still looking for it. We'll get that.
We have it, of course. And what we did, we scrubbed the budget and where there was
No, I get that. So
any money.
I'm being told the 179,000 was from a contract that was being unspent.
Yes. I was going to say we scrubbed the budget and wherever we found dollars unspent that we could pull, we did pull.
Okay, so let me ask you on the Budget Support Act titles. Home Purchase Assistance Program. No, I'm sorry, wrong one. The Educators Housing Incentive, the budget nexus is?
No impact.
No, I didn't ask whether it had an impact. I asked what the nexus was to the budget.
The nexus. Ron?
Yeah.
Well, he knows it's EHAP. EHAP.
Are we funding the incentive in the budget?
There's no additional cost.
Well, he knows there's no additional fiscal impact. Yeah, he knows that.
Councilor Bonds, are we expanding the housing incentive in the budget and this is necessary to support that?
No.
Expanding the eligibility.
What we're doing is really adding an additional category of employee to the act. We're not expanding the amount of funding that is in the program.
Okay, and then this is supported in the budget.
Yes, it is.
How about the Housing Production Trust Fund Accountability and Transparency Amendment Act?
We were told that there was no fiscal impact.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what the nexus is to the budget. Other than the fact that
I know it directs the funding and how that is achieved, but the Trust Fund Accountability and Transparency Amendment Act is really designed to say how the program will be operated and how the focus will be as we look at how the funding is deployed or spent or leaves our government.
So is there already legislation about this pending in your committee?
Is there legislation pending in our committee? Yes. We have, in fact, we have 3 pieces of legislation pending and we've had a hearing.
Why can't we go that route instead of the BSA?
Well, the thought was that we wanted to move it as quickly as possible. And the BSA is something that is apparent now. We certainly can go through the hearing process again because I think it's 2 pieces have not gone through a hearing. But we thought that it would move expeditiously if we were able to put it in the budget. And we feel very strongly that it's the right time. We continue to hear questions about how the trust fund is being handled, and particularly with the emphasis on the increase in this bucket of funding. So we thought that if it's in the BSA, it really pops and has a little more meaning as we move forward to spend this $500 million.
I just want to say, I've never heard anybody describe the BSA as popping, but.
Well, you know, forgive me for not using terminology that you're most familiar with or you agree with, but you know, I mean, you know, I don't know what to say. You know, I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to be collegial. I'm trying to give you my response to the best of my ability.
Oh, you're doing that. I appreciate that. You're doing a very good job. Thank you. Councilmember Allen and then Councilmember Nadeau.
Thanks. Councilor Bonds, thanks so much. On the EHAP expansion, I had a couple of quick questions. First off, I love the idea of finding these types of incentives for our educators. I guess 2 questions related to this. How many more, I think in your committee report, you said about 50% of all teachers live in DC. Do we have an estimate of how many additional teachers that means to be eligible for this program?
We do not at this time, but the thinking was, given that we have like 13, 16% of the police officers that actually live in DC, and what about 20, 27% of the firefighters, that we were not in any way putting extreme pressure on this fund. It would be great for the fund to be utilize more. And so by adding educators who are an essential part of our society, we thought that this would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I guess, so only 16% of police officers live in DC and only 22% of firefighters live in DC, which is why we created this program specifically for fire and police, or to get more of them to live in DC. I heard you say there's no fiscal impact, but that's mean essentially we have the same pot of money in the EHAP program, but we're going to be expanding more people that will be eligible for it. Which doesn't that mean that by extension, you would have less opportunities for police and fire to be able to take advantage of the EHAP program?
I disagree with that assumption, because we've had this program for firefighters and police for a few years now. And we see that whatever this pot of money does, it's not stimulating their interest in moving into the city. And so we need more. We need more stimuli to bring them into the city. And so I am saying, instead of us having pots of money throughout this government just sort of laying around and waiting to be used, here is a population that our society cares so deeply about. And so let's bring them in and let's give them an opportunity to more frequently live within the confines of our city. So that was the rationale.
Absolutely no disagreement with that. So how much money do we have left in the pot for EHAP last year?
Do you have the pot numbers? Yes, that was left from last year. We will get you that. I'm sorry, I don't have it right here on my sheet.
Part of it's an administrative.
Okay. Oh, I know.
Would you get that to the committee, the whole staff as well, please?
Of course.
And then in terms of the way that this is structured, it's for both DCPS and charter teachers?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So EHAP comes with a 5-year service commitment that you have to sign as a contract. How does that work for charter LEAs? So I know we could do it for a DCPS, but have we had a conversation with our charter LEAs? Because normally they don't like us to make any requirements on them. But in this event, they would be contractually required to work there for 5 additional years.
Well, Councilmember Allen, we have had some conversations, and primarily we've had it with the personnel as opposed to the leadership of these institutions. And the whole idea is to encourage those that have a sense of tenure, that they are going to continue in their employment, to move from outside of the district into the district. So I can't give you, I cannot give you a summary statement of the conversations with these institutions. The whole idea is to say to our educators that we want you in the city as much as we want the firefighters and the police, and to give you an opportunity.
1000% agree with the motive, 1000% agree with the goal. And certainly I could work with you and others on this after this, but I wouldn't want to be in a position, especially for those charter schools, where they have to sign a contract to work for 5 additional years of service. And if they are not continuing their service, there's huge financial implications for them to have to pay back and penalties and things like that. So I just want to make sure we're taking care of those teachers so that they don't end up on the hook for that.
I understand your thoughts on that. And likewise, I hope that you understand that I am trying to get our educators to understand how valuable they are to our city and to our young people and our educational products. And so I'm trying to get us all to come together on this because, you know, I don't see how we can ever not provide provisions for our educators.
Zero disagreement on that, but just trying to understand the administrative impacts of this and then what this fund either could or wouldn't do in terms of the other initial purposes of creating.
And there's a very good chance that there will be few that will be able to take advantage of it that are charter teachers or educators, but at least they know that we have this process that they can take advantage of. As you know, in the city, we have about 50 different housing programs, and it's very difficult for individuals to go through 50 different programs and figure out what they qualify for in a very succinct way. And so I'm trying to cut through the chase and say, okay, you might qualify for this. And if you do, please take advantage of it.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, and I also have on the list Councilmembers Henderson and Silverman.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and Chairperson Bonds. Thank you for all your hard work here. I wanted to ask you about two things just to see where you stood on them. I know that you, like all of us, a really tight budget, so you can't do everything you wanted to do. I know there's an ask out there for $20 million for the Housing Preservation Fund. Is that something that you're amenable to that we could all be looking for at the Committee of the Whole?
We've been advised that as it relates to the Preservation Fund, that the repayments are coming in to DHCD. And at this point, they did not feel that there was a necessity to increase that fund. So that's why we did not ask for more money for it. But I am very sure that if we put money in it, it can go out the door pretty rapidly.
Sure. And I know I had heard that argument too, and I think CNHED is a little concerned that the executive might be a little premature in their assumption that they've reached that self-sufficiency level. And I know you worked really hard on the strike force on this stuff, so I'll just lift that up here. I know Chairman Mendelson's listening, that you know, it sounds like Coalition believes that 20 million more for the Housing Preservation Fund would be well utilized. And then the other question is, thanks for all your work on HPAP. I'm hearing an ask for another 5.2 million for HPAP. I don't know if you've heard that too, but I really wanted to advocate for that.
Yes, I would love to have more in HPAP, because I think the more we put in it, the faster we make homeowners. And that's what we really and truly need. And on I think that, you know, my committee is, we're short on cash. We take all the money we can get. We seldom have a lot of money or any money really that we can move around, unless there is lack of or vacancy in an FTE category or something like that. But we will take all the money that we can get for HPAP, and we can use it. Let me tell you, HPAP funding is short every other month. And we have to wait for more money to come, the fund to constantly be refreshed so that we can get more money out the door. And this is one of the biggest ways that we use or make moderate income and low middle income persons homeowners. And so it just stands to reason we would want to do more with this.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Christina.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Bonds, I wanted to quickly follow up on something that Councilmember Allen mentioned about the EHAP provision. So I've had some conversations with some charter school leaders who are actually quite excited about this because they were talking about how the cost of living in the district and obtaining home ownership is kind of a deterrent in terms of their ability to not only recruit good people, but also retain their staff. I was curious though about the definition of educator and the choice to essentially exclude principals, assistant principals, paraprofessionals from the ability to qualify for this. Are you set in stone on the definition of educator, or is this something that we can continue to work on?
I think we can work on the definition of educator 100%.
Okay, great.
Again, thinking about the pot of money and trying to figure out how many grants might come in or requests come in, but no, and I'd love for us to put more money in it. If we really, this could be a biggie for our city, if I think. So I'm all open to it, yes. 100%.
Yes, I agree with that. Chairman Middleton, I hope you heard that. If there's additional money laying around, let's add some dollars to expand the pot here. Great. I wanted to ask a question about the archives.
Play can help.
What's that?
Sorry.
She was suggesting some license plate ideas.
Oh, I do have questions about that for Councilmember Chade later on.
Well,
Anywho,
it would be good if we could tie the job to ownership of, so maybe Councilmember Silverman has some resources that she can bring to the table.
Well, I think I'm ninth. I will talk about that, Councilmember Bonds. Don't worry.
okay. I wanted to ask about the transfer from GovOps over to the Office of the Secretary about the archives. So I understand that, I mean, obviously I'm on government operations, so I know what we did in terms of sending $1 million over for the DC archives. But we also did 2.7 million last year for the same purpose. And so I'm curious, are you, Councilmember Bonds, getting some answers from the Office of the Secretary in terms of what's happening with the archives going forward? Like, have they picked the location?
Yes, they have picked a location. It's of course on UDC campus. It's the building that is there. They thought at one time they could use the skin of the building, but it looks like they may actually have to build a new facility, given the volume of records that they have identified to house there. So that's how the money is going to be used for the whole process. Also, there's the issue of the need for a couple of more FTEs. As you know, they have an archivist now, so that's very good. But they actually need those personnel that can begin to store the records in an appropriate way. So that's how the money is going to be used for the archives.
Okay, and my last question, there's a $264,000 one-time transfer to OTA for collaboration with the rental accommodations unit to design, what do they call it? A rent control clearinghouse database.
Okay.
Does this mean that the database will be complete this fiscal year?
Yes, in fact, the database mainframe is done.
Okay.
What this means is transferring all the data in, maintaining the consulting company. And by the way, just so you know, this database will contain information about all of our multifamily housing. So not just rent control buildings. So this will be a big bonanza. We do not have such a, I guess I'll say, initiative or device within our government. So this is a great opportunity for us to finally be able to count not just buildings by addresses, but numbers of units and et cetera, and also to determine the number of times that inspections have taken place, infractions that have been counted. And I'm trying now to get from this whole process an indication of where we have our vouchers. So that will help us to know what some of the other things that we're most concerned with in the government. So we see it as a big deal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Oh, and Councilmember Gray has his hand up in case you can't see it.
He's after Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Silverman?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I want to talk about three things. First, to add on to what Councilmember Bonds said, Mr. Chairman, about the BSA subtitle. So we're spending $500 million on the Housing Production Trust Fund. We have never met the requirements of the law in terms of how much money should go, especially to the I think the jargon is deeply affordable housing, the 0 to 30% AMI. Reminder that the trust fund has also been the subject of 2 reports from the auditor and the inspector general, raising red flags about concerns about how projects have been selected and that the trust fund hasn't met the statutory requirements. Now, I want to thank Councilmember Bonds. I think we're moving in the right direction. But I do think that we talk about accountability, we talk about transparency, we need to do it. And also, I think we need to stand up for the council's right to understand how we're spending money, Mr. Chairman. So, Councilmember Bonds alluded to comments. My comment is that we need to have transparency of these funds, and that there is a bill in the Housing Committee right now addressing this, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to do it in the BSA because the nexus is we're spending $500 million on the trust fund. We need to spend it according to the law, which we've never done. And then, the council needs to understand if the director is using his, in this case, prerogative to diverge from his staff's recommendations, we need to understand why. And I will say we've worked collaboratively with Director Hubbard, the prior director of DHCD, with Councilmember Bonds and the Housing Committee staff. If we're going to spend $500 million, we need to know what it's being spent, that it's being spent on the things the council thinks it's being spent on, which is 50% of that money needs to go to 0 to 30% AMI housing. So that's my first take on that. The second thing I want to talk about is, again, we're spending lots of money. I will just say this once, so I won't say it in my spiel. We're spending $19.5 billion, but a lot of our residents don't see the spending. And public housing is a perfect example of that. So we have been putting more, and I've been the champion of doing this. So I'll take it for the team here. With declining federal resources, we need to put local dollars into public housing, but we need to make sure that it's being spent on the things that it should be spent on. And I think what it needs to be spent on is not only prepping properties for future development, but also keeping the current properties dignified and livable. I really think we need to do something here about making sure that the public housing, what do we call it, DC Housing Authority, is spending the repair money that the council is putting in on repairs. And I don't think that's being done, or it's not clear to me that it's being done, because we have residents consistently telling us about vermin and mold and all kinds of issues. So, you know, we need to make sure, again, all three things are about making sure the money we put in is spent the way we think it should be spent. My third thing is actually, I wasn't going to comment on this, but since it came up, EHAP and HPAP, our homeownership programs. Again, we're putting money into this, but my understanding of why there's extra money in HPAP and EHAP is because they can't get to closing. It's administrative issues. You know, and I mean, I personally know somebody in district government who couldn't get to closing with this program. So, you know, I don't know if it's getting more aggressive in terms of oversight, you know, and I think, you know, and I thank Councilmember Bonds. I think one of our strategies was, I think it was the Urban League that was administering HPAP, and we split it between Urban League and DC HFA. I don't know where it was there. But I don't know if we've seen that much improvement. We need, you know, if we're going to give people, whether they be teachers, I mean, first of all, in the end, given the cost of this market, unfortunately, this money doesn't help that much. That's the reality. But look, it's better than nothing. So, but it almost is nothing if we say we're going to give people whether it's down payment assistance or a second mortgage assistance, and then they can't get to closing. They can't actually buy the home. So, I mean, in terms of, so first of all, to wrap up in a neat bow, you know, on the first BSA subtitle, I think as an institution, as a council, we deserve to know how our money, that $500 million is being spent. I think what the current BSA subtitle doesn't quite get us there. I think we can work together to get us there. On the second issue, I'm concerned. I'll just say I'm concerned that the money we're putting in is not for repairs, is not being used for repairs. And finally, you know, on EHAP and HPAP, we got it, you know, we're letting our own employees down if this program isn't working properly, if people can't get to closing.
Councilor Bonds, can you comment on the EHAP and?
I'm going to try and comment on all three. I think 3, 4, 5, 6 points that were made to the best of my ability. As it relates to the employee assistance program, home purchase program, the process for that program, as well as the process for the general public's ownership program, is pretty much the same. The agencies or entities that are dispersing the money are reimbursed as they spend the money. And the reimbursement process requires the documentation coming into the Department of Housing and Community Development before a reimbursement is given and the next tranche can be spent. It does tend to be a slow process. I think I have said publicly, perhaps even in our committee, that I think we're at a point where it's a very popular program. Years ago, maybe we needed to nurture it through a community-based organization such as the Urban League, but I think we're at a point where this can be done through the standard process with the realty community. And so that's one of the solutions that I would recommend based on the information that we have received, because the reimbursement process is very slow. You know, you don't it's red tape. It's that traditional government red tape, and it ends up taking longer than 30 days. And when people when they get to the point where they provided all of the paperwork, they want to go to closing. And we want them to go to closing, and particularly with the interest rate constantly ticking up. So it is a problem. But it is the nature of the money that we have and the manner in which we have to handle the money, which requires that we document that we got everything in and then we send it out. We're much faster today than we were 4 years ago, for sure. We're much faster. As it relates to, you wanted to talk about, public housing repairs. The public housing repair process, as Councilmember Silverman knows, and anyone on our committee knows, and I believe everyone knows, is a process that's done through contracts. And the contracts are, we approve them in the council action on a regular basis. So that's where the money is going. The time frame is done through usually just through the contracts process and through the reporting process. We periodically are told how many elevators have gone in, how many windows are being placed on the different properties. But we do have some reporting on that, and I'm not sure how greater detail we want the expenditure reports to be. The other thing is, as it relates to, as it relates to transparency, the transparency issue, in my opinion, has been the public doesn't know who applied and who was rejected. And so, and they don't know how many affordable units were accepted and how many versus how many were rejected. And so the issue has been, as it is in any contracting process where you respond to a request for proposal, that you do not want to discourage a bidder from today to not bid tomorrow, because you have said that that bidder didn't win because they didn't have the whatever the information that they should have had, or they weren't the winning process. So we don't want to discourage in them. I think I'm not explaining that adequately. But we don't want to discourage any vendor from making application with these requests for proposals. So that's it. I think the transparency, I think we've gotten on this junket of talking about transparency. But what does transparency really mean? It means that we should be able to account for how the dollars are spent. We should be able to account for why we were not able to meet the language in the, because I'm the one that changed it from 40%, from 0 to 30% households to 50%. I'm the one that changed it. I changed it in 2019, and it became effective in 2020. We're talking now about 2022 money moving into planning for 2023 money. So when we talk about this money, we also have to talk about the other bucket of money, which is 31 to 50%, which is at 40%. So 40 and 50%, if you combine those, that's 90%. We're saying 90% of our money must be spent at 50% and below. And we usually are excelling at that. We're very close to getting there. I do not know how much we have planned to spend in 2023, because the RFP will tell us what the request is as it relates to the type of housing we're looking for. But the agency has indicated that the request for proposal will be focused on extremely low income projects. Has it excluded any other projects? It could very well be when you start adding up the number of units. I think, and I have suggested to the agency, we need to look at how many units of affordable housing do we want to count as extremely low income, meaning 0 to 30%, as opposed to the dollars. And I think then we get closer to being able to determine that we're spending our money where we say we want to spend it. So that's my thought on it at this moment.
Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Gray.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask you a quick question, Councilmember Bond. You alluded to Alzheimer's in your presentation. And we've done some work on Alzheimer's in our committee, in the health committee. And I really would be interested in knowing what work that is being done in the health committee on this issue, and can we work together with you on this issue? There is, by the way, some new research that is giving some real hope for Alzheimer's being able to be solved, and I'd be happy to talk with you about that. And also, what can we do to work together with you on Alzheimer's through the housing committee?
Oh, yes, I would love that. The work that has been done, we have supported a process called memory circles, right, through the hospitals, and it's primarily geared towards 7 and 8, although I think I attended one memory circle in Ward 5. And so that's how it's been used, to try to get people to come together and begin to recognize, one, they have the disease, and two, to begin to work with their faculties enough so that they feel that they are still competent to do the everyday things that they must do.
Well, I appreciate that. We've had extensive testimony about Alzheimer's and memory loss in our committee, in our hearings, and I would be delighted to work with you further on it as we can collaborate on these issues between the two committees.
Oh, that would be perfect. One of the facts that you probably are aware of is that particularly for African Americans, if you are not showing memory loss by the age of 75, you usually are going to escape it. In other words, it may not, be prevalent in the rest of your life journey. And so that's very important statistics, because the focus has been in 7 and 8, where we have, many more African American residents than in other parts of the city. So just a little fact that I thought we needed to be cognizant of.
That's a very important point. And again, not to be redundant, but I do think there's some opportunity between the Housing Committee and the Health Committee to be able to work on this issue. It's a hugely important issue. We are making some progress, as you've indicated, and we need to do more.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Gray.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Councilmember Bond, to your committee. I think we've already had a robust housing conversation, and I agree with many of Councilmember Silverman's points. But I wanted to talk about the Department of Aging and Community Living, and more so to also put it on the out there with the chairman here as well. We had talked a little bit about the transportation issues with Department of Aging and Community Living, specifically The seniors and veterans who are at Abrams Hall, the Karen House building, which is our for our housing, and then our Help USA building, which is senior veterans, previously homeless veterans. So we have like over 150 seniors living on Walter campus while it's being developed, and they don't have transportation services. And we had talked a little bit about this, and so I did a digger deep, and I reached out to, and we've spoken to Department of Aging and Community Living. Until that area is developed fully, the seniors there are still sort of stranded at their housing. And they're unable to really walk through the community, and there's no public transportation as of yet. There's no transit, and DDOT and WMATA don't plan on doing anything until all the other buildings are complete. And so the request there was to, until that area is fully, I guess, is developed and we have a transit system actually there, it was to, and by the way, Councilmember Bonds did visit all of the seniors at Abrams Hall, as well as the Help USA Veterans Building. I don't think Karen House had opened up at the moment. That one's run by So Others Might Eat. But I was looking to get $250,000 based on what I've heard, a 12-person wheelchair accessible shuttle that would run 3 days to a week on a 6-hour schedule. And that approximately would cost $250,000 based on my conversations with senior transit providers who already work with the Department of Aging and Community Living and provide those services. Because the reality is that the current services that we have, even with the Senior Connect program, is not as reliable or convenient as a dedicated shuttle, but those programs only come and get one, they'll come get one person, and then another senior at the same time, simultaneous time will request it. And so I just want to fix the situation, if not just temporarily, so it could be one-time funding, something, so that I don't have hundreds of seniors who are stranded on Walter Reed campus, and they're unable to get to the Safeway up the street for groceries, the CVS up the street for the prescriptions, the Tacoma Metro Station, which is far from their campus. It's just not a walkable community at this moment. And so I'm looking to the chairman, but also Councilmember Bonds, who's also been there and seen sort of and heard directly from the seniors, a way for us to deal with this. And I've spoken to the providers who already provide, and they said, we can do it if you guys get the funding to help these seniors. And so I just wanted to put that on the table as something that can be up for further discussion as we go into the big cow.
Okay, you want it for further discussion, or you want me to try and respond a little bit now?
Yeah, I would. Well, I would like your advocacy with me to work with the chairman to try to get this funding for our seniors.
Let me just say, first of all, you two could work together, so we don't, because I'm concerned about the clock, the time. And second of all, it always helps the conversation if you identify the funds. So if the question is, will I find the money? That's a harder question to answer than, hey, here's the money, can we put it in the budget?
Okay.
Just saying.
I must say that while I was during the tour, a couple of cabs came up, and in one instance, the seniors that left the cab indicated that they had used their connector card. Also, I must say, I observed a side street, I think it's Aspen, if I'm not mistaken, where there is a bus stop there. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I know that it could be a hardship for some. And I talked with the some of the residents in Abrams Hall, and I'm willing to work with you, but I don't have any solution right now. So I think we have to see if we can find some money. But I do understand it could be a problem. But I do know that there are there is some transportation close by. And certainly, the connector card gives you the use of the disabled vehicle service as well as just general cab service or cab taxi service. Sorry, using the wrong term.
Yeah, they give them like $100 on the card, and so they utilize that to go like buy groceries and do all that stuff. But it just goes within like many of them. It just goes within a week.
Well, maybe what we need to do is to look at how we can give them a further discount on the utilization of that card, particularly, temporarily. So let's see what we can do to find the resources that we need. But thank you. Mhm.
All right, we're going to move to the next committee. I want to note, because I'm presiding over all this, that we've got covered 3 committees in 3 hours, and we got 7 more committees, and it's 1:15.
Take a lunch break?
No. Those who are here, next door. We're going to turn to the Committee on Human Services. Councilmember Nadeau.
I'm ready.
Why don't you do it and I'll do the slides?
Please proceed.
Okay. Everybody got their food because this is going to knock your socks off. All right, good.
That's not
okay. Just remember that when you're eating your lunch, all the rustling and stuff hits the microphone. So it's exciting over here on the Zoom. Okay, you ready, everybody?
Got it.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So the Committee on Human Services had our work cut out for us this year. We made the following enhancements. Also, we'll start with my reductions. So we made $1.1 million in one-time reductions at DHS in FY22 and $385,000 in 4 vacant FTEs in FY23. We did $833,000 in one-time reductions in FY22 and $380,000 in 23 at CFSA. And at DDS, $72,000 in one-time reductions in FY22 and $82,000 in FY23. A total of $1.6 million of local operating funds from FY22 was carried into FY23, mostly from vacancy savings. For the interesting part, the enhancements. The big one is the $364,000 in FY22 and $935,000 in FY23 to reestablish the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children and fund 5 FTEs. And I will thank him again, but I want to thank Robert White for transferring some of the funds to help us restore the Ombudsperson. Of course, you'll all remember Council has voted twice now to establish this office and wants to fully fund it. And we will vote again on the 10th of May to fully fund it. And hopefully that will be the end of the story. And just so you all know, we have finalists for the position. So this is very much an active process. Thank you all for your support. I think this is going to make us all better at serving our children. Okay, we added $300,000 to DHS to support Project Reconnect. This is a shelter diversion and rapid exit program for unaccompanied individuals. And by working with clients in an open and strength-focused conversation, the diversion experts at one of the district's daytime service centers help individuals on the verge of falling into homelessness avoid or reduce their utilization of emergency shelter. There was a programmatic cut by the mayor, and we have restored that cut and made this program whole. We also added $1.1 million to DHS to increase funding for existing contracts of youth homelessness service providers. This is a conversation that I'm going to come back to in another way as well. But for the past 2 years, the district's contracts with youth homeless services providers have been level funded. Of course, we know costs are not level. Service providers have been forced to raise outside funds in order to keep the same services and maintain funding. There's actually a need to increase grant funding by 3.15 million for youth homelessness service providers in order to prevent a reduction of services in the near future. So we did 1.1 of that. But I'm sure this is true across different agencies as well. But we are having this issue with level funding of contracted services and grants when we know provider expenses are going up. And what that means is level funding is really a reduction in services. So it's something that we are really trying to be mindful over here in the Human Services Committee. I'm sure others of you are dealing with this. We did a $71,000 enhancement to CFSA for home visiting grants. Again, this provides a 15% increase to adjust for inflation and allows them to attract and retain staff and empower them to reach more families. We are talking about staff in these programs who are really working in the trenches, dealing with a lot. You know, they've worked straight through the pandemic, serving our most vulnerable residents. And the least we can do is keep up with the cost of living adjustments that are needed and make sure that we're adequately paying the people doing this work on behalf of the government. We added $50,000 to CFSA to support the grandparent caregiver program. This provides subsidies to low-income kinship caregivers and has been a rousing success story. It is 100% effective at preventing entry into foster care. This makes a small investment in the $641,000 need within that program. We also added $160,000 to the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, to BEGA, to fund one additional FTE. This will be the supervisory ethics investigator. So this person will be the lead investigator for all ethics complaints and supervise the 3 current investigators. This is really important for the management structure there. Right now, the 3 investigators there are sort of just reporting up to the next person up the chain, but don't have that management structure. And certainly we want to make sure all of our ethics investigations are well organized and managed, and that the staff doing them have all the supports that they need. Then we did, what are we on the next slide? Sorry, I'm doing notes. Yeah, I think we're on the next slide. Yep, okay. So transfers in. We received $370,000 from the the Committee on Government Ops and Facilities for the Office of the Ombudsperson. Thank you. We received $750,000 from Government Ops and Facilities for DHS to provide technical assistance grants to improve service delivery for victims of domestic and sexual violence. Thank you. We received $300,000 one time from the Government Operations and Facilities Committee for ERAP. Thank you. We also received $100,000 from Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs Committee to go to CFSA for the Close Relatives Caregiver Program. Thank you. We are always happy to accept transfers from other committees in pursuing our human services goals. So we thank you for that. We have a handful of BSA subtitles. Let me see if I can maybe get ahead of some of the chairman's questions here as I do my presentation. One is the Flexible Rent Subsidy Pilot Program Extension Amendment Act of 2022. This subtitle extends the expiration of the Flexible Rent Subsidy Pilot Program from September 30th to 2021 to September 30th, 2026. This is an important subsidy for families exiting from FRSP. This is an uncontroversial bill supported by the executive. It's currently in effect through emergency and temporary legislation. I have a hearing on it tomorrow to establish the legislative record. And the budget nexus for this is that it affects the utilization of housing subsidies by DHS, which are in the current budget. The next one is the Close Relative Caregiver Subsidy Program Extension Amendment Act of 2022. This subtitle makes the Close Relative Caregiver Program administered by CFSA permanent. The reason we have it in the BSA, first and foremost, it is uncontroversial legislation supported by the agency and all relevant stakeholders. This was the route taken to the permanent status of the Grandparent Caregiver Program, which is the grandparent program to this. I was going to say parent program, but that felt too simple. Okay, and most importantly, We need it to implement the FY23 budget. So both the mayor's proposed budget and the committee's recommendations increase funding for this program for FY23, but it is unlikely to be distributed to subsidy recipients if demand is undermined by the belief that the program will expire on September 30th, 2023. So caregivers are unlikely to apply for a benefit in June or July of 2023, for example, if they believe that by the time their application is processed, the program will have been eliminated. Additionally, applicants who are not deterred by the expiration of the program will have a reliance interest created by the subsidy funds they receive out of the FY23 budget in the continued receipt of benefits past September 30th, 2023. Those families deserve to know whether they'll be continuing to receive these benefits past the arbitrary expiration date. So the final one is the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability Delinquent Debt Recovery Amendment Act of 2022. This subtitle will allow BEGA to retain the funds resulting from ethics and open meetings violations under its jurisdiction, and for those funds to be deposited into an ethics fund or open government fund, respectively. We held a hearing on this bill. No pushback was received from public testimony. The agency supports it. This provides additional funding for BEGA. It goes into two funds that already exist. It is very similar in my mind to other enforcement agencies that we have that are doing enforcement activity that results in fees and fines that allows them to recoup those funds and put them towards their operating costs. We see this in other places throughout government. That is, to me, why we need it here now. Let's see. The mayor has a subtitle. It is not on the slide, but I'll just tell you about it. It's the direct care professional payment rates. The subtitle requires the mayor by fiscal year 23 to set a reimbursement rate for direct care service providers that is sufficient to pay direct care professionals a wage that is on average equal to at least 117.6 of the district minimum wage or the district living wage, whichever is greater. Direct care services are those authorized under the District of Columbia Medicaid state plan or by state plan waivers that are home and community-based rehabilitative or intermediate care facilities for individuals with disabilities. We support this. This goes hand in hand with the work that the council has done on this effort and will increase wages to our frontline workers serving people with disabilities. Though that is the end of my slides, I do want to talk briefly about the unfunded priorities of the committee. And I do think many of you will be interested in this because they are probably things that you are either being asked to help fund and support in the committee of the whole or would have questions about. So first, which is a big one, which is $27.2 million recurring for targeted affordable housing vouchers for families. So we know that there is a cliff right now for families that are in the rapid rehousing program and the program is timing out for them. It could be as many as 900 families. These vouchers would be able to help those families have permanent housing. So that's TAH for families. 27.2 million is my ask that I'm hoping we can find at the committee of the whole. One note that I think is a success that we should all celebrate together is because of the work that we did in the budget last year with the Homes and Hearts Amendment. We funded enough permanent supportive housing that there was no ask from advocates this year on PSH. And that's a really big deal. As long as I've been here and as long as some of you who have been here longer than me have been here, you know that that's been a major ask and it's been part of the Way Home campaign. It's been part of the Homeward DC plan, and that's good news. But we do have this ask that remains, which is the targeted affordable housing. So I want to really focus on that as one of the big human services needs. It would also be great to get some more funding for LRSP. 16.7 million could get us 60 vouchers for returning citizens and 34 for LGBTQ+. And I know government ops did send us some funding for 20 units, or they've put it in the budget. ERAP, of course, is part of the Committee on Human Services. We were not able to enhance it much. Councilmember Robert White sent some funds over to do it. But the need is still great. We estimate the need at around $187 million. The mayor's budget includes $120 million over FY22 and 23. 442.7 million of that is in FY23. So we need more in FY23. So the ask for that is 187 million for ERAP. I talked earlier about youth homelessness providers. I talked about their costs increasing and their funding remaining flat. And I talked about how I was able to put 1.1 million in for them. The remaining need is 2 million for them to operate the services that are needed for homeless youth. This will include many LGBTQ youth who are homeless. They're also asking for $1 million for a youth homelessness workforce program and $500,000 for a mobile health unit. Because of the priority on increasing the contract levels, that was where I focused the little funding that we did have. But I do strongly believe these other needs are very important. The workforce programs that have existed over the years for youth have really put them on a strong path and helped them out of homelessness in the long term, preventing chronic homelessness. We still need $6 million in recurring funds for domestic violence survivor services to address mental health needs of survivors and service provider supports. There's an ask for $12.49 million for one-time funds to create the DV survivor housing inventory. That would be 80 units of housing. There's also an ask for $1.2 million for the Right to Dream program, which supports and houses 20 transition-aged youth survivors of domestic and sexual violence and sex trafficking. This is a program that's been run by a provider for several years, and the local district funds are not meeting the need there, and the program will cease to exist. I want to note the council passed the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act several years ago. So I was the author of the bill, and Councilmember Robert White really brought this bill home and made it, brought it into the world, let's say. So we passed this law, and at the time it essentially had no fist, because it said that OCP needed to do a study to determine what it would cost to adequately pay nonprofits that already have a federal rate, the rate that they deserve. And what that has meant is that most agencies are just not paying attention to it, and they're not giving nonprofits their federally negotiated rate, which means we're having to sort of, by committee, throw money into pots like we did here in human services with the youth homelessness contracts. We need to get together, all of us, I think, to figure out how we're going to get the executive to actually start implementing this law, because the answer can't be, that's fine, you can have that rate, just take it out of the overall contract that we're giving you, because that means that services are diminished. So it's something that I really want to keep on the front of people's minds. This is largely impacting service-based contracts where we're serving very vulnerable people, and the choice for the nonprofit is either pay their staff less or provide less services. And those aren't good choices, and they're not sustainable. And our ecosystem as a government very much depends on the sustainability of these organizations. So I will get off my soapbox, but it's something we all need to be thinking about. I'm almost done. So at CFSA, we could use 600,000 more for the grandparent caregiver program. We also, so council has appointed me and Charles to be on the Child Fatality Review Committee and the Infant Fatality Review Committee. And that experience has helped me understand a little bit better how we address these issues, these really critical issues of child fatality. I know Councilmember Henderson joined us yesterday also in the presentation on this. And one thing that I'm recommending is that we bring in a liaison at CFSA to help with case review to speed up the review of these cases, to coordinate the review of records. Without designated people, you're really putting more on the plates of existing staff. And what it means is that we don't get to do the reviews of the cases as timely as I think everybody would like to. So we really wanted to find $117,000 for that, and we just didn't have the money to do it in committee. I want to emphasize as well that while there are increases in wages for direct care workers in the budget, they're not where they need to be. And we are having a workforce crisis right now in direct service for disability service providers, home health aides, people in congregate settings. Right now, funding at healthcare finance phases in pay increases for direct care workers over the next 3 fiscal years with full implementation of the target wage in FY25. It would be best if we could find a way to move up that phasing by at least a year to meet the urgent workforce need. We also have a draft subtitle that we'll be sending to the committee of the whole staff. It maintains the effect of the mayor's proposed subtitle for direct care workers. I read that earlier. But it incorporates in council's legislative history. It wasn't able to be scored by ORA in time for inclusion in our committee report, but I do think it is really important for inclusion at the committee of the whole. There has been also advocacy to increase the overall living wage. And this is something that I'm interested in pursuing through permanent legislation, because these payment rates that we have for these workforces I've been talking about are tied to the living wage. So this is a sort of rising tide lifts all boats situation if we can do that. Finally, with the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, there were 3 positions that I did not have the funding for that I strongly support. A public information officer, 104,000, and 2 legal fellows totaling 160,000. So that's what I got. And I'm happy to take questions. I tried to anticipate some. And I will say, I'm sorry, when I talked about the 16.7 million for LRSP, that's more than the 60 units and the 34 units I talked about. Those are simply some specific set of sites that have been asked for returning citizens and for LGBTQ. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. The last item you mentioned, the public information officer and the 2 legal, I didn't write down.
Fellows, yep.
Yeah, what's that for again? What agency?
That's for Bega.
Okay. How did you come up with $187 million as the figure for ERAP?
It's the best estimate that we have. The data we have isn't great. Some of our housing providers have tried to help us identify what the overall need is. But this is based on what the advocacy community has put forth. And what they believe the need is based on their calculations. I'm sure you've been asked for the same amount.
And the cuts.
Yes.
So you took some cuts from Department of Human Services. Can you say specifically what they are?
4 vacant FTEs.
There was some money this year that was taken.
One-time reductions. That was unfilled positions, I believe.
And you took some cuts from CFSA.
Yep. Again, vacancies.
Looks like not as much. Wait a minute. Yeah, and it looks like not as much from Department of Disability Services. What was that cut?
Also vacancies.
So all of your cuts were vacancies.
I'm waiting for someone to correct me, but I believe they were all vacancies. Operations and facilities savings actually is one in CFSA.
For current year?
For current year, yeah.
On the BSA subtitles, all three of your proposed additional subtitles are bills currently pending in the council. I get that the bills may have merit. This has come up previously today and will probably come up again later. I totally get that they have merit, but I don't understand why they can't move as permanent bills. What is happening here, and this isn't just you, it's other committees, is that more work is being put on the committee of the whole and the budget staff for us to mark up these bills and for us to do the legislative history, that is the committee reports, which aren't going to be as good. And so I'm not getting why, like the flexible rent subsidy pilot program, I believe you're having a hearing tomorrow. And I remember the Vega delinquent debt recovery was introduced as permanent legislation a month or two ago. And I guess we've had a hearing on that. So other than the fact that everything in the government relates to the budget, because the government doesn't exist without a budget, I'm not getting why this absolutely has to be in the Budget Support Act. I'll see a little bit more. If we were raising a fee, let's say a car registration fee to support, let's say some spending on a particular program, then we have to raise the fee in the Budget Support Act. And if we're simply changing the date for a report from 2022 to 2023, but these are more substantive. And so I'm not getting why they have to be in the BSA.
Well, sir, let me just say this.
Yeah.
Anticipating the concerns about the extra work for the budget staff, my team has been working very closely with the budget staff on each of these subtitles for some time now, so that they wouldn't be scrambling to do that between committee markup and first reading of the BSA. We are following some precedents with several of these subtitles for the prior enactments of the pilots that exist that became permanent bills through the BSA. Also, for the subtitles that we have held hearings on, we do intend to file a full committee report from those hearings. So that will be part of the legislative record. That is the best I can do because this is a question that you're asking each of us, but that is why we're doing it. They're not controversial. And yeah, I'll leave it there.
So you're saying that you're actually going to have a markup of a committee report on these measures?
We're going to, I'm sorry, no, we're not going to have a markup. We're not going to have a markup. No.
Okay. Let me turn to other members. If there are other members who have questions, I cannot see if anybody has a hand up. So if any, oh, no. So if anybody wants to speak, Councilor Che.
Yes, thank you very much. Councilmember Nadeau, I'm in strong support of investments in the budget for permanent supportive housing, but I just had something I wanted to ask about whether the funding levels are at the right levels by program to meet needs. And I still am concerned that some of the residents in need of services don't always get those services. So if you could just tell me how one knows that the budget allocates the right amount for tenant or project-based housing, rapid rehousing, or other programs, what metric tells us what's right for these programs? And that's one thing, and what is DHS doing in the budget to ensure that services, appropriate services, mind you,
sure,
get to those who need them, like clinical services and not just social services, for example, for voucher holders, put into apartments that may have serious issues. So how do you know what your appropriate level is? And then how do you ensure that services of the right kind get to the right people?
Thank you for the question. So first, let me explain that the housing that we work with in the Committee on Human Services and at the Department of Human Services is housing for people who have been in the continuum of homelessness. Meaning, if you're receiving a voucher from us, you have been experiencing homelessness or you've been on the verge of homelessness. The housing vouchers that are administered by the Housing Authority, for example, that are under the Housing Committee, those are simply housing subsidy and they don't come with services. And that, I believe, is one of the issues that you've been dealing with, that we've talked about a few times. When it comes to the adequate level of funding for homeless services, we have a couple of very important trackers that we use. The point in time count we do annually, actually across the region, but here in the District of Columbia, we do it with the community partnership, and that gives us data on the overall need. So we start with that. And we also talk regularly with providers about the challenges they may face in actually matching people, whether or not the housing stock is available as it's supposed to be. I had a very encouraging conversation this week with a provider who said that she had a client who was certainly eligible for housing, and now that we've put so much PSH into the budget, he had to wait almost no time to be matched. And that is the kind of thing we want to keep hearing about. So for people who are eligible for permanent supportive housing, they're going to get a whole host of services and connections to services. So they will have a case manager who helps evaluate what services they need, whether it's behavioral health, whether it's regular health, non-behavioral health needs, whether it might be job support or mentoring, anything like that. And that is built into the program. If a family or an individual does not qualify for that, they may be offered a different type of subsidy like targeted affordable housing. And while they would still have somebody in the government that they can reach out to if they have issues, there is not that heavy level of case management. But the reason that we feel good about the current level of funding around permanent supportive housing is it aligns with the need determined by our count.
Okay, but I want to get back to the notion about appropriate services. We have, and you're very familiar with this, and by the way, I do know that there are federal vouchers and then there are our vouchers. I'm talking about our vouchers.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, even our vouchers are run by the Housing Authority if they are not through the continuum of homelessness.
Okay, I recognize there are two.
Okay, great.
I want to talk about the one that you have under your purview, and that is we have situations here in Ward 3 where we have different levels of homelessness. Of course, there are different people. There are LGBTQ people. There are, returning veterans. There are people who are homeless for a whole variety of reasons. And then there are the chronically homeless, a third of whom the data shows are suffering from various levels of mental illness or addiction or both. And what we're seeing over here is that, they get services, but they're social services. They may have a case manager, but they're getting, through contracts with entities, social services. They're not necessarily getting the clinical services that they need for their problems. How can we align the services to the need? That's another question I have for you.
Well, I'll say this, if there are specific cases you want to work on with me, that's fine. I don't know that this is necessarily a budget question because we know we have the money for it. Sounds more like an oversight question, and I'm happy to work with you on it. I also do know, because we have looked into some of the cases that you've raised in the past, that they largely were not human services cases so much as they were from the other system. And that's a challenge, right? We want to make sure people get the right type of voucher. And happy to talk with you more about it. But yeah, if you have some specific ones that you want us to look into, happy to do it.
Okay, well, we're going to have a meeting over here shortly about all of this, so maybe we'll invite you.
In Ward 3?
Yep.
I'm always happy to come. I've done it before.
Okay, and it has to do with the budget because we want to know how the money is allocated, how it's spent. But thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, are you there? Phil?
I was muted.
Oh, you were muted, Mr. Chairman. Okay, fine.
Yes. Thank you. I cannot see if anybody else has their hand up. That might mean that Councilmember Silverman does, but give me a second. On the screen, virtual, is there anybody else who has a question? Then Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you. Thank you, Brianne, for your presentation. So I think the PSH funding is great and our voucher funding is great. But we don't know, again, one of the biggest issues that our residents talk about, and I'm certainly hearing it from our businesses, is the encampments. And I know this is a Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services issue, but this is where I just get floored by how we approach the budget. Because the encampments are one of the most visible issues going on in our city right now. And it's an issue for all of our peer cities. We see what Mayor Adams is doing in New York and what Mayor Breed is doing in San Francisco. And it's like we're silent on this. You know, I mean, this isn't really directed to you, Councilmember Nadeau. It's directed to all of us. Like, you know, certain wards, Ward 2, Ward 6, I think especially, but, you know, Ward 5, almost every ward has encampments. And right now, we don't know. I can't tell from this budget what we're going to spend on dealing with this issue next year. Does that mean it's not an issue? I mean, really, I guess gotta say that this is nuts. I don't know, that's my technical term for it. This is a nuts way of budgeting. And that one of the biggest issues that is facing our city, which is the encampment issue, we really have no transparency on in this budget. And I won't use jargon. I think Councilmember Vaughn's made a good point. We don't know how much money we're spending on encampments. We don't know how many vouchers are going to be applied, whether they be PSH or LRSP. We don't know how much money the deputy mayor is going to start. Are we going to continue the CARE pilot or not? We don't know anything. And I just find that nuts, to use my technical term, because, you know, this is, you know, again, we have a $19.5 billion budget here. And this is a big issue that our residents care about. I think almost all our residents want a compassionate approach. They don't really know what that means. And we don't know how much we're spending. And we don't know what the plan is. And I just have to say, I brought it up, I guess, in your committee, Councilmember Nadeau, because I feel like it's attached to vouchers.
Yeah, we can commiserate for sure. So you're right. It is the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services. And, you know, I will say, I was really grateful to Vince earlier this year. We did a joint hearing on this because he has jurisdiction over the Deputy Mayor, but I have jurisdiction over homelessness. So we were able to swing it. And here's what I can tell you about, I agree with you that the budget is completely opaque. I think the Deputy Mayor's budget in general is completely opaque. And when we've asked questions repeatedly about the CARES pilot, we pull money from this, we pull money from there, because it's a pilot. You know, there's no line item for it, which is very convenient if you don't want to tell us how much you're spending on something. When we asked about this in our budget hearing with DHS, we did learn that there was a slight increase in funding for outreach because of the CARES program. But advocates and outreach workers told us that that was true, but the program made them turn around so quickly, they couldn't hire fast enough to actually apply those funds to the effort, which meant that street outreach that was being done around the city kind of got all pulled into certain encampments for that period of time. And so that's not what we want to see, right? Council established the current street outreach program because it had been completely cut, right? We did that in the Committee on Human Services, and we want those services to go to everyone in need and not be arbitrarily focused on certain places. So all that is to say, I completely agree with you, but I also want to give you a little optimism in general about where we're going with engaging homeless people sleeping outside. Because of the investments that we've made in both street outreach and in permanent supportive housing, we are reaching more people, and chronic homelessness in this point in time count is down. You would not know it from looking at encampments. I get that, right? And I don't want to tell the public that they're not seeing what they're seeing. They're seeing what they're seeing, right? What we have to do is, and this is the reason that the CARES pilot was so upsetting to me, is we have to build trust with people living on the street that we're for real this time, we have housing. Because they've been told lots of things. They've been told they're added to a list. They've been told, come to a hotel, we'll store your belongings. Belongings go missing. I mean, there is really, for many people who are chronically homeless, they've been let down by the government so many times they have no reason to trust us when we say we are giving you permanent housing and support and you will be set for the rest of your life. So it takes a little time to do that work. But we are housing people. The other thing that we can take as a success is we've learned a lot from PEPV. When someone does come in to the hotel, it's a lot easier to help them gather all their documents and help them get prepared for their eligibility process. So moving more people into PEPV, and the new 801 East took some lessons from PEPV in the way that they're serving people in that shelter. So the more that we're building out this dignified version of shelter that allows people to store their belongings, that allows them more predictability, that gives them a place to use a computer and wash their clothes, the more they will come inside as well. But we need these solutions yesterday, right? We had somebody sleeping outside in Ward 1 who died earlier this month, and he was about to be matched to housing. So we got to do this right now. We can't slow down. That's one of the reasons we restored the funding to Project Reconnect, and why we continue to. I was really thrilled. This was the first year in a long time that our funding to street outreach wasn't cut. So that at least we were a little bit ahead. So
that's a bright light, I suppose.
Yeah, but I'm with you. The opacity is a problem, and we're going to keep asking questions.
Councilmember Lewis Church.
Quick question. I just wanted to figure out, where are we with rapid rehousing time limits and what can be done about the concerns regarding rapid rehousing? I have constituents who are going to be evicted and displaced if we don't act. And Chairman, I'm not sure where we find the many millions advocates are asking for the target affordable housing. But we need to do it to help our families transition from rapid rehousing to permanent and stable housing, and just sort of not going back to chronic homelessness or being forced out of the city. So I don't know what we can do, I guess, working together to find a solution here. And sort of what are we going to do, even thinking forward in 22, what are we thinking about as far as the best path forward to keeping folks in rapid rehousing for the remainder of this year in anticipation of hopefully more vouchers being funded for fiscal year 23 in the fall. Because right now, I think providers really, they don't have any other plan. They're just going to terminate people because there's just no sort of plan here for those, because we're on this limit. So I don't know what conversations are being had between you, Councilmember Doe, and Human Services and providers, but how do we, imagine, or how can we with this budget do something about this cliff that's gonna happen with rapid rehousing folks?
Thank you, council member, for raising that issue. I think it's critical to me. The first thing that I named here as an unfunded priority for our budget is $27.2 million recurring for targeted affordable housing vouchers for families. This should assist those who are facing that cliff.
Okay.
The council could also look for FY22 funds to extend the families that are in there that are going to be sort of tapering off and reaching that cliff before the end of the fiscal year. I'm not sure we know exactly how much that is. That's one of the challenges.
Okay.
But certainly could be something else we could look at in the committee of the whole. This committee recommends the adoption of the flex subsidy subtitle. Perhaps your impassioned plea will help the chairman understand why it is important to include this in the VSA. So I thank you for that. We also will be having an emergency bill shortly to fully stand up Career Map DC. So Flex and Career Map are both programs that are for families who are exiting rapid rehousing, that are working and that want the opportunity to build their career and their wealth as they go whilst not losing subsidy. So these are programs that are meant to lift people up and out, as well as the rapid rehousing subsidy recedes. So those are some of the things we can be doing. Pick your favorite, and be happy to have your advocacy joining us at the committee of the whole.
Awesome. Thank you. Great. Thanks for pushing on all of this.
Find the money, you'll make it more helpful. Budget, that's what it's about.
I know.
For the folks virtually, I do not see any hands up.
I see Anita.
I'm trying, I forgot to put my,
Well, I have a screen with no hands on it, so it's not your fault. I'm blaming the technology. Proceed, Councilmember Bonds.
thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I did not hit my hand. I thought I was doing our usual, so forgive me. I really want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Nadeau, for this presentation. And I think it helps us to understand where we are with some of our most vulnerable citizens. And of course, we all want to do more. I wanted to ask about the flexible rent subsidy pilot program and how much money is in the program now. And I think I heard you say you're not quite sure how much you can estimate would be needed because there is this cliff that's, coming.
For ERAP?
Yes.
Yeah. So right now, in FY22, so it's 120 million over FY22 and 23. Only 42.7 million of that is for FY23. So what we're looking for is more funding in FY23 because we know the need is great. Now, you've heard me come before this council pretty much every year and ask for more ERAP funding, and every year we spend it. So I'm going to say anything we can do helps, but the ask is 187 million.
Okay, and that is what the flexible rent subsidy pilot program is. You're telling me it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about ERAP.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to need to give me a minute to find the numbers on Flex, but let me tell you about how much is in the budget. So this is part of what we funded through Homes and Hearts. The plan was to do 500 families annually. This is, oh, look at that. I got it right. 500. So the families get a fixed amount for the year that they can apply however they want, but most, you're applying it towards your rent. And these are for families who are working, right? So they have a job. It may not be the job of their dreams, but this subsidy allows them to have, we call it a shallow subsidy. You're familiar with that. You're the housing committee chair. It's a shallow subsidy to help offset rent costs when people are building up their careers and their paths. So families who've been experiencing homelessness, they've found some stability, they've been able to get a job, and they can't necessarily qualify for some of the other subsidies. This is good because they're also not penalized as they make more money the way they would be with a standard voucher program. And that's why they call it Flex.
Okay, and you don't know how much you spent in FY21, how much in 22, to estimate how much you need for 23?
Oh, so for Flex, we put a fixed amount in and they'll spend whatever we give them. 500 is kind of it was what we could afford in our budget that we made together as a council, but they would have taken more if we'd given it to them. So that's not that's not one that doesn't get spent down.
So it's 500 families and 500,000, or?
It's about 8,000 a year, and it lasts, each family can be in it for 5 years.
You mean it's $8 million in
Each
this?
family gets about 8,000 a year.
Okay,
Yeah.
8,000 per year.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought
Yeah.
that was the program, but I wasn't quite sure. Okay.
It's $5.2 million.
Okay, I think this is a program that we should dump a great amount of our money in as it relates to getting people back into society and in giving them the ability to take care of themselves. I think it's a program that we should be looking more closely at, as opposed to some of the other things that we think are so important, because this lifts you up and keeps you moving forward. And so I don't have any money to give, as you well know.
I was just about to ask,
and
but
if
okay.
I were to try and tag this into the trust fund, the sky would fall on me trying to do that.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
The trust
but
fund
you know,
is,
it's a great
it's
program.
sacred.
Yeah,
But we
no.
really need to put our money into a program like this, because this will help the entire family. When you say you can spend your money the way you see fit, when you say that you know you're going to have a stable amount of money, that's what people need. So thank you very much. I wish I had magic wand, but I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I think we're ready to move on to government operations and facilities. I want to note the time is 2 o'clock. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks to my colleagues. I will try to move expeditiously so we can make sure we get to questions and don't go over time. As is always the case, the committee's investments were obviously only made possible by identifying some reductions in the mayor's proposed budget. We did that in several ways. I want you to sort of understand how we looked at the minor cuts that we made. For fiscal year 22, the council budget analysts reviewed the entire committee budget by program, activity, and CSG code to determine where each agency was off track to spend its proposed budget by more than 10%. This included identifying vacancy savings and positions identified as unfilled or non-personnel services spending, where we anticipated underspending. In fiscal year 23 and going forward, the committee identified savings by selectively reviewing and removing vacant positions that agencies had left vacant for a period of years, recurring budget cuts where there had been a history of prior underspending, and selected cuts to mayoral enhancements in areas where we expect local dollars will be supplemented or supplanted with federal funds in the upcoming federal infrastructure bill. The committee certified many millions of dollars more in cuts than it ultimately chose to take, and restored funding to areas identified as a particular concern by our agencies prior to the markup, with one exception that I'll get to in a little bit. In particular, this year, we made a strong effort to maintain the budget for DGS facilities and the mayor's enhancements to that budget. But you will note that the only significant reductions to that budget were really reallocations within facilities to support our public-facing work order dashboard. Finally, I want to note that despite the direction of our committee to freeze PS dollars for positions we anticipated cutting at the Office of the Inspector General, a handful of vacant positions were filled after we certified cuts to the funding associated with them in FY22 and FY23, and we were not notified until after the committee markup on the budget. So the committee has identified substantial additional certified cuts within our jurisdiction that can be used to address these issues without letting anyone go or unbalancing our budget, and we're working through that right now with the budget office. On the operating budget investments, this is what we were able to accomplish with these budget reductions. We were really proud to be able to set aside funding for the requests from our committee members and address a number of council-wide priorities. This year, we focus investments on our advisory neighborhood commissioners, the LGBTQ community, the veteran community, returning citizens, senior citizens, and people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, while also investing in public spaces and transparent and accessible government. For ANCs, we made good on our promise as part of the revitalization of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions by funding a new dedicated general counsel for the office to assist ANCs with legal disputes and FOIA requests in particular, funding a new program analyst at OANC to focus in particular on commission onboarding and training. As we all know, there are going to be a number of new commissioners, and onboarding and training was a pre-existing issue. So we want to make that better going forward. Right now is the time to do that. Providing funding to expand implicit bias training and add conflict resolution training for commissioners. Many commissioners have requested this for years. I'm sure you all hear about this need as well. Fully funding the office's request for money to purchase hybrid meeting technology for the use of ANCs, because hybrid meetings are not going anywhere, even as we hopefully come out of the pandemic. We're fully funding the committee's Advisory Neighborhood Commission Participation and Planning Act, providing in-house expert assistance to commissioners with development issues, in addition to a database of all community benefits agreements negotiated by ANCs, another consistent request from commissioners across the city. Funding the purchase of a new bulk printer copier for ANC use, as well as a new website for the OANC. We are increasing the direct allocation to ANCs to reflect the fact that we are anticipating a number of new commissioners or the number of commissioners to increase with redistricting. Taken together, these investments in ANC are groundbreaking. They reflect the consistent and organized advocacy of both commissioners and the agency, and set up the office well for the selection of a new permanent director who will be coming soon. However, the committee still needs to the full council support to identify adequate office space for the OANC, as the existing office cannot accommodate the new staff needed to meet the office's mission. That can be accomplished either by reallocating space to the OANC within the Wilson building or leasing space outside the Wilson building. If we cannot identify more space, the OANC will likely have to identify some staff to permanently work from home. For the LGBTQ community, the committee took seriously the recommendations of the LGBTQ Budget Coalition and funded 20 dedicated housing vouchers for LGBTQ residents identified by the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, a new LGBTQ housing specialist. With the help of Councilmember Trayon White, targeted grants to support LGBTQ residents in Ward 7 and 8, funding to help fight HIV and AIDS in the Health Committee to replace federal funding cuts, and funding to enhance opioid abuse protection programs. We were able to accomplish a lot of what advocates asked us for this year, but we still need support from the full council to meet the full request for 100 dedicated housing vouchers for the LGBTQ community, and to ensure the appropriate language is included in the fiscal year 22 supplemental budget to allow the Office of LGBTQ Affairs the flexibility to use its current year vouchers for LGBTQ residents who may be just under the cutoff age to qualify as seniors. This is something that I believe is important for this community. It was a concern flagged by members of the LGBTQ community that they believe we should lower the age for senior housing vouchers for LGBTQ residents. For our veterans, the committee worked with Councilmember Pinto and the Business Committee to fund and recommended reenactment of the Disabled Veterans Homestead Exemption Act, which reduces the property tax liability for veterans who have 100% disability caused by or aggravated by their service. I want to thank Councilmember Pinto for her strong advocacy on that. For our seniors, our committee responded to advocacy at the budget hearings by transferring funding to the Housing Committee to support legal services for seniors and to enhance the Senior Community Ambassador Program. And the committee also transferred funding out to support the Healthy Concern Corners Program, which improves food access in lower income communities. For returning citizens, the community doubled funding for the successful paralegal program to get returning citizens into good legal careers. This program has had 2 cohorts extremely successful in partnership with Georgetown University. We transferred funding to the Judiciary Committee to support reentry focused community-based organizations. Again, provided 20 housing vouchers for returning citizens identified by the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, and funded staff support for the Clemency Board. To address issues of homelessness in our city, the committee sent over capital funding to the Housing Committee to address public housing repairs. We pre-funded our Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act, which will add people experiencing homelessness as a protected class under the Human Rights Act. We funded 20 housing vouchers for families transitioning out of rapid rehousing, funded 20 housing vouchers to shrink the Housing Authority waiting list, and transfer funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP. We recognize, obviously, that there's a lot of work left for the full council to do to support these programs, but we wanted to ensure that our committee did our part. To address public safety and justice, our committee transferred funding to the Judiciary Committee to enhance hospital-based violence intervention services, incredibly important step in reducing violent crime. Provided funding to support survivors of domestic and sexual violence, a place where we are underfunding in the budget. Transferred funding to the Office of the Attorney General to support new staff to investigate public corruption and tackle workers' rights cases. To improve public facilities, which has come to our attention a lot over the past year, we mandated for the first time a public-facing work order dashboard for DGS work orders for schools and recreation facilities. This dashboard, which was funded at a small cost of less than $500,000, will provide residents and school staff with transparency into what work orders are in process, their timeline for completion, and how they are prioritized without having to call their council member. We have all been inundated with calls from schools and rec centers about work orders, when they're going to get done, why they passed the deadline, whether the work order is still open. So this is an important public transparency step. To account for inflation, we enhanced the budget for a network of 10 public restrooms to support Councilmember Nadeau's legislation to help make sure we have publicly available restrooms like other world-class cities, and directed that restrooms be installed at Shaw Skate Park at the request of Councilmember Pinto and at Oxen Run Park. We fully funded the remaining pieces of the Public Facilities Environmental Safety Amendment Act, which requires testing and remediation of environmental hazards at public sites undergoing construction, demolition, and excavation. We fully funded the remaining pieces of Councilmember Che's Safe Fields and Playgrounds Act to address dangerous overheating. We funded the rehabilitation of the Fort Lincoln Park tennis courts, which had been left out of an ongoing modernization project, and worked with the Committee on Transportation to make utility fee changes to support DOEE program and advance building energy retrofitting money into fiscal year 22. We still need the full council support in coming years to right-size the energy retrofitting budget to meet our climate goals, as the executive has completely failed for years to comply with the statutory mandates to reduce our building energy consumption. Finally, to improve government transparency and accessibility, the committee has worked with Councilmember Nadeau to identify funding to reestablish the Office of the Ombudsman for Children, provided funding for 2 new IT specialists at the Office of Administrative Hearings to develop an OAH case portal for final orders and OAH judges, funded a new employee at OAH Resource Center, which helps residents without legal counsel navigate their disputes, and transferred $1 million for an enhancement to the DC Archives project, which appears substantially underfunded. One thing I want to flag, I can't remember, I think it was Councilmember Silverman who asked about this earlier, it may have been Councilmember Henderson, but the archive, the DC Archives project is underfunded. And from the time it was originally out, construction costs have raised substantially. The indication we have gotten from the administration is that they are going to essentially downsize the project to meet the current funding. So we're trying to push up the funding as much as we can, but we also believe we should not be scaling this project back. Like this is going to be our archives for decades to come. So we think we should get it right. And in our committee report, we are encouraging the administration to increase funding for the archives project. The committee will need support from the full council this year or next year to ensure adequate funding for the archives, given inflation costs. Taken together, our committee was able to accomplish quite a lot this year, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without the support of members of the committee. So I want to thank them for their support. And I'd also like to thank the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, Housing and the Executive Administration, Transportation and the Environment, Human Services, and Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs, the Business and Economic Development Committee, and Health Committee for sending money to or accepting money from our committee this year. So those are the highlights, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I'm going to start with a few questions. First, can I hear you say that you have some money in the budget, you're funding a bill that you're moving separately that's not going to be in the BSA? Well, you're saying nodding yes. I think that's the correct answer.
Yeah, is this the Office of LGBTQ? Let me say. Oh, Human Rights Enhancement. Yeah, I'll let you, since.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Sean.
We are pre-funding the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act, which we anticipate marking up in the committee in May. So, it's not in the BSA, but we have identified the funding in the budget to support it in advance.
I'm going to order a box of gold stars for you, council member. Nobody laughed. Okay. Thank you. I
appreciate it.
I should have said this sooner. Yeah, you should appreciate a whole box of gold stars.
How much does that cost?
Very small stars.
They're very small.
Are they?
It won't cost a lot. I do want to note, and I should have said this earlier, bills that have had a hearing or will soon have a hearing and they can be marked up before the council recess are probably going to get through congressional review before the Budget Support Act does. Just kind of noting that. I do have a couple of questions for you about the budget items and then about the BSA. I've already been contacted by the city administrator regarding the $2.3 million cut from Octo. Some portion of that, they say, will lessen our resources for dealing with cybersecurity. Can you speak to that?
Yes, we did not cut a lot of money for cybersecurity, but one of the reasons of all the places we could have cut money, the reason that we honed in on that one in particular is because the administration has indicated that Okta is going to get at least $100 million in federal infrastructure money. Much of that they'll be able to use for, and we think they anticipate using for cybersecurity. So that's a place where the money is going to be supplanted by a substantial amount of upcoming federal funds. So that seemed to be the wiser place to look.
I think you spoke to this, but I'm not certain. So there are also in the other cuts that you made in local funds included, I believe, a almost $1.5 million cut to the Inspector General, who has also brought this to my attention as problematic. Did you speak to that earlier, that you have found alternative money?
So we're working now with the budget office. What happened there, and so let me sort of clarify a couple things. I have nothing but respect for the work of the Office of the Inspector General and have worked hard to increase their budget substantially every year. In fiscal year 21, the IG spent $15.7 million. Last year, we approved 22.7, and the committee approved this year 24.6 million. So substantial increase every time. Unfortunately, as the Inspector General testified at our hearing, they are not on track to spend all of their funding this fiscal year and are behind both in NPS and personal services spending. As with all our agencies, we reduced budgets where the agency was not on track to spend the money. The IG has identified a concern with positions that were cut. It's a legitimate issue, but it resulted from an apparent breakdown in communication between the CFO and the IG. So it appears that there were positions that were filled that are impacted by vacancy savings cuts the committee made in the fiscal year 22 budget. These issues came to light after the committee's budget was certified as balanced and marked up. So this is just something that we could not have known. There was a breakdown between the CFO and OIG, but we're working with the budget office to restore those funding for those positions.
We would restore the funding by finding other sources for the cuts?
Well, that may be the only option. We hope it's not. We cut the things that we thought needed to be cut in our committee. If there's another source to find those, we would like to. If there's not, then we'll have to look within the committee budget to address it. But it is it's a real challenge. It's not an overwhelming challenge, but we are actively working with the OIG, with the budget office and the CFO's office on this.
Well, I spoke to this at the very beginning of our meeting today. If I have to reverse a cut, and it sounds like here the Inspector General has identified that the positions are filled or encumbered. If I have to work to restore a cut, I'm going to probably look to reverse where you spent the money you cut.
Councilmember.
Councilmember, are you okay? to speak to that?
Sure.
So, Mr. Chairman, we do have alternative identified certified cuts within the committee. Substantial alternative certified cuts that we didn't take, both within OIG as well as within Opto and DGS. In total, they are in the millions of dollars. So there are options within our committee of cuts we've already certified that show up to date to restore the additional funding from the positions that we've identified after the markup.
Okay, so I don't know if you all heard that virtually, but if there are alternative cuts, that's what I'm calling it, then that would resolve the problem. I was going to ask you to say more, but you already spoke at some length about the DGS dashboard. So the idea here is that the work orders for schools would be basically funding in the budget the IT for I hate the word dashboard, the ability for the public to track work orders for schools. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right. So yeah, you understand it correctly. For both for schools and for recreation facilities.
Yeah, I'm of course more focused on the schools. And then you have a BSA subtitle to accompany that. The reason why we have to do this in the BSA is?
Sean, can you speak to that?
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of things going on here in terms of the budget nexus for this BSA subtitle. One is we have $140+ million facilities budget within DGS. So one of the issues the committee has in tracking the adequate expenditures of that is transparency into our work order system, which we have reason to believe is fairly broken. So we think that this is going to be a really important oversight tool for the committee as we identify whether or not the money that we're also allocating, including the mayor's enhancements, is well spent in the next fiscal year, in fiscal year 22. I'd also note that the committee received requests for this specific subtitle and enhancement from almost all, if not all, of our committee members, as well as multiple other council members, as one of the, if not the top priority for us to accomplish in this budget. I think there's been a sense of significant urgency, given what we experienced last year, to get this process started immediately and have them start planning for this funding so we don't have the same transparency and communications issues that we've had in the past.
Okay, I'm reminded of Councilmember Shea much earlier brought up the issue of DGS replacing its HVAC systems, which I think means its boilers with electric. Can you speak to that, council member?
Yeah, and I spoke to it earlier, but I think it's a great idea. I don't have any immediate insights as to the lifespan of electric HVAC systems, but nor do I know the cost compared to sort of what we traditionally do. But my guess is that we have installed them in Banneker and John Lewis schools, because both of those were net zero emission schools. And so if anywhere we have already used them, it would be there. So we may be able to get a relatively quick understanding of the cost and the lifespan by looking at those projects. So we are going to work with DGS and work with Councilmember Che to try to move that along. I think it's a great idea.
So I guess I'm just restating what you just said, which is that you think you can move that forward. Do you think you can move it forward with this budget, or is that a bit too ambitious since we're voting in 2 weeks?
I think we just don't know yet, because I have no idea. I want to learn very quickly from DGS whether we have installed electric HVAC systems, what their lifespans are compared to traditional ones, how much they cost compared to traditional ones. That will give us enough information to determine whether that is something we can do within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about your other BSA subtitle, the Inspector General Support Fund enhancement. I guess that is a special purpose fund.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. And it's an existing special purpose revenue fund that was established in last year's budget. The OIG has asked for a tweak to that fund that allows them greater support in future years, and we wanted to support that request.
And there's precedent for that, Sean. That's similar to what OAG does. Is that right?
Yeah, I think actually use a different agency, but there are other funds where you, an OAG I think is one of them, they recapture the revenues to support.
Yeah, no, it's not uncommon for us to address special purpose funds in the BSA. What about the Public Facilities Environmental Safety Implementation Amendment Act? What's the budget nexus?
If I may, Councilmember, this is a tweak to our bill that was already been passed. And what the issue was that this bill had originally a $7.2 million fist to disagreement on the implication of some language, and the bill was originally passed. By removing some of that controversial language, we were able to get the bill down to where this was 0 to implement what we did to fully fund the bill. So with this tweak, the bill is fully funded. So it's actually tied directly to the subject appropriations clause and allows the bill to go into full effect as we intended. There's 2 words in the original bill that cost $7 million. So
We need a cheaper dictionary. So,
Is that coffee?
so it's amending the law and removing the subject appropriation.
that's correct. There's actually, we split it between that subtitle, which amends the law, and our subject appropriation for dealers.
I
Okay.
can't, and it's like the name.
And the other BSH subtitle I wanted to ask about was the Office of Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender and Equestrian Affairs Fund established in the Amendment Act of 2022. Is that a license plate fund?
Yes.
You're gonna hold sway
How
over.
much money is it generating?
We don't know, but the Office of Veterans Affairs has a similar program. They generate about $30,000 a year. So our BSA language would just set up the fund, would essentially authorize it.
I understand there's no license plate associated with this.
If I may, Councilmember,
Another
the
license.
intent of our committee was for us to include, and for the Transportation Committee to then include the license plate in their jurisdiction to then fund this. So our report language reflects the intent of our committee. Subsequent to that, the Committee on Transportation and the Environment chose not to include the other half of the required legislation in their report. I probably shouldn't speak for the other committee, but that's why we have a bifurcation.
Okay. I'm inclined to say something, but I won't. Questions from members? I can't see hands. Are there any hands from virtual? Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember White, thank you so much for the clarification on the octo piece. Although I think the only thing I would sort of pause with there is that I don't know if we have gotten clarity in terms of when the federal funds would deliver. And so I just want to make sure that, because I think when I had a conversation with Director Parker, she explained like some of this is around like renewing our antiviral software and those types of things. I just want to make sure that those types of things aren't going to be delayed by this. But I do have a question about language access. I noticed that the committee is proposing a small reduction in the language access program that would leave them with about 75,000, which I think will have an impact, or at least as they communicate to us, an impact on their ability to fully implement the Language Access Act. Would you be able to explain a little bit about the reasoning behind this reduction? And if you have any concerns about the ability of OHR to fulfill their duties with regard to the language access law?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So overall, the committee enhanced the budget for OHR by $273,000. So they actually are getting more funding out of the committee than what was recommended. When we look through the projected and historic underspending within OHR, as we did with all agencies, we identified a total of $132,000 in reductions across the agency and non-personnel services. And so, you know, here we're like with other agencies, we were looking at historic underspending, but I also want to make sure it's clear the agency is funded at a higher level coming out of the committee than they were in the mayor's budget recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to flag that because, well, first off, it's not very often that the agencies reach out specifically on this, and this was obviously a noticeable, you know, obviously we have goals around language access. So I just want to make sure that the office has the resources it needs to continue to implement those services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
I agree.
Thank you, Councilmember. Again, I can't see if anybody virtually has a question.
Mr. Gray.
Councilmember Gray? Councilmember Gray, I think you're muted.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Depends on what you say, whether it's okay.
Mine is a question, and that is, Councilmember White, can you address for me the issue which has now been raised by any number of people, advocates as well as parents around the Fort DuPont Ice Arena, and about getting a second sheet of ice at the arena? Can you address that and what the costs are going to be, and you know, what we'll need to do to be able to move towards a second sheet of ice?
He's got you. You want to take a nap?
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. So I at this point, I know what you know at the hearing as you remember, as you pressed them on it, and I pressed them on it as well. The DGS did not have an estimate for a second sheet of ice because DGS has no intention of building a second sheet of ice. I'm in agreement with you that we should. Obviously, to figure out what we would need to fund that at, we need to understand from DGS how much it would cost. As you recall, I told them at the hearing that I need an answer from them, that they needed to get it to both of us. So I'll have my staff check back with DGS to see if we've gotten a response yet on that cost. But I to my knowledge, we don't have a response yet.
So they just simply, I'll just say they simply have not responded to you, the request that you made, Councilmember White. Is that in fact the case? I mean, I'm just trying to understand at this stage, where are we and what do we need to do to get to the next stage, especially given the
Yeah, so
involvement,
they
parents and
yes,
others
they have
today.
not responded. What I can't say offhand is what the deadline was that we gave them. So I can't, so I can say they have not responded. I can't say offhand whether or not they've missed the deadline, but that is a number that we need. And so I'm gonna press them on that, make sure we get that number so that we can figure out if that's a gap that we can close and get 2 sheets of ice.
Yeah, well, it's going to satisfy a lot of parents who are involved with the ice arena there, as well as others, advocates and whatnot. So, can you let me know what the date is that they were supposed to respond by? And I guess that they didn't respond, I suppose.
So my staff has clarified for me, Councilmember Gray, that they responded to say that they need more time to work up the estimate, and which we forwarded it to your team. I've now asked my staff to let them DGS know that they are out of time, that we need this number.
Okay, I appreciate that. So can your staff tell us what the date is they were supposed to get back to you by at this point?
I'm sorry, can we do what, Councilmember Gray?
I'm asking you, can your staff let us know? Can you give us the answer of when they were supposed to respond back to you as to what the timeline would be?
Councilmember Gray, they did respond.
They did?
Councilmember, again.
I don't know if you can hear Sean.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anybody, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Gray, DGS. Can you hear me, Councilmember Gray?
Yes, I can. Go right ahead, Councilmember White.
DGS responded. They responded to say that they needed more time. So now I am suggesting to DGS that they are out of time, that we need the estimate. So this is a communication that's going to be sent to DGS today. And we will keep you and your team fully informed.
I appreciate it. Because we really want to be able to respond to, parents and others who are involved with the ice arena about what the situation looks like. Are we going to be able to get the next sheet of ice, or what are they going to do? What timeline are they operating on? And I just don't know at this point. So I'm looking to you for guidance on what to expect from them at this point.
Discussions and action.
We're on the same page on this, Councilmember Gray.
Let me jump in here. I've had some involvement with Fort DuPont. In my view, DGS has been completely irresponsible with regard to Fort DuPont. They've come up with cost estimates that are grossly inflated. Friends of Fort DuPont, which has some expertise in this area, has tried to work with DGS to come up with, identify where perhaps their cost estimates are inflated and could be more reasonable. DGS has refused to cooperate. There is an agreement in writing between the Friends of Fort DuPont and the city administrator. This would be the former city administrator, but it's still binding. It requires DGS to share its cost estimate data. That's the more confidential information on a non-disclosure basis. There's an NGA in place, or there would be, except that DGS has never, ever implemented it. And instead, what they have done is they've continually inflated the cost every time they've come back. They have not met regularly with the Friends of Fort DuPont. And that's how it's gone from the possibility of 2 sheets to 1 sheet, even the possibility of closing the place, even more recently, DGS threatening to demolish Fort DuPont ice rink, to demolish it. So if I'm conveying here that DGS has been very uncooperative, I'd even say counterproductive, that's exactly what I'm trying to convey. And I frankly, Councilmember White, with all due respect, would not trust any cost data that DGS were to give you with regard to the cost of replacing the facility with either 1 sheet or 2 sheets. Most recently, I had a meeting where the elevations were shared for the new facility. Beautiful structure on the outside. I mean, we're not looking for a beautiful structure on the outside. Lots of windows, multi-floors, maybe that's just big ceiling heights. Just really beautiful There wasn't one picture of a sheet of ice. This was the drawings that DGS procured for a new ice rink. There was not a single picture of a sheet of ice. So I'm not sure what the solution is here, except, council member, I would not trust any data that DGS were to give you on this. I don't know if I'm clear.
Well, where are we, Mr. Chairman?
I hear you on that, Chairman.
If Councilmember White is unable to get the information, you're the chairman, and I'm looking to you at this stage to be able to generate the information that we all are entitled to.
I'm working on it.
Me
but
too,
I don't
Mr.
have a
Chairman.
deadline. But if this meeting ends sometime before midnight, I might send a communication out to Mike to see what I can find out on cost data.
Okay, well, it's shameful to have a situation like we have at the, with the ice arena out there. I mean, that, we all have been working hard to be able to get into full operation, and we seem to be stymied at this stage to be able to move forward. It's unbelievable to me that we have a situation like this, that we got a chairman of a committee, we got a chairman of our council, and we can't even get an answer as to when and what will it be responding to.
Well, let me just note, I'm a little bit shocked in 2022, after what this has been in the budget for close to 10 years, and here we are in 2022. I won't say what year this is, other than it's 2022.
We've had the same conversation about Fort DuPont every year.
Yes.
You express the same outrage every year and nothing changes.
No, I've not expressed the same.
Oh,
outrage.
well, I thought I recall
No, because
outrage last year.
DGS has not until this year, last month, sent a person over to the ice rink to take measurements to tear it down. That's not happened before. Literally to tear it down. And Friends of Fort DuPont have a lease. It gives them exclusive jurisdiction over the property. No, I'm just saying how outrageous.
It is outrageous, but we're in the same place every year, and that is the incredibly outrageous thing. I mean, we have one of the only, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gray, like Black youth hockey teams to store. It's not, I'm a Caps fan, as is Councilmember Chad, I believe. It's nuts. It's nuts that Leonsis only put in 500,000 or whatever it was dollars.
Stay focused.
Okay. All right, I won't get involved.
It is outrageous. Whoever said it was outrageous, I completely agree. I completely agree that it's outrageous that this thing has gone on as long as it has.
Again, it's just like, where are our priorities? Where's this government's priorities? It's the only public ice rink in the city, correct?
That's right.
It's the only one. It's, it has a historic place in terms of, access to hockey for Black young people and residents. It's something we should be encouraging, for goodness sake. And we're in this, ridiculous place every year. It is infuriating.
Just to finish your sentence, where the
It is absolutely an outrage. I completely agree with whoever said that.
Changes. That's the infuriating.
We just had one of the people from there inducted into the hockey Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
African American. Inducted into the Hall of Fame.
I was at the game, I guess it was pre-COVID, 2 years ago. When it was during the budget. You got to get out. And they were doing a GoFundMe on the screen for Fort DuPont. And I got to tell you, I was sitting in the council box and I was embarrassed. And here we are again with this nonsense.
Well, let me be clear. Again, the issue here is the DGS. So I negotiated with Friends of Fort DuPont Administrator in 2019, I believe it was. Vince, you may remember this, an agreement to move forward. The Friends would raise a certain amount of money, and the DGS or the government would go forward with developing the plans. And DGS has since then disregarded the terms of the agreement, not worked with Friends of Fort DuPont, not worked with them, come up with inflated dollars. It would cost something like $40 million for a single sheet. When in the private sector, you can get an ice rink for less than $20 million.
Well, I mean, you keep telling me to stay focused. Our government's not focused. That's who's lost the focus here. I mean, really, Mr. Chairman, but I agree with you, Vince. This is outrageous. It's ridiculous. I mean, you know, it's only public hockey rink in the city. People come from all over the city to go there. And, you know, this is nuts. I'm going to put this in the category along with the encampments is nuts.
It is nuts. It's an outrage
Chairman,
to have a
think we're
situation
all
like
on the
this
same
go
page here.
on
We
year
have one
after year
outrage
after
to
year.
express today.
Stop laughing.
It's more fun in person than virtual.
You guys are missing out.
Plus the cookies are here.
Councilman Robert White, you have the last word.
Thank you. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. What we will do is we will send a very short and direct letter to DGS. We will include every council member who's willing to sign on, which I hope is all of them.
I'm on. You can sign me on.
A cost estimate within days, and I think we're going to have to look at hiring an independent architect if they can't produce.
I'll only sign on if it's like a
Sign me on,
fire.
Councilmember White. Sign me on.
Expect us to circulate that
Sign me up.
and really appreciate the support on this. It is very important.
All right, was there any other member, Councilmember Bonds?
Yes, thank you so much. Such passion. Woo. I just wanted to ask a question regarding this passion. And I'm sure that the people who live near there and my old alma mater, middle school now, but it was a junior high when I was there. I wanted to ask if we have any information that informs us as to who uses the skating rink. Are we aware that the public housing community nearby Stoddard uses it, or is it just those folk who are in the apartments nearby, or is it some other groups that come to it because it's a great facility? I was just wondering.
It's a combination.
There are people from all over the city and the surrounding area who use that facility. It's an outrage. It's ridiculous that this goes on year after year after year. And then we allow other people to use the facility in whatever way they would choose to. It's just an outrage, and we can't permit this to continue anymore. And we're putting public money in this, and the public money is not being returned to the people who live nearby that facility.
I appreciate that. Councilmember White, do you have data?
Councilmember Bonds, the data on sort of the number of people and teams and where they live, no, I don't. What I do know is that there are children from across our city that go there, but this rink is also used by skating organizations from around the region. And that is one of the main reasons we need 2 sheets of ice, because it's the only place that can hold tournaments. Folks pay to use that ice, but we need to make sure that there's a sheet of ice for our young people, because right now our young people are not getting enough time on the ice.
Absolutely.
Yes, I appreciate that, because that has been some of the issues with our parks and recreation facilities in general, that those who live in the city with the sign up process and et cetera, that we don't seem to have enough facilities for our people, but we certainly seem to be doing a great job making sure that the region can take advantage of it. And so I just wanted to know.
That's absolutely true, Councilman Bonds. It's ridiculous that we have a situation like this, that people who live in the District of Columbia can't even go there. And it's right there on the same site as the baseball academy, which we built ourselves.
Correct. I was just wondering, because as we talk about how we want to lift up the Black and the brown communities, we're talking about various facilities around the city that they also need to participate, that because I'm a Black person, needs to participate or wants to participate in. And so I was just trying to understand it, and particularly when we talk about the our public housing community and meeting some of their needs. They want to be mainstream, just like the rest of us. They want to take advantage of these facilities that are available because it's a part of our general lifestyle, and we want them to take advantage of it.
Right.
So I was just curious. So thank you.
Well, I want to
sure
make
how
one
many
point
people
of
appreciate-
clarification on this, which is that, and this is something that gets confused a lot because DGS touches every agency. DGS is the implementing agency. The ice rink is not in DGS's budget. So we do need to make sure Councilmember Trayon White is part of this conversation as we seek to sort of sort it out.
We need every council member in the District of Columbia signing
I
on to
agree.
this communique.
Well, do we need, maybe before this budget is finalized, maybe we could come together, the 3-4 different directly affected committees, and get something that we propose to the chairman, since the budgets, the individual committee budgets now go to the chairman.
I'm in. Count me in.
Well, I mean, if we can get all the council members on this, I think that's our strongest.
All right. Well, I certainly would be very happy to participate.
So this is currently not budgeted for?
No, I answer. So we've now spent, I think, an hour on Fort DuPont.
Not that long. But.
No, we haven't spent an hour on it, but we spent some time, and we should, because this is the only time we have to talk.
I think we spent more time.
All right, Alyssa was asking this question. There's money in the capital budget. I believe we put $30 or $35 million in the capital budget.
Right.
DGS has already managed to spend like maybe $5 million of it.
On what?
On their planning.
Yeah, they've already picked an architect.
I don't know if that conveyed to anybody, but I'm sort of annoyed at DGS over this. Yeah, so we put money in the budget about what was estimated. They've spent like 10 years, so inflation has probably increased the cost. And meanwhile, they've spent some of the money on what? It's not quite sure. Oh, did I mention the drawings? They're really beautiful drawings. I can step up and get them for you. But they don't have any pictures of ice at the ice arena. I think we've kind of figured out a strategy going forward, which is that Robert's going to communicate and is going to communicate with it sounds like every council member raised their hand to DGS about this. And I will follow up with my source as well.
So what's the problem then?
DGS.
What's the answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Seriously.
So the money is there.
Money is there.
The plans are there.
DGS has come up with plans that are too expensive.
Authorize a special investigation committee.
And then Friends of DuPont, Fort DuPont says, hey, we have expertise in building ice rinks. And so then DGS won't work with them. And then DGS decides 2 years later that they're going to go and demolish the ice rink. You may remember about a month ago, DGS was not DGS, Friends of Fort DuPont, there was all this publicity. They said they were withdrawing or pulling out of the capital project.
Okay.
Which they haven't done.
I think this letter needs to go, this communique needs to go to the mayor herself so that she can fully understand, she's been there, and that she can fully understand the enormity of the situation that we're in. And it should come from every council member, headed by you, Chairman Mendelson. And we need to be absolutely resolute in the position that we take. And shouldn't be any questions about it at this point. So let's all join hands and get involved in this and stand up for what we need to do. It's our children, our families that are being taken advantage of in this situation, and it's been going on for years. It's an outrage.
I think we should move on. Is there any other council member who wants to be recognized? Then let's move to the next committee, and the next committee is Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs. Karen White.
With us?
Check 1, 2. Yep. Just want to note that I stand in solidarity with my colleagues from the ice skating rink and have been for the past couple of years. This is a crying shame that we're still here talking about the same thing. And the budget has grown by almost $5 billion in the last 5 years. I want to thank you all for indulging me for a moment. I chair the Committee on Recreation, Library, and Youth Affairs. The committee was able to use funding from savings that came from a reduction of $958,000 and 14 FTEs from DPR and $243,000 with 2 FTEs from DYRS. The committee provided enhancement for grants and recurring funding for the Mayor's Office of African Affairs, African American Affairs, and Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs. Each agency received $50,000 for a total of $150,000, which is consistent with which we heard from the budget oversight and also performance oversight from those grantees who desire to do more work in the community, especially serving these different populations. For DPR, the committee was able to assist the council member Pinto with her request to fund 1 FTE to DPR for senior programming at the Kennedy Rec Center with $79,000 of recurring funding. I have been concerned with the youth sports. Every year since I've been alive, I remember getting calls or just knowing that there's a request to help get uniform services for youth sports all across the district. And DPR has done some of that work. But there are other organizations that still feel left out of the patent, playing with what I've seen as old equipment, which is a safety issue for our kids. So we've enhanced that with a $70,000 to DPR for recreation equipment. We were also able to provide, I believe, $5,000 to DPR for water polo program to Deanwood Recreation Center in Ward 7 that will help children of color learn and participate in water polo. The committee was able to work with Councilmember Gray's request, which was $70,000 one-time funding to DPR to contract the CBO to cover membership fees and transportation service for 50 seniors to therapeutic pools, since the Ward 7 currently cannot maintain an appropriate temperature for the seniors there, which is a shame. We had extensive conversation about in hearings, which he spoke to, and also members of the community. In an effort to support and strengthen DYRS community supports 1 FTE, which is a community liaison with funding of $83,175,000 plus fringe benefits of roughly $24,000. An additional $25,000 was given to provide IT support for DYRS. We've heard a number of issues as relating to our youth unable to learn virtually while in the detention facilities. Also, we have a number of youth who are at YSC who attend UDC, and I visited most of them in person.
Like to sit in?
The committee transferred a total of $598,000 to the committee that included $150,000 to Committee on Labor and Workforce for the Commission on Poverty that will fund a consultant for the report preparation associated with the Commission on Poverty Establishment Act of 2020. $100,000 recurring funding that was transferred to Committee on Business and Economic Development for 7 to 8 entrepreneurship program, which is also known as the Dream Grant. $100,000 recurring funding for the Committee on Human Services to increase the availability of subsidy funds awarded by the Close Relative Caregivers Program. We also want to thank Councilmember Brianna Doe for championing this as well. $50,000 for the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities for a grant to organizations serving LGBTQ residents. $70,000, $70,336 to the Committee on Housing and Executive Administrative for 3 THH vouchers, specifically for returning citizens. This funding is for the voucher and not for services, but $9,000 is also provided for one-time startup costs associated with the vouchers for returning citizens, TAH. The committee sent funding to Committee on Business and Economic Development for Players Lounge, tax abatement funding, but the tax funding runs through FY26. One-time funding, which was $40,177 for FY23. We also sent $70,000 to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to provide the one's leadership academies to service young people at several high schools, including some of our awarding schools, of course, but all schools. The committee used $1.25 million from the capital budget to allot for Oxon Hill Dog Park in FY23. From the budget hearing, we heard the community did not want the dog park. So the funding was used to fund a capital project that included $500,000 to DC public libraries to restore funding for general improvements, $250,000 for park signage. The committee held several meetings in regards to the pool and other issues at Furby Hope Recreation Center. Woo. The committee provided $250,000 for planning and design to enlarge the pool. This was in partnership with KIP. The pool, it's a new pool, has been in existence less than 8 months. And the pool is not functioning properly, which the water is seeping out the bottom of the pool somewhere. And they have yet to find how to stop a brand new pool from leaking water. Additional $250,000 was sent to committee of the whole for school repairs at Johnson Middle School. Year after year, advocates have discussed the need for air conditioning and other amenities that was just being dilapidated over time and unaddressed because all the funding was never fully given to the school past phase 2. We had transfers from other committees, which was $1.25 million in FY23 capital funding from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety on an athletic field and improvement renovation at Kingman Field and Dog Park from Councilmember Allen, $250,000 in capital funding from the Committee on Transportation and Environment for Hearst Park and Recreation Cottage to support the feasibility study and renovation of Hearst Cottage, Councilmember Che. $625,000 coming in for capital funding for the Committee on Transportation and Environment to design and build a new dog park in Palisades Community Center. Also, Councilmember Che. $200,000 in capital funding for the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities for rehabilitation for Fort Lincoln Park Tennis Courts, Councilmember Robert White. In addition, I want to thank all my colleagues who accepted money in their committees, as we've done others as well. And two, my other colleagues who don't have committees, but was able to add value to this budget. We appreciate you guys as well. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. Is someone saying anything? If so, I can hear you.
I'm sorry, it turns out I was muted.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So thank you for your presentation. Before I recognize other members, I wanted to ask you to give the detail again regarding the cuts, the $958,000 cut from DPR and the $243,000 cut from DYRS. What specifically got cut?
Ooh.
They were, from what I understand, the reductions came from 14 FTEs from DPR, and positions that were not filled consistently over time, and the same for DYS, which has 2 FTEs in DYS, which was totaling 243,000.
So you only cut vacant position.
Let me get clarity on that, because we got that from the, I guess, the budget office.
I'm sorry, did you answer your checking?
Yeah, the answer is yes. We only cut vacant positions.
And could either agency get back and say the programs are somehow going to be hurt?
Chairman, can you repeat that? What about programs been hurt?
Are the agent, is it possible the agencies are going to come back and say that programs are hurt?
Not to my knowledge. I did speak to the director of DYRS after that. She did not express that programs will be hurt as a result of it. I have not heard from DPR's director as relates to the cuts, which are noted as minimal cuts to the agency.
Yeah. The DPR director has 2 jobs, right?
That's correct.
He's the interim for the one's office.
Yeah, everybody has 2 jobs.
Yes.
That's correct.
No, Councilmember Stone.
Well, one does.
What was I going to say? And you don't have any BSA subtitles? Councilmember?
I think I do have one. Let me just go through this. Chairman, we have one that we're working on that was not submitted in the budget, that gives DPI grant making authority. That's it.
I'm sorry, you didn't submit it and then you said?
It gives him grant-making authority,
Grant-making
DPR authority, but he hasn't submitted it with his budget.
Is that something you still want me to consider?
It's in the budget.
Okay, I'm a little confused. You didn't submit it, but it's in the budget. Oh, you mean one from the mayor? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm good. Thank you. Questions from other council members? Anybody virtually who has a question?
Darn anything else up. This one. You have one?
Do you have a question?
Think so. I was looking at the thing. The IJLS grant funding, I know we got requests to increase the immigrant justice legal service grants in MOLA to a full, I guess, 5 million. I think the mayor funded 3.5 million. I think what we heard, it was mostly to address the high cost of providing representation for detention work. Is this something you support increasing funds for in the final budget and just weren't able to do at the committee level? It's for, immigrant justice legal service grant. They just wanted, they needed the mayor gave them 3.5. They needed the full 5 for, just for the representation for the detention work. So.
Yes, we heard extensively from the lawyers, especially during the time we have a lot of people coming to the district from other states that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we were not able to find the money, but we are in support of reaching out to Chairman Mendelson with his magic wand and hope he wave it.
Good to see. I like that.
My pockets are empty.
Yeah, but you got a magic wand.
You got a wand.
All of a sudden, the bonds are.
Actually asked yesterday. I'm like, so you have to read. I think that's it. That was the only one. That's the only question I had.
We gotta get you.
That was it, Janine?
Yep, that was it.
Any other council members?
Well, can I just say something?
Yes.
Okay, it'll be short. It is youth athletic oriented as well. I just want to say, Treyon, I don't know how it's funded, but I think this midnight recreation center project that DPR is doing, let me give a shout out to Director Hunter on that. I think it's great. I think they had like 1,000 kids at maybe Deanwood last time. And if we want to, have safe spaces for our young people and activities that they like doing, because I think there was like some DJing and other stuff, we should be putting money toward this. So I hope there's adequate. This is something, I don't think it's like, it's innovative. I mean, it's been done before, it's being done in other cities, but I think it's great. And I hope there's adequate funding to continue doing that.
Yeah, I totally agree. They plan on doing more throughout the city. I know I was at Rosedale the day before yesterday, Monday, and they want to see it happen there. I'm not sure what the criteria is, but I know they have to have the capacity to hold that many.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember White, I wanted to ask whether or not in your conversations with DPR, there's been any conversation in terms of them needing additional funding for IT to improve the website for signups purposes, and whether or not or do we fund anything in that regard in this budget? Because as you know, that is it's like a triannual complaint from families in terms of the website falling apart. By the time they're able to get in, all the slots are gone. So I'm just curious whether or not we do anything to give an enhancement.
Adults too.
We have not heard from DPRs relates to their need for more technical support, especially around budget. In fact, I've had a debate about how we streamline and get the communication out so people can apply.
Don't even look at DPR camps.
Spoke to leaders of the agency, and they said they've done all they could to marketing, make sure technology errors were fixed and ensure that people had opportunity. But I was at Rosedale Rec on Monday, and lady said that in 5 minutes, all the slots was gone. I got a call from Furby Hope, and actually Wendy again got the call, but she called me saying that all the community members were complaining that they didn't get in. Everyone who was using the summer programs didn't live in the community. So it's a great concern for me, but we haven't heard from DPR that they have.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You said fix the system.
Like, sign me up.
I tried.
I mean, I tried too. I tried to get swim lessons and I couldn't. Okay, that's one thing that I was just curious of, Mr. Chairman, if you wanted to add that to your magic list. The other thing for your magic list, I know that the DC Public Libraries is in what did they ask for? A book sorter, not a person, but a machine. I had to add for clarification on that as well. So
like
add that to your magic list.
How much is a book short?
400,000 capital.
What?
How many people lose their
It's
jobs?
370.
Capital, it's capital.
How many jobs does that take?
Is it capital?
It's eligible.
It's capital.
Yeah, the budget office has a library supporter in it, so they've actually given me a slightly higher price of 400,000. Always looking for extra change for the library. What was the first thing on the your magic list, council member?
License plates.
What? No, license plates weren't on it. It was
Library supporter license plate. Why not?
Well, I'm saying as a revenue generator for the books.
And in 10 years, we'll be able to buy a book sorter.
I feel like the wheels are falling off. I'm good. I'm done.
No, but what was the first item?
Oh, IT support so they could fix the website.
For the libraries?
No, for DPR, for signups.
You never sign up, even adult programs, it's very
And
difficult.
how much will that cost?
I don't know.
The magic wand can't waive anything if it doesn't have a cost associated with it.
We will get back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't hurry. I don't have any money. I told you I have empty pockets. Yes.
Early June.
One last thing I want to add. I know Councilman Marion White and Director Hunter, they have piloted a park and field improvement team. It's the first pilot, so it's $680K for 5 FTEs. This was to go and support the fact that a lot of work orders were going undone at DPR facilities due to backup from DGS. So hopefully this pilot is going to go really well, and maybe we'll be considering adding more FTEs here, or maybe DGS will be able to actually service all of the DPR centers. But right now there's a backup of DPR work orders. And so just one of the things to look at, I think the pilot amount is good and additional FTEs. If we see some great progress here, I know a lot of our Ward 4 DPR centers have backup orders, as well as other people's wards too. So it may be something about looking at to see if we want to double capacity there for teams that can like focus on DPR. As you know, DGS is, has to cover DCPS buildings and all other government buildings. So I think this is a good step in the right direction, and I think we should keep looking at it to see if it's something we should expand in the coming years. Just flagging. That's all.
Okay. Councilmember White, do you have any last words, final words?
Yes, Chairman, I sent you a list of priorities. I hope you looked at them and incorporated them. I didn't see much in the budget you proposed, but again, if you can grab that wand, a lot of people be happy, man. Bless you.
All right, we're gonna move on.
I think Jen is actually the wand, maybe.
I didn't hear that. We're gonna move on. I'm gonna take out of order Judiciary and Public Safety,
Yes, sir.
and then we'll go to Committee on Business and Economic Development. Councilmember Allen.
Great. It should be a quick one. So thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody. As we went into this year's budget from the committee perspective, we try to focus on 5 main themes. One is fully funding the district's public safety strategies and response. Second is addressing the needs of our crime victims and survivors. Third is improving the conditions of detention and confinement. Fourth is expanding access to justice and enhancing legal protections to our vulnerable district residents. And then our fifth was investing in our fire, EMS, and our 911 systems. So overall, the committee's budget amounts to $1.7 billion with 10,450 FTEs and 39 agency boards and commissions. What I'll do is start with the funding that the committee identified, and then I'll walk through where the committee made its different investments using that funding. First, in terms of revenues that we recognized, in one-time funding from FY22, based on anticipated expenditures for the remainder of the fiscal year, we were able to identify $4 million from the Settlements and Judgments Fund and $3.5 million from the Office of Campaign Finance. As we turn to FY23, we reduced $2.1 million from the Department of Corrections. They have 223 vacancies there, so we took 31 of them. Then from MPD, there's a total of $6.2 million reduction from the mayor's proposed budget. That includes $2 million from the proposed enhancement for creating a brand new take-home vehicle program, which would have put 50 vehicles, it would be parked vehicles in the city. $500,000 from the housing allowance incentive program. The current budget is $200,000, and we recommended moving it at $500,000, but reduced it from what had been asked. And then there was $3.7 million in FY23, and then 3.2 spread out over the out years in the PORP, which is the Police Officer Retention Program. Currently, that's budgeted at $400,000, And the budget we moved forward, and Mayor requested $5 million for it. We ended up cutting 3.7 million, but left 1.3 million at FY23 and then 1.8 million spread out in the out years. So that amounts to a tripling of the current budget. We did not cut the 5.2 million, which was for new hiring bonuses and cadet conversions. So MPD will have a new $20,000 hiring bonus and a $5,000 cadet conversion. And the committee also recommended supporting the full request from the mayor and the chief on the number of new hires, which is 347. We also reduced in capital funding, a total of about $250,000 spread out over several agencies. And many of those were then also transferred. There was also Right, okay. And so then where is it that we started putting those funds? So 7.7 million of that goes to OVSJG, that's the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. $2 million in one-time funds went to enhance grants for domestic and sexual violence services. I would say this is an area where we had a very long day of hearings, hearing from a lot of direct service providers that even with these additions that we made, the need is still not even close to being met yet. And so with your magic list there, Mr. Chairman, that continues to be a place where we can continue to do a lot more for survivors and victims of domestic and sexual violence. We added 1.5 million for reentry service grants, with $1 million of that specifically for reentry housing. $500,000 for organizational viability grants for victim services providers. This was again a major theme we heard from many of our direct service providers about right-sizing their salaries and benefits to ensure sustainability among providers. A lot of our direct service providers, it's been, like in many spaces, just an absolute grueling 2 years. And the demand for those services has gone up, and they have not been able to raise wages, expand benefits, and it really is going to take its toll in terms of that workforce. We have $775,000 that we added, $500,000, which is one-time support enhancements for our hospital-based violence intervention programs. $500,000 that specifically for a new project to develop protocols for law enforcement interactions with HVIPs, which is our hospital-based violence intervention program for patients and victims in the ER. $2 million to support access to justice grants and $1 million for one-time funds for a coordinated civil legal services intake project. $600,000 for the loan repayment assistance program for poverty lawyers, an additional $300,000 to fund the subtitle on special education attorneys for Emerging Adult Defendants Amendment Act of 2022, which will create a panel of special education attorneys specifically to represent young and emerging adult criminal defendants. Continuing on to the next page. Also enhanced by $2.1 million for the Department of Corrections to support the Lead Up and Lead Out programs. These are pre and post-release programs, respectively, that prepare DOC residents for release and employ them in positions post-release. Very successful. This was actually a grant-funded program that was about to expire and go away. So this is making sure that program will continue. Also added $674,000 and 1 FTE to MPD to fund the subtitle on Metropolitan Police Department Budget and Staffing Transparency Amendment Act of 2022, which enhances our stop and frisk data reporting. Many website required updates to their databases, and then makes monthly reporting to the committee and public shared, which will be shared with the public on MPD's website, which would require an FTE. We have $532,000 and 5 FTEs to OAG for a new paralegal positions for graduates of the Morca Georgetown Paralegal Program. $475,000 to the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement for life coach client incentives. This pairs really well with the mayor's investment in 20 life coaches for the small group of high-risk individuals that are actively involved in gun violence. $397,000 to Fire and EMS for new exercise equipment and employee wellness programs. This is our O2X wellness program, as well as funding equipment like 5 new gyms in our firehouses around the city. $200,000 and 2 FTEs to the Corrections Information Council to improve monitoring of conditions of confinement in DOC and DOP facilities. That again came from our hearings where we recognize that there is not a lot of capacity to be able to make sure that those inspections are taking place. We have $100,000 to OUC for recruiting incentives to 911 call takers and dispatchers. This is an area where we had a really difficult time being able to hire to fill those really critical roles for our 911 call takers and dispatchers. And so hiring incentives are one of the ways we can bring folks in. And And I also want to note that we also funded a new telecommunicator CPR program at OUC and a new antitrust senior trial attorney at OAG. We also had 1.3 million in transfers to other committees. So for example, to the COW and to housing, to funding a portion of the fiscal impact for the DCRA Omnibus Amendment Act, which is related to the notice of vacant designations, the CBED to the expansion of Southwest Service Area, to GovOps to pay for BOE's rent because they need to expand, and to health to fund the fiscal impact for the Maternal Mental Health Task Force Establishment Act and fund what I think is important, a pilot program for post-disaster counseling. We had several significant fires of buildings where people lost lives, deeply traumatic events for not just one or two people, but 50, 100, 150 people. And while the Red Cross is great, that just blows through their capacity. And for the counseling and the support services that people need after that, this is going to create a new pilot program through DBH for that. Switching to the next slide, the committee also accepted the following transfers: $3 million, including $1.5 million one-time dollars from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development to OVSJG to enhance access to justice grants for eviction diversion. Thank you very much. $300,000 from the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities to OVSJG to support enhancements for hospital-based violence intervention programs. Thank you very much. $288,000 recurring through FY25 to the Committee on Labor, from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development to OAG to fund two new paid leave enforcement trial attorneys. Thank you very much. Sure. $200,000 from the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities to OVSJG to support enhancements for reentry grants. $156,000 from the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities to OAG to fund a new public corruption trial attorney. $106,000 from the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities to OAG to fund a new workers' rights paralegal. $70,000 from the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs to the Office of Neighborhood Civic Engagement to provide an enhancement for the one's leadership academies. And then turning to proposed BSA subtitles. We recommend changes to the mayor's proposed subtitles. First, we amend the automated external defibrillator incentive program. This creates the AED rebate program. We're also amending the emergency medical services transport contract, which repeals the AMR sunset, but keeps the reporting requirements in place. And then striking the school safety and security repeal. We're also recommending several new BSA subtitles: the Access to Justice Initiative Amendment Act of 2022, which has to do with minor adults; Attorney General Civil Investigations Clarification Amendment Act of 2022, which has power to issue interrogatories in addition to subpoenas; the Comprehensive Cognitive Health Training for First Responders Amendment Act of 2022, which works with MPD and Fire and EMS in their training for Alzheimer's; the Criminal Code Reform Commission Amendment Act of 2022, which has some minor amendments to the statute; the Metropolitan Police Department Budget and Staffing Transparency Amendment Act of 2022, which, as I mentioned earlier, expands our stop and frisk reporting to track with our Police Reform Commission recommendations and puts information about budgeting, staffing, overtime use online for the public. The Office of Unified Communications Telecommunicator CPR Program Amendment Act of 2022, I mentioned that just a moment ago. That creates a TCPR is what it's called, Telecommunicator Training Program at OUC. Then we have the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants Transparency Amendment Act of 2022. What this does is put basic transparency about budget and grant making priorities and awards in a more public forward facing. This was a big item that came from our budget hearings. And then Special Education Attorneys for Emerging Adult Defendant Amendment Act of 2022 creates a panel for those attorneys for incarcerated and detained emerging adults, and that goes with OVSJG grant dollars to go with that. So that is trying to walk through my slides as fast as I can, Mr. Chairman, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to start with some questions.
Subtitles?
I'll get this.
Oh,
No,
we're
I'm
starting with
gonna start with the
subtitles.
budget. So you covered in some detail the cuts that you took, but I wanted to go over it for some clarity.
Mhm.
I'm going to start with one that probably hasn't gotten much attention: settlements and judgments. Settlements and judgments used to overspend, and if anything, it needed more money. Why are we able to take $4 million? That's current year.
Because they are not expending all of that, is the short answer.
You work with the OAG on this in terms of their.
We did, and they've been coming under 10 million for the last several years. So they were certified. They've been coming in around $10 million every year. So they certified 4 million. In other words,
$10 million under.
right.
Yeah.
So likely going to still end up under.
Okay, so settlements and judgments, just to be clear, what you're saying is based on you're talking to the Attorney General and the CFO. This is a current year cut, not next year, based on spending to date and litigation that's in the pipeline that they said they will be underspending and probably underspending by more than the $4 million you're taking.
Correct. We're coming up on about 2/3 of the way through the fiscal year, so we have a really good sense of what the remaining fiscal year is going to look like. So the CFO and OAG agreed to this.
All right, let me ask you about MPD. So the news headline from those who don't like any changes to the budget are that you're cutting the police. So let's kind of break that down. The budget you're proposing, are you cutting any officers from police?
No, in fact, we're supporting the hiring of 347 new officers.
Are you supporting what the mayor proposed in terms of new officers?
That is the full ask from the mayor and from the chief.
Okay. But you are taking some cuts. So the cuts are from what the mayor's proposed to try to attract officers?
So I respect the fact that some people are going to call it a cut. The police officer retention program, which is not a recruitment tool, that is a retention tool. The committee is tripling the funding over what's in it this year. The mayor had proposed even more, which is not sustained by the data and how it's used right now. But the budget move forward does not make a cut to it. It actually triples the amount of money that is in that budget from last year.
So just to be clear on that, I called it a cut, but it's a reduction in the increase that the mayor saw.
Correct. It is absolutely an increase in the officer retention program, which is a really good program. We're not getting the dollars out the door. So again, we're 2/3 of the way through the fiscal year. And thus far, only $7,200 has been expended out of $400,000 that's approved in the budget.
For which
That's for the officer retention program.
Okay, but there's some other aspects like the take-home cards. That's for recruitment or retention or maybe all the above?
It wouldn't be for recruitment because that would be officers that are already on the force. And then you would probably want to ask me about the hiring bonuses.
No, I'm going to ask you about the
that's
take-home
recruitment.
cards. So the mayor proposed how much for take-home cards?
That was $2 million.
And that would be for
50 take-home cars. We currently have a workforce, about 16% of officers live in the district. So 84% of officers would not be eligible for this, only the 16% that are DC residents. And then they're not allowed to use it to go to the grocery store. They can't take the kids to soccer practice in it. It's only to go to and from work and then park it on the block out in front of their house.
Are you leaving any money in that program? The take-home cards?
Is it next year? It's a 1-year enhancement. So
I'm sorry.
We eliminated the 1-year enhancement.
Eliminated the 1-year enhancement. So if somebody says you're cutting police, you're cutting take-home cars for 16% of the force, but actually it's 50 cars. Available to 16% of the force that they can't drive in.
Correct.
Housing bonus?
So
housing incentive?
So this is on the recruitment side. So we have what's called a housing allowance incentive program. So we talked earlier about the home purchasing program, which is through EHAP, which is our helping get officers to purchase homes. In addition, for recruits, we offer housing incentives to essentially pay rent to help people move into the district. So that is, we are proposing more than doubling that program. That is less than what the mayor had asked for, though. So understand, she was going to say that is a reduction from what she had proposed it to be, but it's more than a doubling of that. We were proposing $500,000. We took $500,000 from it. She proposed a total of $1 million. Currently, this year it's $200,000. Thus far, they've only spent $2,000 out of the $200,000. That said, I still think it can be a very good program. So we left $500,000 in it, which is more than doubling. And we really want to get them to have the dollars get out the door, but that can be a recruitment incentive to help with the housing costs. A lot of our officers that we recruit actually aren't from DC. So imagine you're moving from New York or you're moving from someplace else. This helps make sure you can pay the rent and be able to get established when you come in.
So there's $200,000 this year in the budget
Mhm.
for this housing assistance.
Correct. And we'll have
And
$500,000.
they've spent 2 million.
They've only spent $2,000.
2,000. Over halfway through the year.
Correct.
If halfway through the year, they spent 2,000 out of 200,000.
Mhm.
And your recommendation is to increase it to 500,000.
I am.
Okay, there's some other incentives.
The other one is what is essentially the signing bonus. And that we decided to support the full request from the mayor and the chief. And what that'll create is a $20,000 signing bonus for new hires coming in MPD. And then for our cadet conversion, a $5,000 cadet conversion coming over. Most other police forces in the jurisdiction have started putting in signing bonuses. Most are in the territory of $5,000 to $10,000. They asked for a much bigger number to try to be more competitive. And so I will say I was skeptical of this one at first. As I looked around at other jurisdictions, I got to a place where I do think we need to have, the other jurisdictions already have these signing bonuses in place. It becomes a competitive element that we need to be able to have.
Yeah. There were no other incentives for retention or?
That's a lot, but no, there were no other.
Okay. Let me ask you BSA subtitle. Access to Justice Initiative, that deals with the funding, the way we're.
DC Bar Foundation.
The way we're structuring the funding this year.
Correct.
The Attorney General Civil Investigations.
This has to do with their power to issue interrogatories in addition to subpoenas. And then that is what in turn impacts the litigation support fund on the awards that come into the litigation support fund.
Okay, and they introduced, there's a freestanding bill pending.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a hearing on it?
No, there was not, sorry.
There's not a freestanding bill pending. Comprehensive cognitive health training.
This is something we worked on with NPD and FIMS that came to our budget hearings to make sure that we could build in the training within NPD and Fire and EMS for Alzheimer's and cognitive health training. And so it's absolutely related to this budget in terms of making sure that they're able to do this in their training academy. Respectively, both of them.
Is there a permanent bill pending on that?
No, this is it.
Criminal Code Reform Commission.
These are some minor amendments to the statute. You'll remember you had to move emergency legislation just recently. So this is helping clear up the CCRC amendment around personnel.
How complicated is the amendment?
I would call it very simple. Yeah. It's basically, you're the personnel authority.
The Metropolitan Police Department budget and staffing transparency.
So this tracks with some of the Police Reform Commission recommendations around budget transparency. So this basically puts a lot of information, staffing, overtime numbers, some of which they report to the committee, but this will put it in so it's in a public facing way. And it is also funded in this budget because to put the information up, they said they needed to have the funding to pay for the thing that they already keep track of. But
this subtitle deals in part with the Duncan ordinance.
Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a fan of the Duncan ordinance, by the way, but is there a reason why this can't be part of the comprehensive police reform bill that is very soon?
I think because of the fact that we have it funded in the budget, we'd like to have it in here because we are fully funding this element within the budget and we had to put that in the budget.
And you do know that the chances are that if the comprehensive bill moves in June, it may actually beat the BSA in terms of being effective.
Maybe.
Yes, the BSA will not become law until probably October, November. And then we have to do the clarification act.
Hey, we
No.
haven't had to do one of those recently.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. We haven't had to do a clarification act.
We didn't do one this year.
If we keep,
Let's not
if
do
we
it.
keep the BSA short enough, we won't have to do
We'll
it.
also end up having applicability clauses and things like that within the permanent bill.
OUC telecommuter,
Telecommunicator.
yeah. Is there a permanent bill pending on that?
this is it and it's funded within the budget?
I'm going to skip one, special education attorney. The permanent legislation on that.
Yes, we had a hearing on it.
And other than the fact that all of the operations of the government require budget authority, why do we need to do it as part of the budget?
Because this actually is tied to a specific grant that's coming through OBSJG, which has been funded within the budget.
Councilmember Che, you have a question? Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Che?
Yes, thank you very much. Councilmember, I have a couple of questions regarding school resource officers and the recommendations around that. And I asked a question about this last time, and I want to find out now about where we are. Is there going to be any gap between switching over from MPD to DCPS hired security staff, even if only temporary? What are the timelines such that, you know, MPD will be out and the resource officers will be in?
I think, but please correct me if I'm wrong, there's two different issues. So there's the security contract issue, which has already made its transition from MPD to DCPS. So there's no gap in that regard, because that switched from MPD being the security contractor to DCPS. What the language the council passed last year was to take essentially a 4 to 5 year phased approach of phasing out the school safety division. That's distinct and different from the school security contract. That remains in effect, no gap whatsoever, and that is managed now by DCPS.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify, because I know about the contract, that's fine, but I meant the actual physical people as they're slowly moved in. And with respect to those folks, are they going to get special training like in dispute resolution or mental health issues, or, you know, what are they going to be, just like the people we have in front of the building, you know, security officers like that, or are they going to be special in some way? They trained.
Yeah, they are in place already, and I know that they have training. I've talked to DCPS before about some of the student-specific training they have. I believe that many of them are also represented, I think, by SEIU. And so SEIU has also worked closely with DCPS on that type of training in addition as well.
Okay, and then I'm just thinking about what's going on in Montgomery County, but is there any kind of MOU that's going to be entered into with respect to when police should be called into the building, or when they're, you know, at a certain standard of activity, and then we call MPD?
I mean, anytime there's a 911 call, police need to be able to respond to the school. So that they don't need an MOU for that. We certainly want them to be able to do that. They certainly would and will be. I think what we saw with Montgomery County, for example, is they made the decision to essentially move away from their SROs all within 1 year, essentially just do it. And we took a very different approach, which was to take essentially a 4 to 5 year phased approach that slowly phases down. And then we want to see those alternatives ramped up. And I think last year we were right in that we wanted to have that type of deliberate phased approach rather than this instantaneous, which is why I think you've seen the reverse course in Montgomery County.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're still on that path, because we should do it incrementally. Thanks for that. And then,
yeah, thank you.
With respect to the police resources, even though the committee is agreeing, and by the way, I apologize because I couldn't attend our markup, as you know. The police resources part of this, and retention and recruitment, even though we're approving what the mayor asked for in terms of additional officers, if you count for all the attrition and perhaps even the inability to hire on a level that we want to hire, the net increase is really minor. And that's why I think the mayor paired it with retention and recruitment. So, and I understand that, you know, we're not cutting, we're just not increasing to the level that she had sought. But even still, I'm just wondering whether we do need that really enhanced approach, because we have to stop the, in effect, bleeding of officers out of the department, because we can hire and hire and hire and hire, but if they're coming in one door and going out the other door, we're not making a lot of progress. So can I say, is it fair to say, if people ask about this, that the cuts that you made in the increases, not cuts, but cuts to the increases, they really are based on an assessment of the data to show that we haven't been able to use the money that's already there? Is that fair?
I think it's very fair. And I think that when we do our oversight, and we've done this, I think this is, when we look at the way the expenditures have gone, especially this year, I do believe we need to have, as I think we're supporting, a pretty healthy, more so than any other of our public employees, recruitment tools. And I think that is necessary, and that's important, that's been built in. I do think, of course, we have a role to do from an oversight perspective. I think back to, it kind of reminds me of the conversation maybe about a year and a half ago around the cadet program. So this council, we have collectively grown the cadet program from, in the last 5 years, from 15 cadets per year to 150 cadets per year.
Right.
And I think we all agree, I think, that's a great way to help build our pipeline and create that employment track. And a couple of years ago, the mayor had said they wanted 200 cadets. They wanted to go from 100 to 200. And we decided, based on our studies, our oversight, our evaluations, that 150 was the right number. Still, people said, well, but that's a cut. And it wasn't, of course, we were expanding by 50. Well, guess where we are this year? In terms of the number of cadets they brought in, at the midway point of the year, they had 70 cadets coming in, and they're going to end up slightly below the 150 cadets over the course of the year. So we used our oversight to really try to track that number and get it right. I think that we have very healthy, big, robust recruitment and retention tools here. We'll obviously use our oversight throughout the year to keep monitoring how it goes. But I think that based on the spending here, we're making really wise investments that increase pretty dramatically these recruitment and retention tools in a way that tracks with our oversight and the experience we've seen.
Okay, and the reason why I'm pursuing this is because I don't want the narrative to be that we're cutting.
I agree.
I want the narrative to be that we are enhancing, and we are enhancing at a level that comports with what the data show we can actually spend and use. So for any public people listening, that's the story. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Councilmember Allen, for this presentation. I have a question about the $475,000 one-time to the one's life coach client incentives. Can you tell me again what that is? I obviously missed your explanation as to what these incentives are.
Yes. So with the mayor's investments, alongside, I think, Linda Harley Harper and Building Blocks DC, to create that, the life coaches that have that kind of help identify people that are most at risk, intensive wraparound supports and efforts. They didn't have the second part to that, which is things like incentives that life coach can then help provide to that individual. So being able to provide direct assistance. And so that's what this does. So it gets paired along with that. And I think it's these two things together. I think the idea the mayor put forward on the life coach idea is the right one. And I like it. And this is going to help make sure those life coaches actually have some more tools in their tool belt to be able to make sure they can focus on those individuals.
Okay, could you, what are you thinking the incentives, these additional tools are? That's the part I'm missing.
Like, what are some of the examples of uses you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's designed to be somewhat flexible. You have a person who you're trying to help and they want to go get their GED and they've got costs associated with that. And you can help use incentives to help make sure they can get that education, pay those costs. It could be an individual needs, emergency housing help to, for that immediate right then and there help with housing. It's the idea is that they can use this as a way to help pair incentives and supports to what that urgent crisis need is that ultimately is going to stop that individual from, engaging in any violence or being victim.
I understand the categories you mentioned, but it is also my understanding that the entire government is going to be focused on the so-called rehabilitation or this process that we have to stop the escalation of violence, particularly gun violence. So I would think that if a client needed to get their GED, that would be a simple matter of that client being able to enroll without having to pay any fee to our government. I just feel like I'm trying to understand how this money will be used. And it's only 26 life coaches, right? Or 23 or something like that.
Yes, I believe that's, I don't know the exact number of life coaches.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So what the way they're proposing this is that this group of individuals are going to be able to target about 250 to maybe 500, probably tops, high at-risk individuals. And one of the things we've learned with our violence prevention intervention programs is you're only going to be as good, you're only going to be as credible as the ability you can to meet the crisis that person who is either going to be the victim of gun violence, perpetrate gun violence, could be both of those things at the same time. So being able to pair that life coach with the type of incentives and tools allows them to move quickly when that crisis happens. Whereas as much as, I mean, I know as you and I want government to move as fast as we can, often as we know that's not the case when you're talking about an individual who's in crisis.
Right, and I understand that. What I'm trying to, what I'm grappling with is how will this resource really be used by the life coaches? In other words, will they have a credit card in their pocket and they say, come on, John, let's go and get you registered because you need to do this? I'm just trying to understand how the program will work. Because, as you can remember, when the mayor announced her budget at the library, I had a concern about, 23 life coaches and how the 23 translate working with at least 250 or 300, young men primarily that need or perhaps want to change their lifestyle. So I was just curious about that.
I'd be more than happy to also, obviously we don't run the programs. This is going to be run through the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, but Linda Harley Harper, I think, is somebody, obviously I know you know her really well, but I'm more than happy to kind of facilitate a larger conversation if you'd like. With
yeah,
her.
I will do that. I didn't know if you had received information. And you mentioned something about you were going to have training. I guess you're going to have training for the one's office personnel that are going to take a look at the I guess the data, the confidential files of individuals who are involved in crime. I wondered, are you going to do any training? Because does the Duncan ordinance come into play in any way, or?
I think what you're referencing is related to where the CJCC is able. So the CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, where we have all of our local law enforcement, courts, supervision agencies, and then our federal entities to be able to navigate the Duncan ordinance, basically, to be able to help share information in that space.
I see. So that body, whoever's on that body, will be sharing information, reviewing the files of this 300 adults and 100 or 150 juveniles. Is that correct? Or just of the adults?
No, I mean, I sit on CJCC, chairman sits on CJCC. We're not going to be sitting there reviewing files ourselves. So it's not the CJCC principles. It's talking about so the agencies can help communicate with one another when there's an individual, for example, that's identified at risk.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman.
Review files?
We don't have time for that.
Councilmember Henderson, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Charles, for that very detailed summary and explanation. One thing I want to ask is in terms of the data points that you guys raised around the current spending for MPD on some of these initiatives that they already have in place. If your staff doesn't mind sharing some of that information with everyone so that we can all have essentially the same narrative in terms of what's going on here. So that's step one. My first question is about Department of Corrections. You are proposing to reduce the number of correctional officer FTEs by 31. On its face, I could be concerned in terms of this proposal, but because we know that insufficient staffing can lead to major problems. So I'm just trying to understand, does this reduction reflect vacancies? Does it reflect lower projected hiring numbers? Is it due to the new security contract that will cover the staffing at entrances and exits now?
It is not reflective of that contract that you're talking about, but it is reflective of the sheer volume of vacancies there. So there's 223 vacancies at DOC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I would say this has been something that we've gone back and forth with the DOC for many years around their overtime spending, the number of vacancies they have, and then the asks of trying to get new COs when they can't fill or they won't fill the positions they have. So it's not necessarily new that we've reduced some of those positions overall. They're not filling them and they have that many vacancies.
Got it. Okay. Well, if there's another FTE, I think we could send one to OCME for the their review committees. Going to the Office of Unified Communications, I want to applaud you for developing some hiring incentives for call takers and dispatchers. I've been to those hearings with you, and we know the sheer number and volume of applications that it takes in order for them to even get a new class of people. So I'm curious, in terms of the money that you've set aside, what do you anticipate the award to be, or the bonus rather? Or are you just going to allow the agency to develop that on their own?
We don't prescribe the exact bonus amount. When the agency first came in front of us, they had recommended, or they proposed a very small hiring incentive that equaled maybe like $250 or something like that. And it was really striking to see that the 911 call taker and dispatcher was going to have a $250 signing bonus, but an MPD officer would have a $20,000. So we wanted to be able to make it more meaningful. I don't honestly think $250 of a signing bonus is going to motivate people that weren't already headed there in the first place. I don't know, because we don't know exactly how many new call takers and dispatchers will actually be hired over the course of the year. What we did will become much more substantial. So it's now in the range of thousands of dollars as a signing bonus. And that, I think, does make a difference when we're talking about the competitive landscape of the whole region.
Okay. Two more things. In the Office of Campaign Finance, you recommended moving forward $3.5 million from FY22, moving back to FY23 in the Fair Elections Fund. Why are we expecting such a significant amount of underspending during an election year?
We do not have, they anticipated, and I think we talked about this kind of in our after action report hearings, basically after the 2000 election cycle. Understandably, they need a budget for what they think could happen. And I think we thought that maybe the 2000 election was just a very different one. And so they put much more funding into the Fair Elections program in FY22 than it turns out they needed. So now that we essentially know what the expenditures will look like, they felt confident that they had probably by a little more than 3.5 overfunded that. And so we were able to move that forward in real life.
Okay. And then finally, and I don't know if this is like this is kind of a joint question, I guess, for you, for Councilmember Silverman, for Councilmember Robert White. When we went to the hearing in terms of the one's office, one of the things we heard about in terms of the violence interrupters was that they didn't make enough, that many of the violence interrupters have to hold multiple jobs down. The contracts are limited, all of these different things. And so I'm curious of our decision to fund a study in terms of career pathways as opposed to actually giving violence interrupters a raise.
So the budget doesn't specifically create raises, does it? Oh, got it. I'm sorry. Okay, you're talking about, maybe this is what you're teeing up by saying Councilor Silverman and Robert White. Are you saying that from the funds that Ms. Silverman had sent over from her committee to UDC about having that be part of the evaluation and the study?
Yes, I guess my question, because of all of the, I think there are lots of people who have, there are lots of members who have interest in this. And so I didn't know if this was the appropriate time to ask this question around why do a study on career pathways as opposed to actually giving the raises?
Got it. How about this? I will answer just a second and then I'll turn to Ms. Silverman if she wanted to add anything to what her intent was. From an oversight perspective, we have been working with ONSC, for example, to shift from one-year contracts to multi-year contracts. One of the things that I hear constantly from those providers is that in kind of the 1 year at a time, it creates a lot of instability. And also making sure they are funded appropriately so that those wages can go up. So I think that that can be something that we also, I am working on that through our oversight function, not just from the budgeting function. I probably would defer a little bit to my colleague here to talk about some of the intents that she had in terms of the transfer of the funds. I know she touched on that earlier today, but through the chair, if I can defer to Ms. Silverman.
I didn't know we were in a formal
I have no idea.
hearing anymore. Okay, so here's my answer to you, council member. These things are not mutually exclusive. Okay, so I'm labor chair.
Yeah.
And in a moment, maybe, you're gonna hear more about what you already know from being on my committee about career pathways. So I'm thinking about career pathways, as I said, in IT, healthcare, and in violence interruption, so that we have a career path for folks that goes beyond this job. Now, I don't disagree with you, but the one's office is not in my committee. You know, what is in my committee is building blocks uses project empowerment, which is a DOES program, but you know, I will, and I just, usually I'm not big on semantics, but I do want to take issue with your use of the word study. Like we're going to write some report that's going to sit on some shelf. What we're going to do is talk to the violence interrupters. That's what part of the money is to do. What do we call them in politics? Focus groups. And say, well, look, what kind of careers are you looking to go into? I mean, I'll tell you my focus group of one person here and two staff members. We heard repeatedly from the violence interrupters that work for both the one's office and OAG that they were interested in careers and taking the skills that they had learned in mediation. And honestly, they consider themselves therapists. They feel like one of the most important things is they're like a caring adult who talks to people and to, you know, professionalize those skills through training. So we're not, you know, so there's going to be focus grouping, there's going to be curriculum development, there's going to be market analysis, and there's going to be actual creation of these career pathways. So this is not some flim flam, you know, study. I mean, it came together late. I will be honest with you. This is an interest of mine in that if we are going to make violence interruption a permanent part of our suite of public safety services, then we need to have professionalize it, have career paths. And we are working on sort of bigger thoughts about this, but I wanted to put something in the budget. We've been working with UDC on these other career pathways that you know about from being on the committee, and I'll talk about when we get to the labor committee. But, you know, increasing the pay, yes. But, you know, I don't have the one's office in my committee. But look, we know if you spent any time with the violence interrupters, and I know members have, it is tough work. I mean, it is, talk about draining, difficult 24/7 work. That is violence interruption. You're on call all the time. You're dealing with incredibly stressful situations. And let's face it, your life is, you know, you're sometimes under threat yourself. So, you know, and we aren't paying high wages. So, you know, but I'll go back to the beginning. I don't think raising wages and creating career paths is an either or. It should be an and. But I don't have, you know, I don't have one's office in my committee.
And I'll just add one last thing, Councilmember. In the same way, for example, for the individuals who go through the Pathways program, I found out that they were being hired at a sub-minimum wage into those positions. And that to me was just entirely unacceptable. And we didn't have to pass a budget for it. We didn't have to pass a law for it. I just worked with the city administrator's office. I worked with DOS. I worked with others. And we got that wage increased to where these guys had respect with their paycheck at that point. And so I think that's the work that'll continue.
Okay. I wasn't trying to hit a nerve, but I just thought that part of the budget work session was to talk about this. And if we're using a finite amount of money, we're just sort of talking about that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes. I wanted to ask Councilmember Allen, what is your response? Because I know we're going to get this question to defund the police. How does this budget respond to the movement around defunding the police in this budget?
I'm not sure I understand.
So every year after the budget is over, you got some people that says that the council defunded the police. You got some people say that we need to defund the police. I don't know. I mean, what my response is, because I don't know what all happened changing the budget yet from the Judiciary Committee.
I think we lost you, Councilor White, but I think I understand what you're asking. I guess
you can't hear me.
You dropped out for a second, but I think I got it. I think I heard you. So I guess I'm approaching this budget in a very different way. That's not the question we're asking. We asked, what does it take to fully fund public safety? That was the number one question we asked going into this budget. And rather than falling into the trap that I think often gets laid for everybody, which is it's got to be this way or it's got to be that way, it's either or it's or, we really took a both and approach. And we are funding law enforcement and a coordinated strategic response with NPD, supported all the hiring of new officers, the recruitment incentives, the retention incentives, and fully investing in violence prevention, fully investing in community-based violence prevention efforts, fully funding Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, expanding our hospital-based violence intervention programs, expanding the way in which MORCA helps get individuals to go into paralegal positions, fully funding just over and over again all the different pieces that go together when we talk about what is our public safety response. And I think it's a budget that every one of us is going to be able to tell that story as well about the strong investments to fully fund public safety. And I also think it's important to recognize what we heard overwhelmingly in our budget hearings as well is that there was not enough support going to victims and survivors of gun violence and domestic violence and sexual violence. And we were able to put millions more into those direct services. That addresses public safety as well. But I mentioned this to the magic list that the chairman's holding on to or creating. There's a lot in there. There's still a lot of unmet need in that space as well. And that is part of our public safety response. It's got to be. So that's the way I would answer the question, Councilor White.
And with Kissy.
All right. I got to record that in case I got to answer that on Fox 5. Thank you for the answer.
The committee of the whole is starting to take up the collection so that we get the extra dollars. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Gray. I think actually, I'm looking at an empty seat. Councilmember Lewis first.
Okay, great. Speaking of magic wands here. Okay, so, as Chairman Allen noted, the OVSJG hearing was long and difficult to engage in. Our domestic violence service providers are in dire straits. With flat funding, I think amidst a huge increase in violence, particularly, I've seen it in my ward, domestic violence incidents have gone up. Even when I talked to the new U.S. attorney, they agreed, like, yeah, something's going on. There's an increase in domestic violence. We had some very serious cases last year that involved gun violence. So we know we got to do more there. And Councilmember Allen has been diligent with the budget increases each year. And I don't think any of us saw, I mean, maybe we did see the increase coming, but the pandemic brought on a new onslaught of domestic violence. So I'm saying this for the magic wand list mostly, but I'm trying to get creative here. Chairman told me to go find some money. So is there anywhere we can move up ARPA funds from fiscal year 24 to 23 to respond to the pandemic-driven increase in domestic violence? I think I see, or 25 million in fiscal year 23 for building blocks, streetscapes, according to, I guess, the narrative last year. So just wondering if that's an opportunity there to meet the needs of our domestic violence providers, or if there's another magic wand moment there for our DV providers. And then also more magic wanding here, wanting to talk a little bit about accelerating the plans for the DC jail as well. So if we have, because I think we need to do that. So this, obviously, at a minimum, we have to move at least 3.5 million for conceptual design work in fiscal year 26 up to fiscal year 23 or 24. So just wondering there, if we have 200 EOC vacancies, if we can't actually hire up those positions, maybe we can use that, convert it to one-time PAYGO dollars to be added to the budget for DC jail design work. We got to increase those funds and accelerate them. And so I'm just trying to find those dollars for you, Chairman, on those two issues. So the acceleration at least of the design work for DC jail, and then whether there's some funding there to actually meet the needs of our domestic violence providers. In the sexual violence sector, I think they asked for an additional 2 million, and then in the domestic violence sector, an additional 26 million was required to meet sort of the core service and housing need for those departments.
I think, well, I appreciate that. And I'll touch on both of those, and certainly Phil, if you want to add to it. On the domestic violence, sexual violence side, it is abundantly clear, we've been talking about this for the last 2 years, that we know one of the collateral consequences of the pandemic is that individuals have been trapped and isolated with their abuser. And many of the ways in which other pre-pandemic ways in which people could help identify, survive, escape, were not there. And we watched that presentation both on for children, intimate partners, sexual violence, a lot go unreported, but we knew the violence was there. And so now that things are opening up, we're starting to see the explosion that we knew was coming.
Yeah.
That's where the frustration of over the flat funding has been, and why the committee has kept trying to put more and more into this. I think we need to be, I definitely appreciate the creativity about trying to think about ARPA funds and can you do that? I think that we need to be a little careful with ARPA dollars, is my own thinking here, is that we don't want to unintentionally create a cliff effect by using ARPA dollars. I think we've got to really think about the local dollars so that we know it can be long-term, sustained, direct service provider supports. So I'm 1,000% with you that we got to keep finding ways to get more and more there. I think the mechanism and the tools are important.
do you think, so last year I remember seeing there was like a gun violence and you guys had prevention streetscape line in the mayor's opera narrative for like 25 million in fiscal year 23. Do we know if that's still there and can we use any of those dollars maybe to address the DD funding needs possibly? And then if so, that would prove, I don't know, I guess the opposite way I'm thinking is like, if, instead of creating a cliff, maybe it'll create the impact of showing like, hey, see, when we do fund these things, we get positive results. So letting the results infuse the funding so we don't get a flat thing. I don't know.
Building blocks isn't in our committee, so I don't.
Okay.
But if I can touch on DOC as well real fast, because this is something that the chairman and I talked about this already as well. So it was a big deal to have the capital budget have the new facility, the annex, whatever you want to call it, be in there. To have a little bit of planning money and then basically a couple of years of nothing, and then you have the bulk of the planning come several years later, I think we would be really, I think we would have a very difficult time to move forward the full capital budget up because it's a capital budget, it's capped, you're going to have different trade-offs you got to make. I think that being able to move the planning and design work forward is something I would like to be able to do. Chairman and I've talked about that, trying to explore in what ways could we do that. I've talked to the DOC director about that. I think the more that we can accelerate that hard work also then helps better inform what the actual number will end up being for the capital budget as well. So I completely agree. And so I just look for also for our colleagues and others that may not have all those details right at their fingertips. We know it's going to be a couple of years until we get to the full capital budget, but it is a big deal that it's in there. So the planning and design work, if we can accelerate that, could have a very positive impact in being able to realize that vision.
Right, absolutely.
So what are you suggesting in terms of paying for the planning?
Planning. So I was thinking if we have the 200, I guess, if we have vacancies in DOC, could we convert, if we're not going to actually be able to hire up all those positions, can any of those positions be converted to a one-time pay-go dollars to be added to the budget for DC jail design work to move it up as well?
I would.
What I was trying to get creative with, by the way,
I love it.
Just trying, you know.
The creativity.
Sharon told me to not ask for the wand, but to find it.
I think you would find that you unintentionally create a secondary pressure on overtime.
Okay.
By doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, the challenge with DOC is to find the right balance.
Mhm.
So, cut the staff, and even though they have a large number of vacancies, we cut the staff and do some collateral consequences.
Chairman gave me great advice years ago to learn the distinction between, how'd you say it? A yell and a squeal. Okay. Oh, don't tell this. Okay. Sorry.
Then the last question I have is about housing and I don't know what's in it in the budget around housing regarding safety transfers, which is, we've been trying to get a few safety transfers, and I think they have limited vouchers. So their vouchers are only limited to specific buildings in the same neighborhood that we're trying to get them out of, essentially. Is there anything in your budget sort of that goes to addressing safety transfers, housing regarding safety transfers? And then the other piece, the other request is there anything that goes to, oftentimes we have direct victims of gun violence, those actually who experience it, but then we have sometimes, bullets that go through people's homes and they are like through their windows and they want some type of services, but there's sort of like a gap there. Is there anything in the budget to address that as well? If, yeah, that's all.
So there's $2.2 million in ARPA funds that are for flexible housing assistance programs for victims of gun violence, as well as residents at risk of victimization. So there is kind of that short-term and medium-term ability to have some immediate flex funding for moves of housing.
Yeah.
I know I have individually worked with, folks who are, fearful for their lives from gun violence and deeply impacted, and we've been able to move successfully to get folks out while then the other efforts come in to squash what's going on that could have very easily moved something else, right? So we're trying to deploy funds out that way to use. In terms of individuals who are, I think the technical term is a secondary victim of gun violence. We're talking about like the shot through the house but not physically hurt. The Crime Victims Compensation Fund is a tool there. And so we could certainly probably do more after this too about some of the details around that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do, I mean, I guess we have adequate funding there to be.
I don't think we ever have adequate funding there actually, but yeah.
Okay. And then do we do anything with the Wint Center? I remember during the hearing, we were making sure they had what they needed to continue to be, they're one of our main, I think, providers for like trauma support.
Yep.
Are we able to, I guess, make them whole?
Well, the Crime Victims Compensation Fund is actually from fees, the Superior Court. So it's not something that we fund. Those are done by fees at the court. And so it's not the type of thing where we have a grant that we give to them.
So when people go to the Wint, the people are referred, I guess, to the Wint Center.
I'm sorry, I thought you were slow with that.
Oh, no.
The Went Center's a contract.
Right.
Right.
And they were having issues in the hearing regarding like,
Mhm.
they lost a lot of staff, they had issues and they were very scared of like not getting additional funding to be able to sustain. And I was talking about, we probably need to utilize it more because we have a lot of secondary victims who want also trauma support services.
Absolutely. I mean, I had, the Wint Center reached out to me last Friday evening saying, I know I don't have the money for it, but I'll bet there's a whole bunch of people that are experiencing trauma right now.
Right.
Help. How can we help? I mean, that's who the Wint Center is. And I think that we've got to value them a lot more than the grant dollars they get reflect. Time and time again, I hear people talk about how valuable they are as a lifeline, as a resource and all that. And that was, when I talked earlier about we're proud of being able to find some funds to add to OVSJG's pot to be able to get dollars out.
Okay.
It's not enough. It's just not enough. I will say that in addition, the BSA subtitle that speaks to the transparency around grant making and budget priorities, that also speaks to what we heard from the Wint Center and the organizations about not really even knowing what are OVSJG funding priorities, what are the dollars going out, what awards have they been making. So that was really trying to be a very direct response to what we heard from many of the providers.
Yes.
To make sure that there's much more budget transparency going out so that they can help be informed of their decision making.
Okay.
I have one more council member, Councilmember Silverman.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Charles, Kate, thank you for working with our committee on eviction diversion. Just for the public's knowledge and my colleagues, our colleagues, this is a program that we helped design with the Access to Justice Commission and funded last year. And I just wanted to talk about how this investment paid off. This is from Nancy Dreen. You already know this, Charles, but let me read. Oh, geez, I just lost it. Okay. Every tenant with an eviction scheduled since September 2021 has been contacted by a canvasser to connect the tenant with legal and social services, including rental assistance. And this approach, this eviction diversion, has stopped 65% of all evictions. And Nancy gave some additional detail. It stopped 70% of scheduled evictions for non-payment, 44% of all other evictions, and 65% overall. So that's a really good return on investment. So thank you for working with us on that.
Who are you thinking?
Charles and Kate. And my colleagues, because this is a really good investment that we made.
I will say that I have amazing colleagues. And so Councilor Silverman has been amazing and a really great partner on this. And just as I can feel it, the chairman has also been a really great partner in finding funds at the full committee of the whole to help continue to fund ATJ as well. We still have a $6 million gap, Mr. Chairman, in the full ask, but I couldn't do it without both of you. So my gratitude to both.
I didn't get the subtext, Mr. Chairman, that you wanted credit for the rest of it. Sorry about that. I didn't get that. Okay, let me ask about three things.
Like a bridge here.
Yes, you are over troubled waters. Anyway, it's a song. 223 vacancies at DOC. How many people work at DOC?
900, isn't it?
So is that like 1 out of 4 positions
It is
are
a-
vacant?
So 1 out of 5, in terms of vacancies.
Wow.
It is, this has been year in, year out. This isn't anything new. DOC is an agency that has a lot of vacancies. If we have an incredibly difficult time recruiting corrections officers. It is not a highly sought after career in many places. And so it's a very difficult position to fill.
Okay.
But it also then drives our overtime costs because
Yes.
you can't not have that seat filled.
Right.
And so it creates many, many pressures.
Okay.
There's another issue there. There ought to be pensions. They ought to be part of the police fire teacher pension program.
Okay.
And to put them in there would be extraordinarily expensive.
I would
Okay.
also argue, though, we do not have a very efficiently laid out building and facility. So from a staffing perspective, like we're not going to fix that tomorrow.
Okay.
But that also can be part of the ways in which long-term we're making changes to right size what it is we need to.
Okay. I just had to ask about that number. Second, related, DC jail. So now help me understand what we're doing in this budget, because I'm only seeing money in the out years, and I think the very far out years for planning. I keep hearing we're funding the jail. All I see is money for planning.
So the CIP has in the out years about $250 million for the construction of the new facility.
Okay.
It's not, I mean, let me just go ahead and break the news to everybody. It's not going to cost $250 million. It's going
Right.
to cost more than that. What I'm trying to advocate for, so while there's some of the planning design work is earlier than that.
Okay.
I think more of it needs to be upfront in FY23 and 24, because that'll then help inform and be like, you know what? Yeah, that 250 number, it's not quite right. It needs to be something else. And we don't know what the answer is. But I don't want to diminish it at all. It's we've never had it in the CIP at all. It's a big deal that both I think from a political standpoint and from a policy standpoint that we have planted the flag that it's in the CIP.
How much is a new jail going to cost?
Depends on what we build.
So we don't know how. So here's my issue with the rhetoric around the jail is that we keep saying we're going to build a new jail and with this budget, but we actually don't know how much the jail is going to cost, right? So we have, I guess, a $250 million down payment on a jail for a jail of unknown costs. Is that?
I think it's a good way to
fair.
describe as a down payment. We spent 2 years working through the Jails and Justice Task Force to try to build a larger and larger coalition of voices about what is it that we need.
Okay.
Not design it yet. And it took 2 years of work with the executive, with advocates, with stakeholders, with all the different stakeholders to come together. And now there is essentially like a framework and a map of where to go. It still, though, doesn't tell us how much it's going to cost.
I mean, let me be clear, this is not a criticism of your committee. It's more that we keep saying and telling the public, we're building a new jail with this budget.
Well, no, we are not saying.
Yeah.
There are some folks who are saying.
Well,
So
we're part of the government. I mean, this is part of DC government.
On this, no, if you're gonna say we, the government, no, we're not all saying that.
Okay.
So this is, as Charles said, this is putting money in, this is planting the flag that there will be a new jail. And that's significant. That's what we can say.
How do we know when do we figure out how much this thing is going to cost?
Well, that's why we have to do, I think that's why we have to accelerate the planning design. Here's all that we know.
Okay.
We know we're going to build a secure detention facility, annex what we got.
Okay.
Here's what we don't know. Are we bringing back all our residents from DOP facilities and they're going to be staying here or not? We don't know that. What's the size? What policy decisions do we make? We have a CCRC that's going to be coming before us later this year. And what ways does that help and inform what is our incarcerated population? How do we decarcerate individuals that don't need to be there, but then have a secure detention facility for those that do?
Okay.
None of those questions have really been answered. And so it is.
Who's going to answer those questions?
That's part of the process of the Jails and Justice Task Force that put a lot of that together.
Okay.
There is still so much more work that has to be done with the mayor's side, DOC side, all the different stakeholders. It is literally impossible. I don't want to dodge it, but it is literally impossible to answer those questions at this stage.
I hear you. I guess I just, maybe you're right. You're right. Let me say it. I've heard the executive say we're funding a jail. in this budget. And I don't see that we're putting money toward a jail, but we have no idea who's going to be in the jail, what the jail's gonna look like, how much it's gonna cost, how many beds it's gonna be. I mean,
You're correct in saying that we're putting money toward a jail.
Yeah.
As opposed to we are funding the jail.
Okay.
But I think, if I remember the conversation you and I had, Charles, if we put the planning money in, we might be able to accelerate next year or the following year.
Okay.
We might be able to accelerate the timing of the jail.
And so the planning money is going into 23?
So there's some planning money that's in 23, then there's I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. There's approximately 500,000 in 23.
Okay.
In 26, there's about 3.5 million in planning and design.
Okay.
And then 27 and 28 is when we see the actual capital expenditure. I would love to find a way to move that 26 up to 23, 24, which then helps us have a better sense of what it is that we're actually going to need to build. And then I think we can make a stronger argument of accelerating the big capital project up.
And what is preventing us from moving that money out?
The
right sizing the budget.
The 12% cap.
The debt cap.
That's the mayor's Senate capital budget that was at 11.999.
Okay.
So there's no ability to increase
Sustain
the earlier years. Let me give you two examples. The forensic lab, which I believe costs close to $200 million.
The who?
Forensic lab.
Forensic lab.
Yeah, costs about $200 million. That was initially put in the budget at $25 million. Because it was put in, because that flag was planted, it enabled the executive to lobby on the Hill to get some funding, as well as it created a path, if you will, to add funding so that we were ultimately able to put the full amount into the capital improvement plan. But it started at 25 million. Second example, the H Street Bridge, which I don't believe until this project has been fully funded. But we put the money in, we actually put a lot of money in. By having it in, we were in a better position to advocate that that bridge needs to get reconstructed. That there needs to be some planning work. The planning work has taken place because we funded that. We now have a better sense of what it costs. And with the infrastructure bill from Congress, it will be fully funded. But it's the same thing. Yes. And that started 10 years ago. You plant the flag and you work on getting the planning, you work on getting additional money. That's the process.
Okay. Just one more question on that. So what is the 500,000? What are we paying for it this year in terms of planting the flag? And
I mean, in terms of the FY23.
what is $500,000 get us?
It's not a lot.
Okay.
I also think it's a little bit dysfunctional to have like 500,000 in planning years and then nothing for 2 years and then more planning design. Like that's what it should be come together. So we're working on it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me ask about, since I'm not on the committee, so we're funding the mayor's request for this year for officers, but she has a path to 4,000 in this budget, or at least she doesn't have a path. Okay, help me understand. The mayor's saying I am on a path to 4,000 officers, and I imagine there's an increase that she has in the out years. She doesn't have an increase in the out years?
It's operating budget, so it's just 1 year at a time.
Okay, so she's just flat funding for the 3 out years?
So it's
standard inflation.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the path? So let me ask it this way then. The auditor is going to do a staffing appraisal, apparently.
I think it's a couple of different things mixed into one.
Okay.
I can't speak for the mayor's framing of how she wants to talk about this, right?
Okay.
When we asked the chief in the hearing, based on the current budget, how long would it take you to get to 4,000, if that's even the right number? He said, well, probably that would happen sometime after I retire. It would take about 12 years. I think that there is and should be a very healthy debate about what there is no magic number. So is it 4,000? We hear people say 4,200. We hear people say 3,000. The number I don't think should be overly fixated upon. I think the question's got to be, what are we doing to make sure we're funding our budget for public safety? From an audit perspective, the letter that Phil and I sent to the auditor, and then clean this up if I don't say it correctly, speaks to the issue or not around number of officers per se. It's actually like what are officers doing on their time? And that was part of what the auditor recommended, I think it was like 5 years or so ago. I can't remember the exact timing on that, but being able to evaluate time and use of time within policing. And then
Yeah, I was gonna say deployment.
Sure.
but it's sort of the same thing.
Deployment.
How many are on the street,
Okay.
how many are doing detective work?
Right, but that ends up with a number, right? I mean, this is what I'm struggling with the semantics here, because in the end, knowing how to fully fund our police department is about knowing what the FTE number is in the end, how many FTEs we're going to fund each
Not
year.
necessarily.
How is it not?
Well, the 8 years I chaired judiciary, and tell me if it's different. Since we've been carrying it. We go year to year and what we're funding in terms of needs. So we could be on a trajectory where we're trying to increase the size of the force, or we could be on a trajectory where we're trying to decrease the size of the force. The force has generally been between 3,600 and 3,900 for most of the last 2 decades. It was 5,000 back in the 1970s.
Okay, so you're saying a lot of things, but I feel like we're ships passing in the night, which is that in the end, what I understand the auditor to be doing is saying, we want to assess, how we're deploying officers to then make a judgment about what is the best deployment of officers and how many officers are needed for that for optimal deployment.
The auditor, this may come as a surprise, but the auditor, former council member, the former chair judiciary.
I'm unfamiliar.
And when she chaired judiciary, she did as a judiciary committee chair, did a staffing analysis of MPD.
Okay.
Even though Charles and I sent a letter with a request, I suspect that she will go take it kind of the way she wants to take it and come out with a report that I think could be of interest.
Okay.
And she may try to answer your question, what should be the size. That wasn't our request, but I don't know if there's ever a good. I don't know if there's ever a definitive answer.
But I think here's why, though, there is no definitive answer, because part of it is, what is it you want to utilize officers for? Do you want to utilize officers for the car that's blocking the alley or traffic stops or noise violations? Or do you want to prioritize officers for, level 1, priority 1, violence and trauma? Like, those are the questions that go into that. So that's why just asking what's the right number, there's never what is the right number, because you have to have part of that conversation be, what is it you want to utilize officers for? We're going well beyond this budget here.
I hear you. I guess, I might have a different take and, but it's like, one of the things I hear and I've read is that, we should increase the closure rate. And
I've said that.
Right?
I think we all say that.
Okay. Okay, you both have said that too. Then, I imagine one way to do that is you have to put additional staff hours to increasing the closure rate.
Those are detectives.
Yes, right? So there's a number attached, and that's my point. It's like, we're going to increase the number of
There
detectives.
actually could be other strategies for increasing the closure rate.
I think
improve forensic analysis.
I think for the public's point of view is they're hearing from the mayor that she wants to increase the force. And, maybe this gets back to what Mary was getting at, but so we are meeting the mayor's request for 23. And then we are going to have the auditor take a look at deployment and use of resources to then have a further discussion in 24. Is that, I think I'm in a similar position that Mary is. Like, what do I say to residents who are asking me about what is the council's position on MPD?
What you say as to the council's position is after May 10th, you say the council said that the size of the force for next year should be whatever the number is. what you say is your position is whatever you want to say it is. You could be like Kevin's and say it should be 4,100, or you could be like.
I did take a picture with him, as everyone knows now, so.
There's a picture somewhere. You could say it should be less.
All right, okay, thank you, Charles. I appreciate the dialogue.
I don't think there were any other questions. We're going to move to the next committee.
Or go back to see that.
No, that would be the next committee.
I will rejoin you online.
Thank you, Councilman. So committee would be the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I do want to note that we spent an hour and a half on this.
I thought we spent like 15 minutes on that one.
Public safety, right? Rightfully so. It's public safety. It's like
I mean, good time. We have 3 committees subject.
You can skip mine. I mean, that's.
We have 3 committees left. Committee on Business and Economic Development. I understand Alicia is giving the report.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members, and staff. I am Alicia DeFazio, presently serve as Committee Director for the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm glad to be here this afternoon to share the committee's recommendations in a bit of detail. Want to first begin, if I may, by contextualizing the budget and our recommendations before jumping right into the specifics provided on the slide. As I think most folks know, with respect to this committee, we seek to advance a racial equity agenda that dismantles the structural inequities that have long impacted our city's success and the strength of our residents. At its core, the committee's budget reflects continued commitment to those issues and priorities. Needless to say, these structural inequities and long-standing disparities have only intensified since the COVID-19 pandemic began more than 2 years ago. In the district, 78% of those individuals who lost their lives to COVID were Black, despite Black residents representing less than half of the district's population. Black-owned businesses closed at astonishing rates, and the disease's impact to low-income workers, particularly those in the hospitality industry, has been devastating. The committee's budget recommendations continue to address these structural barriers to economic opportunity so that all district residents have access to economic security and opportunities to build wealth. Our report and recommendations do that by focusing on 4 primary themes: addressing the racial wealth gap, dismantling systemic barriers facing small businesses, ensuring the COVID-19 economic recovery is inclusive of minority-owned small businesses, and investing in underserved neighborhoods to support equitable recovery. To continue our work of addressing the racial wealth gap here in the district, the fiscal year 2023 budget establishes a $10 million Black ownership fund. In the District of Columbia, the median wealth of a white family is 81 times that of a Black family. Homeownership is not the only way to build wealth. However, it is one of the best ways to do so. Today, only 36.5% of owner-occupied homes in the district are currently owned by Black people, compared to 53%, that are owned by whites. The Black Homeownership Fund will help address this disparity and provide a solid path toward building wealth for Black families. Next, the committee's budget directly addresses systemic obstacles women and minority-owned businesses face, small businesses. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Black entrepreneurs are nearly 3 times more likely than are white entrepreneurs to have their business growth and profitability stymied by the lack of financial capital. Last year, the committee established a commercial property acquisition fund to address this barrier by helping offset the increased expense of owning and operating a business in the district. Demand for the program has been high, and the committee is recommending an additional $4 million in that investment for this program in fiscal year 2023. The committee is also funding an additional $2 million for the Equity Impact Fund to support equity impact businesses with training and investment. Additionally, the committee continues to make crucial investments to support small businesses and the local economy, including $8 million to support another round of Bridge Fund grants, specifically for arts and entertainment venues. This also would broaden the grant eligibility to include sole proprietors and non-brick and mortar enterprises. $7.5 million to support the Vitality Fund, an initiative to attract high growth businesses to the district. $2.5 million for a downtown housing tax abatement program, to provide real property tax abatements for property conversions that provide affordable housing. For this program, the committee is also recommending an increase in the percentage of affordable units for qualifying properties from 8% to 15%. With respect to what first slide tells us, similar to other committees that mentioned, we looked with respect to our reductions and opportunities at where there had been numerous years of underspending and also where there had been numerous years of vacancies for specific positions. So our budget recommends a reduction of $5.2 million from DMPED, $1.4 million from other agencies within our jurisdiction, 5 vacant FTEs from OCFO and the Public Services Commission. And we also have carried forward about approximately $3.2 million in special purpose revenue funds, dedicated taxes, and local funds from fiscal year 22 to 23 to fund a host of initiatives. Those noted here include an $800,000 one-time to DMPED for Ward 2 Great Street type initiative. Approximately $900,000 to support social equity enterprise organizations, the same to support organizations that support Latino and minority-owned businesses. We also hear a bit about other council members wanting to create new main streets. Rather than create a new main street, we have transferred or provided $100,000 to DSLBD to study the viability of one specific corridor community for a main street, hoping that those results from that study will help inform what it takes for certain corridors to have a main street, right? In terms of what viability looks like, what strategies need to be employed, and that type of thing. $100,000 to DSLBD to expand the Shaw Clean Fleet to 11th Street Northwest, and a host of almost $350,000 of transfers to other committees. Notably, with respects to transfers out, we, of course, are wanting to ensure that racial equity continues to be a priority for the district government. So to that effect, the committee transferred $150,000 to the Committee of the Whole to support the Council's Office of Racial Equity with an additional FTE, in addition to support with respect to technological upgrades and the like under CS, I believe, G50. The committee also sent funds to the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration to support a new home renovation grant targeting HPAC participants. Next slide. Awesome sauce. With respect to transfers in, there were quite a few, but most notable, in addition to the critical investments the committee made to address racial inequities, the committee received a significant $2 million transfer from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development to permanently remove the clean hands requirements on the provision or renewal of driver's licenses. The original cost estimate for the Clean Hands Certification Equity Amendment Act of 2021 was significant, but after working with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, relevant government agencies, and interested stakeholders, committee staff was able to reduce the cost for this driver's license exclusion provision of that bill and drafted a subtitle. The total cost for excluding driver licenses from Clean Hands beginning in fiscal year 2024 is roughly $7.5 million. The committee has reserved approximately $6.5 million for this specific initiative. And that, of course, includes a $2 million transfer, as was noted from the Committee on Labor and Workforce Development. We are asking the council-wide as a priority to fund the balance of this initiative. The committee also received funds from the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to eliminate the real property tax debt that saddles the D Street shelter and to fund enhancements for the Southwest bid. From the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities, the committee received funds to provide real property tax relief to our fully disabled veteran population and help public housing residents within the Park Morton complex and community with home ownership opportunities to save for home ownership. By doing that, by sending funds over to DSB's Opportunity Accounts program. The funding, of course, would be a pilot savings program as part of the Park Morton New Community Initiative, hopefully by allowing residents of this public housing community, both on and off site, to access a match savings program such they can benefit from the homeownership opportunities that will come to their new community. The committee also received funds from the Committee on Transportation and Environment including recurring funds to support the Solar for All program, as well as funding for district bridges and investment to extend the Tinleytown Main Street and funding to support the Friendship Heights Alliance. The Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs transferred $100,000 to fund Dream Grants to support the Ward 7 and 8 entrepreneurship program. The committee also received funds from the Committee on Human Services, including money to support enhancements for a Ward 1 clean team in the Adams Morgan, Mid-City, and Shaw communities. As mentioned, the committee is requesting the council to fund the balance of the clean driver's license exclusion provision. Before turning to questions, I would like to address a few additional council-wide requests. The electrification of the district's government's fleet is of critical importance, not only to realize our clean energy goals, but to address the systemic health challenges many district residents in communities adjacent to highly trafficked corridors faced. As such, the committee is asking the Committee of the Whole to consider accelerating the timing of our government fleet's transition to electric energy and power. The committee is also requesting the council fund and approve a subtitle provided a real property tax abatement for So Others Might Eat, or SOME. SOME is a 51-year-old nonprofit organization that provides social services to district residents experiencing poverty and homelessness. SOME operates out of the Conway Center, which opened in 2018 and is located in Ward 7 along the Benning Road corridor in Benning Heights, and offers permanent supportive housing for families that previously experienced homelessness, employment training, physical health services, and behavioral health services. The cost of the abatement is $2.7 million. Lastly, the committee has set aside $200,000 in recurring funds across fiscal years 23 through 26 to support Food and Friends, a District of Columbia-based community organization that provides home-delivered, medically tailored meals and nutrition therapy to residents across the region who live with cancer, HIV/AIDS, and other serious illnesses. Due to the timing of the Committee on Health's budget markup, the committee was unable to transfer its funds that the Committee on Health could direct to the appropriate division within the DC Department of Health that directly funds Food and Friends. Because the committee wants the recurring money it has allocated for Food and Friends to reach the organization, it is asking the Committee of the Whole to accept its $800,000 investment and include this transfer to DC Health as a part of its final budget recommendations. I believe the third slide speaks to subtitles. I can definitely speak to those if they can be placed on the screen, as I don't have them up before me. It's fine, I got it. Recommended changes to the mayor's proposed subtitles. There are two. The first is to subtitle, thank you, 2E, Tax Abatements for Housing in Downtown Amendment Act of 2022. This subtitle, of course, would provide, as I mentioned before, the opportunity for conversion to commercial spaces, office buildings downtown, and to do so, incentivizing the production of affordable housing. The subtitle as proposed and sent to this council and this committee specifically had an 8% affordability requirement. This committee has increased that to 15% and provided funding in the out years to account for that increased affordability. The next one is the Vitality Fund. It's an existing fund, whereas DMPED received $7.5 million last fiscal year to implement this fund and requested the same amount of funds this current fiscal year coming, 23. The changes that the committee made essentially is just to increase or create 4 new broad categories for the different sectors of employment that should be attracted and retained as a part of this fund. Recommended subtitles include the New Market Tax Credit, Real Property Tax Exemption Amendment Act of 2022. It speaks to wanting to create parity between the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program and the New Market Tax Credit Program. Presently, with respect to LIHTC, a property owner, regardless of their organizational structure, meaning for-profit and or nonprofit, can receive the exemption. However, if you happen to be a nonprofit organization, such as SOME, that creates a for-profit subsidiary, you are unable to receive the exemption. So this subtitle is included in this budget, along with 2 tax abatement provisions to make that clear, that any owner of a property, regardless of how they're structured organizationally, can receive the exemption. The Medical Cannabis Social Equity Fund, as we know, with respect to medical marijuana and the like, the funds from that tax are sent to and used for other purposes, but not necessarily to support the council's social equity fund and initiative and ideas as it pertains to medical cannabis. So this one will do so. The others really I spoke to in my remarks previously are direct grants to organizations in addition to tax relief from transfers received from other committees. I'm certainly available to answer questions. I thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to begin with a few questions. So do you have a cost for electrifying the district government's fleet?
We actually do not yet have a cost. That's not something that we truly study. We were thinking about a specific agency and a specific issue. Didn't know if I could say it publicly, didn't want to necessarily raise our hand, but I know that we had conversations with you and your staff with respect to the specific agency that we're thinking of and their fleet, considering that they sit idle in the Ivy City, Trinidad communities, and what that means for the disparate impacts that this agency and its fleet has on community members of those communities, residents of the communities.
Why was the real property tax relief for some not funded?
The committee did not have the $2.7 million. I believe the council member in whose ward this rests was unable to transfer funds. So we're asking that this be a council-wide priority, considering that the organization serves residents across the District of Columbia.
And what was the ask again for Food and Friends? $200,000 a year?
That's correct, for $800,000 in total.
That's in addition to other money that they're getting?
That is correct.
You know the total?
I do not know.
I wanted to ask you more specifically regarding the cuts. The $5.2 million cut from DEMPED, what's that?
So $5 million of that comes from the, let me pull that up, Creative and Open Space Modernization Program. It's an initiative that supports business attraction and retention by subsidizing office space renovations and adaptation. Essentially, that was redundant, considering that many of their downtown conversion and indoor attraction programs and initiatives do similar things. And we did leave funds in fiscal year 23 for 3 specific organizations. In code, it's written who would receive this funding. So I believe their full budget was approximately $6.5 million, of which we swept 5, and we're proposing to do so.
And the other 200,000?
The other $200,000 is really $150,000 is for a study that DEMPED seeks to do over the summer, which again, they could do with other funds. And they have, I believe, a partnership with Howard University, in addition to the Urban Institute, to study affordable homeownership opportunities.
The $1.4 million from other agencies, what's that cut?
So again, this is underspent money. So when we speak about vacancy savings and the like.
Vacancy savings, did you say and the like? So what's the like?
Vacancy savings, sir.
Okay. And then you're taking $2.5 million of special purpose revenue funds, but it looks like all of that is just being shifted from 22 to 23?
That is correct.
With regard to the mayor's subtitle on tax abatements for housing downtown, do you have an economic analysis that justifies changing the affordability component from 8% to 15%?
We do. We ran 5 different scenarios at different levels of affordability. So 8%, 10%, 15%, and 20%. 2 schemes at 20%, one at 80% AMI and below, and the other at 60% AMI and below. What we found is that there was an additional $6.8 million thereabouts that was needed in the out years in order to support that additional affordability. So almost doubling the amount and percentage of affordable units that provide at these downtown locations. So right now, the fiscal impact would not be within the current financial plan, but it would come immediately after the financial plan. So yes, we did receive a score.
So by increasing it from 8% to 15%, there will be an additional cost to the developers unless the city pays it.
That is correct. It essentially won't pencil without the city's investment in later fiscal years. Right now, we're leaving it the same in terms of a $2.5 million abatement available each year. As you may recall, this would actually not take effect until fiscal year 24. I believe DMPED's idea is to study and prepare for the issue with respect to hiring staff and just preparing for what the abatement would look like in fiscal year 23. The abatement wouldn't be made available until 24, and it would take at least 18 months for an owner to apply because they would first need their certificate of occupancy. So at least 2 years for development, such that the actual impact wouldn't come until the later fiscal years.
I'm confused.
Okay.
If the abatement is scheduled to be available in 24, that says to me the developer could begin to convert next year.
Could begin, but won't necessarily receive the funds until 18 months later.
Which would be 24.
Well, the program does not launch until 24. Next year is still fiscal year 23.
I'm still confused.
Okay.
This is abatement. I don't know, is there separately legislation for, oh no, this is the, no, this is an abatement. The abatement subtitle includes the program?
That's correct.
And so your reasoning is that nothing will happen
That's right.
until after the abatement becomes available.
That is correct.
Even though the abatement would be available beginning in 24.
There will still be $2.5 million, sir, each year to draw down on. However, we don't believe that it will be fully subscribed such that additional funds will be needed until the out years beyond the financial plan.
Well, that's different than what I thought you were saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, a developer takes several years to develop. In this case, we're converting downtown office buildings to housing.
Correct.
So there's not a lot in terms of planning. It's just a matter of getting the economics and then beginning the work, getting a contractor and beginning the work of the conversion. So I would think that could happen within a year, within 12 months.
You could apply for the abatement, sir, but you wouldn't.
No, hold on. So the developer could begin the conversion tomorrow, October 1st, January 1st. I assume the program doesn't limit when a developer starts the work. It's when the abatement is available.
That is correct.
Okay. So if the developer were to start the work October 1st, they would have their building converted maybe in a year, 12 months by October 1st, 2023, which is FY24. So they could take the abatement in 24. Won't work at 15% unless we provide a subsidy, which we won't decide until next year, which is after they've penciled their economics.
Well, there still would be $2.5 million available beginning 24. It's similar to, I can liken it to a grant program, right? So you can apply,
but the abatement isn't available unless they meet the 15% requirement.
That is correct.
There's 2.7 million starting next year, and then there's going to be more available in the out years. They're making the assumption that it's not going to have as much of as many. There will be less people using it at the beginning and more people using it as time goes on. Because what you're describing is a very tight construction schedule. And there will probably be sufficient funds there.
I don't think there'll be any take up for this, because if what I'm hearing is that the CFO told you that we would have to subsidize, and we're not subsidized, no developer is going to go forward with this.
We're not subsidizing, sir. There is still $2.5 million worth of abatement available in fiscal year 24 through the end of the financial plan. So there would still be opportunities to receive that funding, right? And proceed with a project for those who are first out the gate.
But there are two parts to this. One part is the abatement and the other part is you said that the CFO scored that at 15%, there would need to be an additional subsidy.
In the out years, correct. So this,
but a developer doesn't do anything now without having a pro forma for the out years.
it's an opportunity for the council and or mayor to revisit this next fiscal year in the event the additional funds needs to be added, or we can add it now.
We've had so many studies. I mean, this is I'm putting this in the nuts category. It's great. It feels right.
Again, it was an effort to meet the request and the need for greater affordability downtown.
I'm going to move on.
Okay.
I want to go through the subtitles that you're recommending as new. The new markets tax credit.
Yes.
I know you explained this before. That's simply broadening the eligibility requirements.
I wouldn't call it broadening, sir. It's creating parity, right? So right now, if you're a landowner and you happen to be formed as a nonprofit organization, you could receive it. Yet if you change the structure of your organization, similar to what some had done, to operate programs more efficiently to a for-profit entity, you're unable to receive those funds today. So this essentially says, regardless of your organizational structure, you as an owner or landowner can receive the exemption. Because what we're hearing, we have hearings all the time, or individuals wanting one-off abatements in primarily nonprofit organizations when it comes to new market tax credit, that they have to change their organizational structure. When they do so, they ultimately are not allowed to receive the exemption. What happened with some is they waited 5 years before they were told they could not receive the abatement. Now, with this, they're able to do so in addition to an additional subtitle that we've put into the budget.
The medical cannabis, you have a medical cannabis bill pending in the committee, and I think this subtitle is a piece of that.
Okay.
All right, I think you answered that question. The DEMPED grants is simply to authorize a grant.
That is correct.
Elm Street, I understand, has a negative TAFA.
We rebut and refute the TAFA within our budget recommendations. It does. It's not negative, but yes. The OCFO opined that it wasn't necessary. I'll just leave it there unless you have questions.
The DSLBD grants is to just authorize grant making authority.
That is correct.
990 55th Street, you had a markup on that last week.
That is correct.
CCNV, I think I understand that one. Solar for All tax relief. Is that broad-based tax relief?
That is for everyone that participates in the Solar for All program that will be exempted from income, that grant.
And the disabled veterans is simply reenacting a bill that had been previously enacted.
That's correct.
At a lower hand. At a slightly lower note.
Councilmember, do you have questions? And I don't see any yellow hands up, but I do see.
Jay does.
Her hand.
Councilmember Jay had her yellow hand up.
Gotcha.
Councilmember Che.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I have a question which goes to the Black home ownership item. And I'm worried about this because it refers to it in those terms, which is to say Black home ownership and monies in that regard. As everybody knows, I believe, under equal protection law and racial discrimination, it has to satisfy a strict scrutiny test. The government has to be responsible for the activity, and you have to have a very narrowly tailored program. I'm worried that if we go forward with this, we're going to hit a bump in the road if someone seeks to challenge it. So my question is, why is it just Black home ownership? We've changed other things like CBEs. We call them certified business enterprises. we talk about, DSLBD and things of that kind, even though it may turn out that the bulk of the beneficiaries are Black or of a certain race. Has there been any attempt by the committee to get a legal opinion about this program as it is currently framed?
I believe every subtitle that we have to propose goes through legal sufficiency in the Office of General Counsel. We did not receive feedback that either of the subtitles that we proposed or the mayor proposed were not legally sufficient. I will also say that we believe the record states the need for this. In my opening remarks, I had mentioned about the racial wealth gap and a white family having 81 times the wealth of a Black family. And homeownership rate was also disparate across the board when it came to those two different races or groups and classes of people. But I'll pause there.
Okay. Legal sufficiency, all very well, but did anyone call attention to this as a particular problem? Because there are disparities, multiple disparities, dramatic disparities in terms of racial groups all along the things that, we just have to step outside and we'll see it. That alone may not justify a government program based on race. So I would ask that there be a focus on that program as such, so that we're not, going to run into problems down the road.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Thank you, Council Member.
Okay, that's all I have.
Starting with some of the requests that I made. One, so I appreciate the Department for Hire Vehicles and Director Doe's team, I guess, on their efforts to launch the new program, the School Connect program. But the School Connect program didn't use all of their $6.1 million this year and probably won't spend all of it next year. They had budget capacity to provide rides for over 700 students. That's how much they had budget capacity, 6.1 million for 700 students, but only got about 150 kids per day. So that's about a 25% utilization. Now, originally when this program was rolling out, they said, oh, well, we're just gonna start it in Ward 7 and 8. And I asked them, I said, well, if your utilization number is so low, can you expand that to Ward 4, particularly the Lamont Riggs community? And based on the underutilization here and my conversations with the Department for Hire Vehicles, in order for Ward 4 to be the amount for Ward 4 to have the School Connect program would cost roughly $300,000 a year, which is more than enough, which is already enough that they already have budgeted for because they never met their utilization. And so I did not see coming through any expansion to Ward 4, which there's plenty of money there because the utilization at 25%, it's only $300,000. And this was a necessary investment to support students traveling from LaSalle Bacchus Elementary School, which is Riggs Park, which is both a Ward 4 and 5 community. And those students who have to travel because Bacchus was closed, so they have to travel all the way to Manor Park to Ida B. Wells, and they have to go over major arterial roads and huge traffic safety issues to get those students to get there. In addition, not only do they go to Ida B. Wells, many of them also go to Capital City, which is right close to them, Capital City Public Charter School as well. So I just wanted to have an understanding, if they were budgeted 6.1 for 700 students, they only use 150 kids per day, 25% utilization. Why is it that Ward 4, the $200,000 and $300,000 a year that would go to help for Ward 4 students to have this School Connect program, why could that not be utilized for Ward 4 to be expanded to the Ward 4 community of Riggs Park?
So I believe you're accurate in that this committee has the ability to shift funds with agencies under its jurisdiction and purview. DFHV, however, doesn't determine safe passage zones. So we wouldn't be able to shift funds for a zone that's not yet determined and identified for that agency to serve. I believe being that this is an Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education initiative, it lies and rests with DME to alter and amend the zone.
You're missing
to
this
provide for Ward 4 schools. So this is something that the CAL would have to take up.
Okay. Okay, Cal got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to ask about, wanted to say, and I hope the Cal will take it up. The other piece is DSLBD. So I don't know if you've heard anything about from the Inspector General's office regarding the DSLBD sort of allegations of like misspending or financial spending, because that sort of hampered me in this budget process because we have requests out for DSLBD to expand like the Georgia Avenue clean team, but also our Uptown Main Street, which is separate, which is not a part of the Inspector General. But for our Upper Georgia Avenue, we're still waiting to hear from the Inspector General about sort of those practices. And so I don't know if you've heard anything from the Inspector Generals because that would help us figure out how we move forward and whether we're continuing to allocate funding to the current provider or we're going to be, if we're going to be changing provider, but we don't have that and we're coming into the end of budget. So I don't know if you've heard anything from the Inspector General on that piece.
We have not, council member. So as you know, we had authored a letter jointly, I believe, with Councilmember Shea, requesting the OIG's investigation. I don't believe that office is finished with its investigation. It's not yet provided any results. So I understand what you mentioned about not knowing how to proceed with respect to funding. I would say that's a challenge that we as a committee had overall with respect to the Main Streets program.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are my questions.
I can't see if anybody virtually has their hand up. And nobody's speaking up. So I think we may be done with this committee.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. The next committee is Labor and Workforce Development.
Woo-hoo. All right. Bring the noise. Okay. Okay, everyone.
Gotta rev people up.
Yeah, get up, everybody. Okay.
That's sticking this first.
I am, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what you're implying, but okay. So I'm gonna talk through our slides, but I'm gonna give my narrative approach as always. So the Labor Committee had a specific strategy this year. And the strategy built upon a foundation that has been laid by the committee in previous budgets. And again, I'm going to talk about career pathways. But what the idea behind this year's budget was to do is to use our ARPA funds to supercharge our efforts to get residents into good jobs. Chairman's interested. Okay. So we did this by leveraging our ARPA funds in DOES and the Workforce Investment Council to unlock our local funds for our council priorities. And so you'll see those priorities laid out in let's see the first slide here. So we used it both to unlock local funds for some of our workforce development efforts, as well as paid leave, as well as for youth employment, which we saw as part of our contribution to the public safety efforts. So let's talk about paid leave for a moment. So as we have talked about, we've done two things with paid leave, both the private sector side and the public sector side. So what are we doing in the private sector program? Well, as everybody probably knows at this point, in last year's budget, we put in
a subtitle that instructed the CFO to review the paid leave funds and make an assessment on increasing benefit amounts, as well as looking as if we increase the benefits amount to 12 weeks in each of the 3 paid leave categories, then we could also look at reducing the tax rate. And as we all learned from the March 1 letter from the CFO, in fact, all of that happened this year. The tax rate is going to go from 0.62 to 0.26 starting July 1, but the benefits increase is not going to happen till October. The executive said they can't do it till October. And I, after questioning the director of DOES, having colleagues questioned her as well, thank you colleagues on the committee, we determined in the committee that we're not going to mess with the October 1 implementation date for the increased benefits, but we did still want to align the tax cut with benefits. So what we're doing is using 7.4 million, as it says, in one-time local funds to have a retroactive payment. So you can qualify, the qualifying events will start July 1, but you can't apply for the compensation until October 1, but it will cover that July through September period, that quarter between that quarter. Okay. So that's the private sector paid leave. On the public sector side, as we talked about earlier, I believe it was yesterday when we talked about the cow. I think it was maybe 10:30 this morning. We talked about how we are giving money to the cow to fund 2 weeks of medical leave, paid leave for our DC government employees. That's somewhere in these slides. This is the DCHR cost you'll see in that bullet to do that. Then, as I said, we're using these ARPA funds because the idea behind ARPA funds is to help residents, get into work, get into good paying jobs. And so we have built upon the foundation that we put in the past 2 budgets to really go big in terms of getting our residents into healthcare jobs, one of our biggest private sector employers, getting them into IT jobs. The career coaches and employer partnership, that is part of the mayor's budget. The big thing that we do is always like to do something new and exciting. Like when I go to the supermarket, I always like to buy one new thing to try. And in the budget, I always like to do at least one new thing. And we have 2 big new things in career pathways. We talked about the violence interrupters. I think we've covered a lot of ground there. The other big thing we do in the committee is commercial driver's license training. So everybody knows, I guarantee every one of us has had some kind of package delivered, has had food delivered, all kinds of things delivered. There is a tremendous demand for what's called CDL, commercial driver's license, trained workers. And so what this money does is work with WMATA to create a pathway for WMATA bus drivers, because WMATA is hiring, is it 40 or 60? Yeah, it's more, I think. So it's between 40 and WMATA needs at least between 40 and 60 bus drivers a month. And I have said repeatedly to Steve Boney from WMATA, I want those to be district residents. And this creates that path, because I think right now, if I'm remembering correctly, Mr. Chairman, I think DC residents are only about 20% of WMATA's workforce. We need to pump that up. So it also creates, lays the groundwork for an in-house CDL training program it'll be at the Infrastructure Academy, right, Liz? At the Infrastructure Academy. So, I mean, I can't emphasize enough how much CDL drivers are in demand. And this allocation will help us meet that need, not only of our workers or of our aspiring workers, but of our employers. This is something that will help employers. Let's see, let me go through some of the other stuff. Well, let me talk about youth employment. Okay. So I think we're all very concerned about we're seeing 13, 14, 15-year-olds involved in some very troubling public safety issues.
Mm-hmm.
And we hear from our young people, they want work. They, look, the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, it's a landmark program. It is. But our young people say they want to work the other 46 weeks of the year. This committee, with the help of everybody here, because we funded it last year, started what we call the high school internship program. I think we started 2 years ago, right, Liz? Started with 250 slots 2 years ago, 350 slots this year. Again, we're supercharging it. 1,000 slots for year-round employment. And on top of that, we're reserving 100 for, and I'm terrible with the PC language, but I'm told that at-risk should not be used anymore, but for challenge youth, for youth that, I'll just put it this way, don't have parents who are probably, trying to figure out how to get them into the high school internship program. So we see this in the committee as part of our contribution to helping with public safety in our city. I will tell you that I think it was about 2,000 applicants. Is that right, Liz? 1,800? We had 1,800 applicants for the 350 slots this year. So there is demand. And it's just the second year. So like the more kids learn about this program, the more demand there's going to be for it. I think our biggest concern was about capacity and supply of employers, honestly. But I'm really excited about the high school internship program. And I want to give a shout out to Marcia Huff on our new addition to our committee who really helped us make this happen. Let me talk about a few other things we're funding, again, to help with the public safety efforts. So last year, again, part of my supermarket approach, we piloted a program called Jobs First. The idea here is that not all of our job seekers need training, need handholding, need, skills development. They just need a job. And so what this is designed to do is get folks into immediate employment. In our discussion on the Judiciary Committee, Charles spoke about how he was surprised that some of the Pathways folks were getting subsidized employment that had a sub-minimum wage. So what Jobs First is designed to do is to get people into a job, a permanent job, at least the minimum wage. And there was an RFP, I believe it was designed for 2 groups to win the RFP. I know it went to Friendship Place and Bite Back are the 2 participants this year. Both those groups have a track record of helping get people into jobs. Let's see. I'm trying to hit the other, we basically, retain the mayor's funding for other programs like Project Empowerment. Let me see the other highlights here. We talked about paid leave. Let me thank Councilmember Trayon White. He transferred $150,000 from his committee to fund the Commission on Poverty, which I believe is a 2-year commission. Is that right? Oh, it's permanent. Okay, well, we funded it last year and it was zeroed out this year. Right? Oh, it was reduced. Okay, so we fully fund it with this money. Let's see, should I talk about, let me just make sure I've covered all the big ticket items. Yes, I think so. Oh, and then we talked about our, some of our transfers out. And I think because we're going last, we pretty much talked about all of them. Oh, still one committee. We didn't transfer anything to Councilmember Chase Committee though, but we talked about eviction diversion. Spoke about that in Charles's, the judiciary time. Tremendous results from that program. I think the other thing that we did transfer to judiciary that I didn't talk about was funding for 3 lawyers at OAG, 2 lawyers at OAG to help with enforcement of our sick and safe and paid leave laws, but in general on wage theft. And as you guys know, the Labor Committee has been making those investments. Again, we laid the foundation in prior years. I think there was just a big judgment on wage theft, big case that the Attorney General won like last week, as with some of the funding that the Labor Committee has given the Attorney General over the years. Subtitles, we want to talk about that, Mr. Chairman. Let me find that sheet. Okay, yes. So we're making some changes to the mayor's proposed subtitle on universal paid leave. As we talked about, we're going to align the implementation of the tax cut with this retroactive benefits payment. We have 5 new subtitles that mostly are aligned with budget expenditures. As I talked about, district government workers don't have the same medical leave that our private sector workers have through our own program. So what this would do would be to create 2 weeks of medical leave for our district government workers. We talked about the school year internship program. This is legislative language to enable that. The unemployment compensation debt collection, what this does is basically put a time limit of 5 years on the agency for debt collection of UI debt. The Office of the OEA subtitle, I believe in 2011, there was a decision, a policy decision at that time to make appeals or mediation mandatory. We haven't seen great results from that in terms of working out issues. So this eliminates the mandatory nature of the mediation, makes it voluntary again. And then the final subtitle again is complementary to our supercharging of the spending on IT and nursing education. I mean, it's crazy. Our hospitals are our biggest private sector employers, yet we, until we started making investments 2 years ago to get folks into nursing programs through UDC, we really didn't have a pathway for nursing in our city, which, through a public university. So this accomplishes that. I'm very proud of the efforts we've made, and I think is there anything else, Liz? No? I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Sure.
On the subtitles, so the District Government Leave Amendment Act is to effect the roughly $4 or $5 million for expanding the program for government work.
That's correct.
The school year internship program, why is that relevant to the budget?
The program already exists, but this does more to. Yeah. So we go from 350 to 1,000, and then as I mentioned, we reserve 100 slots for at-risk youth, and this is the language that actually sets that up.
So this complements actions in budget.
Yes, the funding is there.
Unemployment compensation debt collection, why does that need to move with the budget? It's like a statute of limitations act.
Well, because it has an impact on resources, the DOES.
But every law has an impact on resources.
Well, that is my budget nexus. We don't want, first of all, people, so we have these terribly old, I think somebody testified, it was like a 10-year-old debt collection, and a lot of the folks, the money has already been spent. And we're scraping, and they don't have the documents, and DOES is spending a lot of time trying to track down this money. Many states have
No, I understand that's the merits of it, but
the budget.
You're not getting revenue from this because there's savings in personnel.
Well, I mean, I think you could argue that if we're not pursuing this old debt, then we can put those workers to a different use.
You can, but that's not stored in this budget. Why 5 years and not 7 years? 7 years, I believe, is the general statute of limitation.
I think we looked at others. I know we looked at other states, and some states do 3 years, some states do 5 years, and I chose 5.
Office of Employee Appeals Mediation Amendment Act.
Yes. So as I mentioned, I remember a number of like 5% of the mandatory mediations actually end up with some kind of settlement between the parties. It's a lot of OEA staff time expended for very little benefit.
So what are you doing? You're appealing it?
We're saying we're making mediation voluntary.
Are you recognizing revenue off of that?
They never give it. Yeah.
Didn't hear that.
They're not recognizing any savings on the staff time is what you're saying?
Yes.
No. But the results we have not seen great results from the mandatory mediation. We're happy to show you the
I'm not
numbers.
so much challenging the merits as I'm trying to understand. And the UBC, did we have complementary language in the committee of the whole?
This is a government.
This is within the purview of our committee because it regards the WIC funding.
But it says UDC.
Go ahead.
It's about how the WIC's MOU with UC, how that money can be spent. So it's really about the WIC's authority related to the MOU.
Let me go back to your the Commission on Poverty.
Yes.
My ears perked up. Does that commission actually exist? I know the law is in place, but is there a commission?
You heard Liz's answer.
I don't know if somebody's hired.
Is that the area? So I do not know.
I don't know if Councilmember White has some thoughts. Councilmember White, he provided funding. He introduced the bill and we moved it.
Yeah.
And his committee is providing the funding this year for next year.
The 57 million in ARPA funding. You're simply taking that out of WIC and it's not designated for any specific, right?
It's in the district recovery fund. What we're doing is
WIC is for WIC, but it's not specified how it's being used by WIC. So this is like having no dedicated, there's not a program attached to it.
That's correct.
You're taking the money and reallocating.
What we're doing is I would say strategically using the ARPA dollars to then, unlock some local dollars.
There's also, is it ARPA money you're taking from DOES?
It is a combination, right? Yeah.
So what are you cutting at DOES? What program?
We're not cutting any, Liz actually told me we have an $800,000 increase at DOES. There's no cuts for FY23 in DOES.
When I'm reading this, it says allocate 57 million of ARPA funding proposed for the WIC and DOES by program. So I'm not clear from that what that means.
It's just like a spreadsheet calculation. So we're using the ARPA dollars to then fill in, to then be able to grab the local dollars. So there's no actual cut. Because there's
no program associated with any of the ARPA dollars at DOES.
Or Jen, you want to go ahead?
Well, no, I was just gonna say, it's just switching the fiscal years.
Yeah.
And if I can add, Mr. Chairman, we are, for the FY23 money, we are allocating it by programs. We took it from DRP and put it into 6 programs. On the WIC and the DOES side, almost entirely what they wanted. And then we're also utilizing some of the FY24 monies, moving that forward for various purposes. And that's how DOES actually ends up with more money in FY23.
This says you also swept 3.5 million of special fund balance.
That's from the employee compensation fund, and that's for FY22. And
I think it's unspent.
She'll help me analyze that.
I have the spreadsheet. So it's unspent funds from FY22, correct, Joe? There's 3 pots, it looks like.
Fund balance was one that they then budgeted in 22. We reversed the budget increase. This is the unemployment compensation.
No, employee compensation for district workers compensation. Different, it's a paper agency.
Other questions from members? I can't tell. Somebody's waving their hand.
Peter's waving, very energetic.
Councilmember Bond.
Thanks so much, and thanks to Councilmember Silverman for this budget plan. I just have a number of questions. Obviously, interested because so many of the people that are in the housing committee are affected by employment naturally. So I wanted to start with the 4.6 million for career coaches. Is that the same that the mayor has included in her? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And this is that 23 or 26 individuals that she mentioned are going to help with sort of rehabilitating the returning citizens and others that may need assistance as we're trying to change the landscape regarding crime and violence, or is this a different group?
I think this is a different program. If I'm remembering correctly, it's 50 career coaches, and it's designed to sort of do that sort of mentoring and checking in and career planning that is very helpful. So this is the this is part of the mayor's proposal. And
okay, so is it directed at reducing crime, or is it directed at just the general population who could use these services, mentoring?
I'm sure there's a crime reduction benefit, and that people, is designed to help people get into full-time employment, but I don't think it's the program you're thinking of.
Okay, that's what I was trying to determine, if I could. Then I wanted to ask about the restoring the Jobs First pilot to help returning citizens and homeless. what is that when you say you're putting in 27 million for 40 FTEs? Are they also going to do coaching and things like that?
So the Jobs First pilot, Anita, was something that we funded in last year's budget, and it was designed to be a 2-year pilot, in which, as I mentioned, there's an RFP for 2 groups to basically work with job-ready residents, but particularly job-ready residents who might have be returning citizens or have, or homeless residents have a major barrier to employment. But that's the barrier, not their lack of skills. So as I mentioned, there are 2, it was awarded this year to 2 groups. I think you're familiar with Friendship Place, Councilmember Bonds. So Friendship Place works with a lot of formerly homeless, returning citizens to help them get directly into work.
Okay.
And the Jobs First pilot is designed to do that. And the funding was it reduced, Liz, or zeroed out? It was zeroed out. So we funded it in the current year, but it was zeroed out in the mayor's proposal. So this restores the funding. Okay, all right. I think I have that. I know that traditionally we have had many different community-based organizations that were doing jobs training or career training. And I was just trying to, place how this Jobs First pilot is being used. So thank you for that. That's the difference, Councilmember Bonds, is this is designed to get people into jobs. This isn't about training. Mm-hmm. This is about taking people who are job ready and matching them with employment. Okay, all right, okay. So do you have any jobs training in here anywhere? Kind of hidden? That's all of the funding that you see on page 31. We are supercharging training and healthcare, both for nursing and home healthcare aides. For IT, as you can see, we're doing both community-based organization grants, as well as funding for UEC. And then, of course, there's the traditional DOES job training. Oh, yeah, and then CDL, as I mentioned. We're really made a push this year working with the Department of Employment Services to do as I mentioned, both create a pathway for WMATA, for bus drivers for WMATA, as well as in-house CDL training at DOES. And then, of course, there's the traditional programs we have, which are subsidized employment programs. So we still maintain the mayor's funding for project empowerment, career connections, and the DCIA programs. DCA. Okay. So the 4 million that's on page 32, one time 7 FTEs to fund the apprenticeship training. Is that the training that is provided by the unions, primarily located in PG County, where we can actually take individuals there to receive the training? And would it include our high schoolers or just adults? Yeah, this is, I believe, funding for the Office of Apprenticeship at DOES. Okay, all right, got it. Thank you. So it's not for the training, it's just for that office. Okay. I think it will buttress their apprenticeship efforts through that office. I see. Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you so much. Thank you.
So the disadvantage to being the last or second to the last committee is that you have to wait all day, but then nobody has questions.
Well, I see a bunch of yellow.
I have a question.
I don't see any yellow hands.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. I have a question.
Me too, Mr. Chairman.
Christina and Brooke.
Okay.
I think Christina's assistant has a question.
Calm down. Give me some names. Give me names.
Councilmember Henderson and Councilmember Pinto have their hands up.
And Councilmember Lewis George.
Apparently, Councilmember Lewis.
If you don't use that 750 for Mary, you'll never stop us.
Was that?
Okay, so the
more
lineup
I
is,
the more I realize.
speak up if I'm.
Every joke doesn't have to dye my hair.
Oh, yeah. Mary, when are you gonna fund all these guys?
Okay, so the
What did
lineup,
you say? I can't hear you.
I said, look, when are we gonna get that joke budget funding so that Brooke, Christie, and,
It's supposed to,
have so many questions?
supposed to load immediately.
I think the money's in that piggy bank right there. All right, Councilmember Anderson, you're up.
I'm almost inclined to pay for it myself.
Hey, Councilmember Che, I'm gonna take that as a term of endearment. Anyway,
right here.
Planning on that mental health money for the ANC redistricting.
It's all coming. It's all coming.
Tomorrow night. Okay, Councilmember Henderson.
okay, I was gonna let it ride, but I read an article this morning that Laura Lumpkin did around higher ed in the district, and I want to make sure that we're not necessarily contributing to a problem that some of the higher ed faculty are having. The committee is providing $980,000 local recurring for additional faculty at UDC for the nursing program, which I support. I want to understand, are these part-time positions? Are we intending for these to be full-time positions, given that I think there are 4 positions at 85,000 plus fringe, and then 2 positions at 80,000 plus fringe?
So I think the article you're referring to is about adjuncts. I'm not an academic type, so I don't know about that world, but these are full-time positions. So
Okay, if we could,
benefits.
I am curious as to whether 85,000 is competitive for a tenure track faculty position in the district. And so that's the only reason that I'm raising that. If there were money in the magic wand to increase the salaries, I would be in favor of that. And maybe Councilmember Che has some insight there in terms of whether 85,000 is gonna get what we need.
You can never pay a professor enough.
Yes, I'm sure that's true in Councilmember Che's.
However, there's a great big huge divide between, for example, law, medical faculty and so on, and undergraduate faculty, which I take it you're talking about. And then there's also a great big divide between regular faculty and adjunct special faculty. So the salaries can be quite different.
Potentially.
Yes, so I believe these are based, we work with UDC on coming up with what would be the appropriate salary for these positions. I hear your concern, Councilmember Henderson, is a valid one, but these are not adjunct positions. These will be full-time faculty positions. I will admit, I'm not as familiar like with tenure track and so forth, but they are full-time positions. They are not adjunct positions.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you to Assistant.
Yes,
Councilmember
Pinto.
Pinto, I think I saw your hand up.
Thank you so much. Well, Councilmember Silverman, first of all, you're making me want to be much more spontaneous at the grocery store. I'm so boring, I think. But on that topic you're talking about with the high school internship program, which I think is a really excellent idea, and it's exciting that you're expanding it so much. Were there any lessons learned from last year about either a lot of applicants who wanted to get into the program that either there wasn't a slot for, or the best avenues to reach youth who may be good participants for the program? Hello? I can see you all moving, but I can't hear anything.
I think the chairman's having some secretive conversation on the other side of the table, and he cut the mics off.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy in here. So Councilmember Pinto, there are more than 1,800 applicants for this program in its second year, and we only funded 350 slots for this year. So I think that shows an incredible demand. We had some current participants testify who talked about how they really wanted not only to earn income, but they wanted that on the job experience. And, you know, I think they also wanted to have, to experience what it was like to work. And we, you know, there are some tweaks we need to make, but overall, what we've repeatedly heard since I've been chair of this committee is students want more than just the summer employment program. And this really creates, I think, an experience that provides mentoring, it provides job experience, it provides job exposure, which I think our young people really crave. You know, I know myself, like I only knew what my parents, my dad did, and like my relatives. So you could either be a dry cleaner, a government lawyer, or work at a bank in my family. That's pretty much it. So, you know, this really helps our young people see other opportunities and connect the learning that's happening in the classroom with possible opportunities. I think I went far afield from what you asked.
Well, thank you so much. No, and it's highlights the importance of expanding the program and the opportunities. I guess I'm just curious, the best or the most successful avenues that have reached our young people in the last 2 years for this program specifically.
I think word of mouth is really driving this program. We do have people from, I think most of our, a lot of our public DCPS and charter high schools who are participating in the program. And I think kids are hearing about it and they want to participate. You know, they want the job experience, they want the income, frankly, and they see it as enhancing their, you know, career development.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I was, thinking.
And I just want to highlight again for maybe people who got distracted. So we're funding 1,000 slots, but reserving 100 of them for, you know, I think the common term is at-risk youth. But what we want to do, what we found with the summer youth employment program a lot of the time is it's kids who either are really focused on meeting the application deadlines or parents who are helping. And we want to make sure that this program also helps those who might not have the supports around them to get into the program, you know, that we really are. And so we're going to work with partnering district government agencies and nonprofits to make sure there's not, I think a term sometimes used as creaming, you know, it's not just the top students and the more resource families that get access to these programs, but kids who could really benefit from the exposure and having a caring adult in their lives and the mentoring that we, you know, so we made a decision to spend some more money to reserve 100 slots for, you know, youth who might not have the supports of a, you know, family, of a parent or teacher to help them get into the program.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear about the set asides and love to have a follow-up conversation about some of the coordination pieces with the ONES office and OAG and Office of Out of School Time to make sure that the appropriate identification and supports for kids who may be most at risk can hopefully get into this program. But thank you very much, Councilmember.
We have one more council member, and then we have one more committee.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Correct.
Oh, questions. Okay. I like when you add new ideas. I'd also like to add new ideas.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. Thoughts. So I, lead pipes and lead pipe core shouldn't have a cost, and it can be a part of already sort of the plan for workforce development's needs that I think is clear for local workforce. So would you be open to like a subtitle to require them to just start planning for lead pipe core?
So,
And I saw, and also, by the way, I saw this morning the Department of Labor announced that cities who won youth job training grants, program grants in green industry sectors, and DC was not on that list. And so we should get some of that DOL money with green industry sector jobs. It could be a good way for us to get some more money. And I think we should start with the lead pipe. So something like that.
I know you're interested in green jobs. I read something in the paper about that. Here's what I would say is that if this is applying for DOL money, then we need to work with the Department of Employment Services because they are the likely agency to apply. You know, I'm happy to work with you and with Director Morris Hughes and perhaps with Director I think he was a former council member here, Mr. Tommy Wells.
Yes.
Some people might have worked for him at this table. And to figure out how we, coordinate or tap into the green jobs more. The Infrastructure Academy does have a solar installation partner. But in terms of the lead pipe replacement, I mean, what I will say is the Infrastructure Academy does do training. Is DC Water a partner? Yeah, Washington, they are partners in doing training for the construction work. And again, having a CDL license to do some of the larger pipe replacement work is critical. So we're happy to work with you on it. I'm not sure we're ready to do a subtitle this year, but what I would say is I'm happy to work with you and the relevant agencies so that we can create that career pathway for green jobs.
Perfect. Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next committee. Thank you. We saved the best for last.
Simply the best.
That would be in the environment, Councilmember J.
Oh, Councilmember J.
You want to know it is.
Wait, who is?
Okay, am I up now?
I have a hard stop at 7, so let's see if we can move through here.
Okay.
I will not ask any questions.
Please proceed. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Okay, given how you've proceeded, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vary what I was going to do a little bit. I'm going to start with an explanation of the budget cuts I've made, and then I will say what I've done with them, because you seem to be keen on that. So to start, in DDOT, I cut $2,531,555 in 23 for salary lapse related to the onboarding of the new legal instrument examiners to review ATE footage. And this is because these new cameras will not be going in until late 23 and possibly not till 24. So those positions will not be needed and the money will just sit unused this budget year. I reduced DDOT fiscal 22 budget by $200,000 to sweep funding for the MWA airplane noise study because Maryland and Virginia told us we couldn't join the study and the funds would otherwise have gone unused. I reduced 2 DDOT special purpose funds with historic year fund balances and no spending plan to support those balances. In DOEE, I cut vacant positions at DOEE totaling $170,384 in local dollars and $85,192 in the Sustainable Energy Fund, Special Purpose Fund, each year across the financial plan. I reduced 1 DOEE Special Purpose Revenue Fund with, again, a historic year-end fund balance and no clear spend plan for that money. In DPW, I increased vacancy savings at DPW from 7.69% from 6.9%, raising $1 million a year. I cut vacant positions at DPW totaling almost $290,000 a year across the financial plan. I reduced DPW's fiscal 22 budget by $308,000 across divisions to account again for historical underspending or over budgeting on discretionary costs. I reduced the contract for the DC Water lead water service line study. That's a study that we were going to undertake to see whether DC Water's claim about all the money they have to spend to fix the lead water service line problem is at all accurate. And we had put in 120,000, 200,000, but it turns out the contract will not exceed 80,000. So we took $120,000 for that. At the DMV, I've increased the motor vehicle registration on heavier vehicles. And this has results from the fact there's been a marked increase in the size and weight of passenger vehicles on the roadways. They're significantly bad for the environment. They do damage to the infrastructure. And if people are hit with these vehicles, they are more likely to be killed or seriously injured. And each and every resident pays for each of those kinds of damages. In addition, the change in the fees for this have not been altered since, I think, 2005. And so it's a way of having those who are driving around in these very much increased size and weight vehicles to pay an amount that's commensurate with the damage that they're causing. And that amounts to $2.31 million in fiscal 23 and $9.1 million every year thereafter. In DOEE, I reversed the phase out of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund fee increase, which raises $1.1 million in 23, 2.2 million in 24, 3.4 million in 25, I guess that is, and no, 4.5 million in 25. And the reason why I did that is because we were going to phase it out. And it's a very tiny fee anyway, but it turns out that DOEE needs that for various programs. And so instead of phasing it out, we're simply going to retain it. In DPW, I recognized revenue from the new boot crew FTEs totaling 598,000 in 23 and 789,000 every year thereafter. There was a lot of testimony about how we had this anemic boot and towing crew, and therefore people who were violating our laws were not paying any consequence. The mayor increased that crew from 6 to 9, but DPW said to really do the job, they would need 13. And so the committee increased that to that amount. And all of this has been certified by the CFO. Okay, that's where I got the money. Now, what have I done with the money? In terms of transportation safety, there's funding for 2 new safe routes to school staffers, allowing DDOT to accelerate school assessment, action plan development, and spot safety checks. Coupled with that, the committee increased the DDOT capital budget by $600,000 each year to support safe routes to school assessments and action plans, and $3 million each year to support implementation and construction of those assessments and plans. This, by the way, has been largely funded through those motor vehicle registration fees. Next, in terms of what we have been doing, we also provide $250,000 recurring to further expand DPW's boot crew, as I mentioned. And so that would be for that. Other critical safety investments include $735,000 over the 6-year CIP to support the creation of an annual tactical safety upgrade master plan to facilitate the upgrade of temporary safety projects to permanent, safer, and more attractive streetscape features, $250,000 to fill key gaps in the protected bike lane network, offering additional safe and environmentally friendly transportation options, $8.9 million to study, design, and construct a pedestrian and bicycle crossing of the Anacostia Freeway and the CSX railway line on East Capitol Street. This is, desperately needed. It's that sections of the district are almost cut off by not having crossings of these two areas. And then I want to make a plug for something that I wasn't able to fund, but I want to keep pounding on it since I won't be here. Maybe someone will take it up. I wasn't able to fund because of high cost, a study of decking over or burying portions of the Anacostia Freeway I-295. I was told by DDOT it would cost $4 million, which was cost prohibitive for us in this budget, but it's an idea we really still have to explore, as a deck over would have numerous benefits for those communities, connecting neighborhoods, reducing air and noise pollution, and even making new space for parks, community retail, or housing development. And so I hope we can move this forward. Somebody can move this forward, but it's really important. There are other things. There's funding to support 3 additional mold inspectors at DOEE. As members know, our residents suffer from asthma at a greater rate or higher rate than the national average, and mold exposure is a key contributor. Right now, the district has just 1 mold inspector housed at DOEE, and I understand, Mr. Chairman, that, and I would want to work with you, that you have ideas about expanding inspections for mold and so on, but this also is needed to deal with the mold problem. $496,000 in recurring funds to support Food and Friends home delivered meals, Produce Plus, and the Healthy Corners program. Again, Mr. Chairman, and you had mentioned this, I believe, I do hope to work with you and make sure we can, at first reading, ensure that Food Prints also has the funding that it needs. $1.4 million to support a range of programs serving district seniors, including congregate meals, benefits counseling, social worker support, transportation support, programs for individuals with Alzheimer's disease and dementia, and more. $500,000 in 23 capital funds to support the planning and design of a senior wellness center serving wards 2 and 3. I should note that wards 2 and 3 are the only wards in the district without a brick and mortar senior wellness center, despite having some of the highest senior populations in the district. So that would address a critical need. Funding to support the hiring of 2 new FTEs in the Office of the Food Policy Director, and to support a central food processing feasibility and siting study. $75,000 in recurring funds to support mental health services at a nonprofit that provides support and mentorship to local students to encourage higher rates of attendance at college or workforce development programs. $100,000 in recurring funds to support a diaper bank grant program. And I understand we don't yet have clarity on which agency will best administer these program funds, but we can all work together and figure out where we can park that. Environmental sustainability, $4.4 million to support a curbside composting pilot at 10,000 properties in the district. For years, the committee has decried the lack of progress the district has made on district-wide curbside composting, and DPW has now identified capacity in the region, and the next step is to pilot a composting program. The budget recommendations also include funding to fund the vast remainder of the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act, funding for public space recycling planning, financial assistance for businesses, and nonprofits to acquire organic processing systems, and FTEs at DPW to assist in district source separation planning. Funding to make solar for all awards tax-free. I'm almost coming to an end, bear with me. $800,000 in fiscal 23, 24, and 25 for new renewable energy storage grants to be offered both to commercial and residential property owners. Battery storage, we're seeing this more and more every day, is a critical part of our work to reduce our carbon footprint, as it allows solar adopters to store excess energy generated during the day that might otherwise be wasted. And if wasted, those property owners would have to rely on other, probably dirtier fuel sources to address their energy needs. Battery storage will also make us more resilient, as the batteries serve as backup power in case there's a grid outage. And right now, it's the high costs make it difficult for property owners to adopt the new technology. Now, I think, wait a minute, am I coming to an end here? Separately, I wanted to note something about funding for 2 critical bills before my committee focused on addressing climate change: the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act of 2021 and the Climate Commitment Act I've seen some cost estimates for these bills, but was disappointed to see that the estimates were exorbitantly high, signaling to me that the agency doesn't want to proceed with it. And finally, I think I am coming to an end here. There have been issues with DDOT's rollout of the new digital visitor parking pass system. The committee is now convinced that DPW and DDOT can get their act together by the end of the year. But this subtitle is needed to extend, hopefully for the last time, the eligibility of the hard copy VPP passes and to give $50,000 to provide new passes for people who are just moving in or people who may have lost the hard copy. $15 million to accelerate funding for the 11th Street Bridge project, $4 million in investments for Buzzard Point by allocating $2,959,000 for filling a gap in the Anacostia Riverwalk and Trail, and $1,100,000 for the design of a new waterfront park, $736,000 for the DuPont Tree Plaza to address stormwater runoff and the heat island effect on Massachusetts Avenue Northwest. The recommendation from the committee includes $1,650,000 to address flooding, ponding, and erosion damage at Mount Zion Cemetery and the Female Union Band Society Cemetery by investing in stormwater management, in infrastructure improvements on Q Street, 27th Street, and Mill Road Northwest, and make repairs to the Lions Mill Road pedestrian path. $600,000 to extend the Tenleytown Main Street service area boundaries from Rodman Street to support the Friendship Heights Alliance, and for District Bridges to engage in a pilot program providing Main Street program-like support for businesses and communities in Ward 3 otherwise not served by a program. And then I can stop there unless I think the BSA subtitles were listed on the slide. I believe that's true. I don't see a slide, but did I not get a slide? I feel like I've been slighted by not having a slide. Where's my slide? Anyway, oh wait, something's coming up.
You said you were gonna stop, so I stopped.
Oh, no, don't ever don't ever listen to somebody saying they're gonna stop when they have the mic. Okay, and most of these things I refer to in any event in my discussion of where the money's going. Okay, so now I'll stop, but you can leave that slide up if you want, or take it off, I don't care.
Oh, don't leave this slide. I want, if you're done, I'm going to start with a few questions.
Okay, well, I thought I preempted you, but go ahead.
Well, I have questions about the BSA subtitles.
Oh, okay, fine.
So the Food Policy Council Amendment Act of 2022, why does that need to be in the Budget Support Act as opposed to freestanding?
Well, because we're adding, we want to update the working groups of the Food Policy Council and add staff to the Food Policy Council. You know, it's not desperate that we do so. And I take it from you asking me this question that you're planning to hatchet it, but in any event, I think we should go forward with it.
Well, I've asked, I think every committee shares similar questions. It's not whether it's good on the merits, it's whether it needs to be in the Budget Support Act. The Boot Damage and Removal Penalty Act, what does that subtitle do?
It increases the fine for illegal damage or destruction of a boot from $300 to at least $750, therefore raises revenue. It costs $750 for DPW to replace a boot. So now boot destruction won't mean that the district is left with the difference between what the fine is now and what we would make it.
And this is a fine for, if I find my car has a boot on it and I'm angry and I get my sledgehammer out and I bang.
Well, you know what, though, I'll tell you something. Apparently, and I don't know why the police haven't been able to act, or somebody. Apparently, there's one or more people that are going around. Maybe they pay the owner of the car, I don't know, for removing the boot. But in so removing, it gets destroyed. So it's not just you know, in a fit of anger, bashing it with a sledgehammer, though that could happen too. It is also these illegal removals.
Okay, and so that's all the subtitle does is to increase the fine for damage.
That's correct.
The Green Finance Authority Board Streamlining Amendment Act, why does that need to be in the BSA as opposed to freestanding?
Well, the Green Bank has struggled to meet its quorum requirements over the past year because of vacancies and the slow pace of replacements. And it has a direct nexus, I think, to the budget in that the Green Bank can't make a quorum. If it can't make a quorum, it can't vote at the next month's meeting to issue any awards. So it directly impedes and immediately impedes the ability of the Green Bank to fund projects that, you know, we wanted to fund.
Have we already addressed this through emergency legislation and this would be the permanent version?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Let me move on.
Yes, we have. I think that, yes, you're right. You're right. We have.
Sustainable Energy Trust Fund Amendment, what does that do?
Well, it just simply stops the phase out in the Clean Energy DC Omnibus Bill of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund fee. And in that sense, raises revenue that would otherwise be lost and then available for DOEE programs.
And so you budget against this?
Yes.
That's very relevant. Renewable Energy Storage Grant Program Amendment, what does that do?
This prescribes how DOE will issue subsidies to help residents and businesses purchase renewable energy storage, which I funded actually in 23, 24, and 25 at $800,000 a year. But this directs that these will be subsidies now, and DOE can actually and should and will issue them to businesses and residents.
But you don't budget against this, or it's not necessary for the budget itself. It's just a budget.
Well, it gets the money out the door. It's necessary.
It's necessary for the grants that are in the budget.
It tells them what to do with the money.
Okay. Vision Zero and Shared Fleet Amendment?
Well, I'll have to concede it may not have an apparent budget nexus, but it conforms the bill to the investments in the budget, which allows us to repeal language for the Vision Zero bill, ATE cameras, and the use of the money. It also makes a small non-controversial tweak to the Shared Fleet Devices bill to allow DDOT to tell fleet operators to not deploy where it would be dangerous to do so, say in severe weather, which current law doesn't allow. And
so she's wrong.
Yeah. Have I shot myself in the foot with this by conceding that it's a tangential connection?
No,
Okay.
nobody shot themselves in the foot
Okay.
today. Extended visitor parking pass.
Really?
Is that my favorite issue that I harangued about months ago?
Well, there's so many things you've harangued about. I'll have to try to keep that clear.
I am not known as a haranguer. I only harangue on visitor parking and on the ice.
Only a nitpicker.
Well, again, it makes the hard copy visitor parking pass placard still valid and provides money to give such a thing to new residents or to people who may have lost their placard. And I think it has a clear budget nexus in that regard.
Upgrading tactical safety projects. Isn't that a permanent bill that just got introduced?
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep moving. 11th Street Bridge Park.
Well, this is necessary to allow DDOT to begin spending on the project in 23, as current law prohibits spending until the private donations reach 50% of the total cost. The project has privately raised over 36 million of the 40 million required. So it's basically at the 50% goal, but not exactly. So this allows it DDOT to begin the spending now, because saying in effect, they're close enough.
The executive expressed a concern to me that they were afraid this would get the private sector, the nonprofit off the hook to raise the remaining dollars. Do you see it that way?
I don't see it that way because of course it could always be, in that sense, be put in jeopardy, but at least it gets us underway, and it should be made clear that they have to ante up the remaining amount.
So your intention is very clear, and this probably should be in the committee report, that this is not to be construed as letting them off the hook, getting the.
Correct. That's right.
But it is to allow this work to begin.
Right.
The motor vehicle registration fee, I realize the budget nexus there, it's raising revenue. My staff did a real quick search yesterday, and we looked at New York City. The proposed registration fees are substantially higher than New York City. Like, I think it's.
Wait, I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The proposed registration fees are substantially higher than New York City. Now, we didn't do a thorough analysis, we did a real quick one. But I think members need to know what we're doing here. We would raise the registration fee for the heaviest private vehicles.
The heaviest weight classes.
$500.
Well, no, not exactly. Here's how it works out. Here's how it works out specifically. If you have a vehicle of 3,500 or less, it's going to be $72, which is what it is now. If it's 3,500 to 5,000, it's going to be $175 or a $60 increase. If it's 5,000 to about 6,000, it's $250. That will be the fee, and that will be a $95 increase. And then 6,000 pounds or greater, this is a new class that we would be creating. It would have the highest fee. It would capture the heaviest passenger vehicles, which largely didn't even exist at the time the existing fees were set. This is 6,000 pounds or greater, and that would be $500, but it's not a $500 increase, it's a $345 increase.
I think just members should be aware of what we're doing here.
Oh, and by the way, there's, with respect to electric vehicles, it allows electric vehicles to subtract 1,000 pounds from their weight when calculating the fee, because we don't want to put in any obstacles to adoption of EV vehicles by this measure. And so there's that qualification also.
Is there concern, did the committee look at whether this would have an effect on some businesses relocating their vehicles out there, tagging their vehicles outside the city to get lower rates?
I don't know what the requirement is, but if they're located here and operating here, they have to register here. So I don't know what kind of nonsense they could engage in.
I hope you don't believe that every commercial vehicle that operates in the district is registered in the district.
Yeah, but their business might be in Maryland, and they're doing business in the district, but their business might be in Maryland. And by the way, to put this in perspective, we're only talking about less than 2% of residents having the highest fee increase. Probably far less.
The last subtitle, my last question for you is maybe my favorite one of the day, and that is the Specialty License Plate Amendment Act.
Oh, yeah. No. Let us go.
We don't have to do this.
That's like Rosanna, Dana. Never mind.
That was good.
First of all, it raises revenue, if that's what you're asking, if there's a nexus.
But you're not budgeting against it.
What?
You're not budgeting against it.
raises revenue. But again, let me just say, I don't care.
We can hear you.
I'm
I don't know why
hoping
you
you hear
whispered,
me.
Mary. We heard you. It's on YouTube too.
I'm hoping you hear me.
Councilmember Che, you've made Alyssa Silverman very happy. She's glad she stayed till the end of the meeting. Do any members have
I
questions?
thought we had to, but I guess it's out.
No, you do have.
I do have a question.
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, so actually it was about the license plates. Okay, so Councilmember Che, in our BSA, I say our because I'm a member of your committee. So in our BSA subtitle, we do the specialty plates for Wizards, DC United, Washington Spirit, and health awareness. Gov Ops, which I'm also a member of that committee, recommended a license plate in supporting LGBTQA community, but that wasn't included in the BSA. Can we amend that to make sure that's included?
Well, I would like to have that go through the regular legislative process because it changes, I think, the license plate, the specialty license plate and the topics. Do we want to open the door beyond sporting things or, you know, public health things? And do we want to go into overtly perhaps political things like, you know, say no to abortion, you know, life matters. I don't know. I do think, though, that it's a kind of material change that we should have a full legislative consideration before we add it.
Okay, understood. I just wanted to ask. The other question around boots, and this is actually related to other committees as well. So we're increasing the boot count on our side, but is it enough considering that there is a recommendation on, well, let's see, labor is transferring money to business and economic development to essentially change the clean hands provision as it pertains to renewal of driver's license. So in effect, we're going to get to a point, I mean, we're kind of already there sort of with Maryland and Virginia, but we're going to get to a point where there really is no consequence for you not paying your ticket, except for boot in the district. And I think we should ask the question if we're comfortable with that.
I think it's an
and
appropriate
prepared
question
for that.
I think it's an appropriate question. We did do some things, you know, I'm trying to remember what my committee did, you know, in this regard. Allowing people to pay, you know, in installments. I even had a proposal to say, don't double it, the fine until after 2 months, because people may not be able to get the money together. And the fiscal impact statement that I was given was like extraordinary. I appreciate the fact that loss of one's license is a significant consequence. But I agree with you. It's not something that we should do lightly or without due consideration. But to bring it back to what my committee is doing, the business about towing and booting, what we have is not regular violations, so to speak, where you get, you know, a citation. We're talking about automated traffic enforcement. With automated traffic enforcement, there are no points. And so you don't face the consequence of losing your license anyway under automated traffic enforcement. But what you do have are fines. That's what you do have. And so we can't get apparently reciprocity with Maryland and Virginia, which are the bulk of the scofflaws, I must say, although we're not perfect over here. And so since we can't get that, where they would enforce it for us, like we would enforce fines regularly, all we have is booting and towing, essentially, as the enforcement mechanism, because we don't have points. And so it doesn't really, to get to your question, it doesn't really implicate the loss of one's license. That's not a consequence in any event for these automated traffic enforcement fines.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Understood. I just, I think that like when you think about it in context for
No,
whoever.
you have to think about some of these things globally, and you're exactly right. And
We have 13 people who are essentially going to be responsible for enforcing traffic laws in the district if MPD is not doing it. And we have no other sort of lever. So I just want to put that out there as a thing.
fair enough.
Okay. And I want to say thank you on the 295 front. And I think it's kind of ridiculous that it's going to cost $4 million to study it, considering the federal government is offering millions of dollars for jurisdictions to do this very thing. It won't go unnoticed when you leave us.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there other council members who have questions? I can't see.
Nobody else has
Speak up if anybody else has questions.
About Mary's thing.
Mhm.
I'm trying to get my 750. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Councilor Che, I just want to thank you so much for the funding for Ward 2 or Ward.
Yes. I want my $500,000 in mental health.
So were you saying
Can you
more?
hear me?
Yes,
I don't know who's talking or what they're saying.
I think it was
This is
Councilmember.
Brooke.
Spout license.
I just, this is Brooke. I just wanted to thank you so much for the funding for the DuPont Tree Plaza and the study for Ward 2 or Ward 3 Senior Center. I share your deep concern that we don't have standalone centers for so many of our seniors who continue to need that space. So just appreciate your commitment and investment to those issues.
Thank you. Hi, baby.
We may be done. I don't think there.
Councilwide priorities.
Who?
Councilwide priority.
Thank you, Anne.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, Councilmember Gray has his hand up.
Yeah.
You're muted, Councilmember Gray.
Councilmember Gray, are you trying to speak?
You're muted.
I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Freeze.
Can you hear me now? I'm really, this is more, it's a little frivolous, but I wanted to congratulate Councilmember Henderson. I watched her be a fantastic mom throughout this entire session. And she has been wonderful. So I just want to congratulate you, Councilmember Henderson. Thank you so much for doing this, helping all of us to understand the importance of motherhood. So thank you so much for being a great mom.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray.
Absolutely. And we'll all continue to try to emulate your model. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that opportunity to make that statement.
Well, that was a very nice remark. And we're near the end, although I think one person in the room wants to discuss for another hour council-wide priorities.
At least past 7 o'clock.
It's 10 minutes.
I'm ready to move on. It's almost. Is there a feeling on the part of members that we should try to discuss the budget more generally or council-wide priorities?
Oh my gosh.
No desire on my part.
I think we've lost the critical mass, Mr. Chairman.
Can we address the excluded worker thing? No. Okay.
Councilmember Lewis George wanted to be recognized.
Oh, I was saying, can we discuss excluded workers and
What?
excluded workers and what's being considered for budget ask as far as the excluded workers? I don't have my notes. I'm sure we all have been getting advocacy at some of us at our homes.
Councilmember Lewis George is asking about excluded workers. No committee made recommendations in that regard.
Okay.
I can put it on the list to look at for the May 10th markup.
Okay. That was my general question.
Yeah, that was unfunded. Right. And another issue that actually I meant to bring up when Councilmember Nadeau brought it up is this issue of our direct service providers and the living wage. And I know that's expensive and complicated, but a lot of our Medicaid, how we pay these workers, and we're talking about, again, women they're women of color. They're doing incredibly hard work, like in our nursing facilities and skilled care facilities. They're working for nothing, but, not nothing, but very low wages, doing very important work. And, we couldn't, it involves various committees. It involves healthcare finance, or the health committee involves Councilmember Nadeau's committee and human services. But I do think that these almost exclusively women of color need a raise. They do. And I tried to figure it out, but it actually was outside the jurisdiction of our committee. But it involves increasing the living wage and adjusting the payment through healthcare finance. Jen, I think, knows what I'm talking about. But, we have workers in our city who are, they're taking care of our most vulnerable residents, and they're doing it for less than they can work at Starbucks right now. And this has led to an incredible shortage of workers in, our nursing, our skilled nursing facilities and other institutions, healthcare institutions, because frankly, workers are they're working for Amazon. They're working for retailers because they're paying more. And we are going to be in a real crisis if we don't adjust the living wage, because we're not going to have anyone to work in these jobs.
Okay. Any other comments from council members? I think we're done. We have a legislative meeting on Tuesday.
Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, it's Brianne. I'm dialed in from this Holocaust Memorial event where I'm presenting our resolution, but I have a couple things, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I know that Councilmember Janice Lewis George already mentioned this, but I once again want to lift up our excluded workers. 160 million for DC Cares is what we need. I'd also like to advocate for 1.5 million more to complete the Immigrant Legal Justice Program fund need. That would 1.5 million would bring it up to an even 5 million, which we know there is need for. I also would like to advocate for $370,000 in recurring funds for home visiting. This is a goal set out by the Under 3 Coalition. And this will help the DC Health home visiting programs. This will do for ignore that. But public testimony about this is on the record, and that recurring enhancement is much needed to complete the work we're doing on early childhood. 1.5 million for a harm reduction center for the LGBTQ population. This is a 3-year pilot program that will establish a 24-hour harm reduction services center. And I believe that is it, but I'm just looking really quickly because I'm sort of out of pocket. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I was sort of saying anyone else, and I didn't think there was anyone else. We have a legislative meeting on Tuesday. There'll be a breakfast beforehand. Huh?
Councilmember Frank.
Vince?
See ya.
Excuse me.
Councilmember Lewis or Sorman?
No, I think it was Councilmember Silverman who was speaking. And I wanted to echo, we've had testimony ourselves too, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to echo the sentiments that she expressed and would like to work with her on ways in which we can really look at the living wage and how it applies to people. We've had significant testimony about the issue. And I do believe it's time for us to revisit that issue. And I'd like to be a part of that, okay?
Okay,
Thanks, Vince.
okay. So this is gonna be it. We have a legislative meeting on Tuesday, a breakfast in the morning before then, and anyone who wants to talk to me, you know how to reach me. Any final words, Madam Budget Director?
I don't believe.
Breakfast in person?
Are you gonna do meetings with council members?
What's that?
Gonna do second meetings with council members?
We do what?
Are gonna be second meetings with council
Probably
members?
not. My schedule doesn't. But if you want to meet with me, I'll be happy to meet.
Okay.
Yes, legislative breakfast without breakfast, whoever asked.
I got some.
What? No breakfast still?
Just note, Councilmember Silverman bought bagels and I bought donuts today. No, he stayed home and wasn't with us. And we had sandwiches from the office secretary, cookies. Y'all missed out today.
I got some bagels in the freezer.
He keeps the bagels.
They should be properly frozen by now.
I think we're done. Thank you all.
Bye, guys.
Thanks a lot, Chairman.